Chapter 178. Conflicting Properties Air. Noticing his appearance, guild leader Ouyang and the others were tempted to laugh, but they did not dare to. Hong Yun is an apothecary of far higher standing than them. Even Emperor Shinjue would have to treat him with the utmost respect, not daring to slight him in the least. Yet, at this very moment, he looks like charcoal and his hair is standing on ends. If not for the movements in his eyes, one wouldn't doubt that this is a corpse. However, they understood that it isn't an appropriate moment to be laughing. All of their gazes had converged onto Zhang Xian. They were curious to listen to what he has to say. Offering a pointer to a 2-star apothecary, this is something unimaginable to them. They wanted to see if the young man who had awed them in the pill debate can shine once more. However, the young man simply turned to look at Apothecary Hong Yun with a bizarre expression and inquired, "Are you sure that you are a 2-star apothecary?" "What do you mean?" Apothecary Hong Yun flung his robe angrily. "What is the property of blue floral grass?" Ignoring the other party's displeasure, Zhang Xian asked. "Blue floral grass has a purplish color and is a warm herb." Apothecary Hong Yun replied. "What about golden dime flower?" Golden dime flower consists of 2 colors, golden and silver. As such, some people term it as silver-leaf golden flower. It is a herb with mediating property. Even though these 2 herbs possess mild properties, when used together, an extremely violent reaction results. Zhang Xian said, "I know that. However, the vitality restoration pill recipe has been passed down for a long time. If the reaction between the 2 can result in the explosion of the cauldron, then it would have happened to other people as well." Apothecary Hong Yun shook his head. "Besides, there isn't any mistake in the sequence in which I placed the medicinal herbs. In fact, I even added a purple aroma grass between the 2 to mediate between their properties. In terms of sequence and timing, there are no errors at all." He had consulted another expert on the forging process of the vitality restoration pill. Every single medicinal herb and movements were identical to the other party, yet the result was entirely different. This was what left him baffled. The other party had also said that the fusing of the 2 medicinal herbs would result in a violent reaction, which he also knew and had taken preventive measures. It is impossible for the explosion of the cauldron to be due to this. "I didn't say that your sequence is incorrect or that there's a problem with the 2 medicinal herbs," Zhang Xian said calmly. "What do you mean?" Apothecary Hong Yun, as well as the other spectators, felt perplexed. If that isn't the problem, then what could be it? Otherwise, why would his cauldron explode when there are no errors? Besides, if there's nothing wrong with the 2 herbs, why did you even ask about them? Ignoring the bizarre looks everyone shot at him, Zhang Xian placed his hands behind his back and walked toward the exploded cauldron. On the ground nearby, a stalk of blue floral grass and golden dime flower each could be seen. The blue floral grass and golden dime flower react to result in a violent explosion when they are mixed together. It's true that adding a purple aroma grass can help to solve the problem, but, while other people may be able to do it, but you can't. Zhang Xian smiled lightly. "I can't? Is there something special about me?" Apothecary Hong Yun frowned. "I am a distinguished 2-star apothecary, and furthermore, I am one of the better skilled ones in the tier. So why am I the only exception?" "That's right, there's something special about you. If I'm not wrong, you have never eaten any medicine which uses purple aroma grass as the main ingredient." Zhang Xian turned to look at him. I am allergic to purple aroma grass and so, I cannot consume it." Apothecary Hong Yun nodded his head. "Actually, it's not due to an allergy. Rather, the attribute of your zhenqi is incompatible with it." Zhang Xian placed his hands behind his back and continued, "Because you cultivate using the vast flame formula, your zhenqi inherently carries the property of fire. On the other hand, the purple aroma grass grows in the water, giving it the property of water. Hence, your zhenqi overwhelms the water property of the purple aroma grass, causing it to lose its effectiveness. As such, while it is effective for others to utilize the purple aroma grass as a mediating factor in forging of the vitality restoration pill, it does not work for you. Therefore, when the other 2 herbs come into direct contact, a violent reaction results and causes the cauldron to explode. You. How did you know that I cultivate the vast flame formula? Apothecary Hong Yun's face turned pale. The vast flame formula is a family hereditament cultivation technique handed down through his clan. He had practiced it from young, and it has been several decades since. As a result, his Zhanqi does indeed carry the fire attribute. However, this was a personal secret, and he had never told any outsider. In fact, not even his good friends know of it. How is this fellow able to tell so easily? It doesn't matter how I know it. If you don't believe me, you can try adding blue floral grass and golden dime flower to the purple aroma grass which you have refined. If it doesn't explode, that would mean that my conjecture is wrong. Zhang Xian didn't bother explaining. Just by having the other party display his pill forging technique, a book was compiled by the Library of Heaven's Path, not mentioning the name of the cultivation technique. If he really wished to, Zhang Xian could have clearly mentioned every single flaw on that cultivation technique. It isn't a big deal to him. Apothecary Hong Yun hesitated for a moment, but eventually decided to give it a try. Thus, he took out a blue floral grass, golden dime flower, and purple aroma grass and refined them into medicinal essences. After which, he mixed the three of them together. Boom! Exactly as what the other party said, the concoction exploded immediately. Apothecary Hong Yun's body trembled. He had already studied the vitality restoration pill for numerous years, but he had never succeeded in forging it. He had always thought that the problem lied with his movements and the sequence which he added in medicinal herbs. He never once imagined that it would actually be his Zhanqi which had rendered the purple aroma grass's mediating property ineffective. If he hadn't heard himself, he would have never believed it. Is there a solution to the problem? Recovering from his shock, Apothecary Hong Yun turned his sight to the young man. At this moment, he is already completely impressed with the other party. Initially, he had come with the intention to strip Zhang Xian's apothecary qualifications. However, that thought had vanished completely from his mind. To be able to tell his cultivation technique and pinpoint the clash in medicinal herbs just by watching him forge the pill once. Even though he has no idea of the other party's pill forging technique, just his discerning ability itself is more than sufficient to qualify him as a 2-star apothecary. To think that a 2-star apothecary can't solve such a simple problem by himself? Displeasure appeared on Zhang Xian's face. Even though the library points out the flaws of a problem, it doesn't give him a direct solution. Of course, he can't mention this out loud. What if the other party claims that he did not solve the problem satisfactorily and refused to pay up? The reason why he took the effort to answer the other party's question was money. Otherwise, why would he waste his precious sleeping time? Thank you for your guidance. Upon hearing the other party's criticism, Apothecary Hong Yun's face flushed. The other party's words made sense. As a 2-star apothecary, it was already absurd for him to pose such a question to a 1-star apothecary. To ask for the solution when the other party had already directed him to the core of the problem. What an embarrassment. The purple aroma grass was only a mediating factor. As long as he can find a mediating herb that doesn't clash with his Zhanqi, the problem should be solved. The apothecary Hong Yun, who was incomparably arrogant and authoritative when he arrived, now looks like an elementary schooler, not daring to refute the criticisms. Guild leader Ouyang and the rest tugged at their hair, wanting to knock their head against the wall. It was clear that Zhang Xian's explanation was spot on. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the other party to submit to him like that. For a newly appointed 1-star apothecary to lecture a 2-star apothecary to the point that he does not dare to refute his words at all, the crowd swallowed a mouthful of saliva subconsciously. Guild leader Ouyang, you should have heard Apothecary Hong Yun's words. Return that money, along with the 1 million deposit that I paid in advance. Ignoring everyone's shock, Zhang Xian walked straight up to Guild leader Ouyang, stretched out his hand, and grabbed the money bills which he handed to him previously. Everyone was speechless. Since you are such an incredible apothecary, you should be able to earn that bit of money just by selling a few pills. Do you have to act in such a manner just because of this bit of money? Ignoring their bizarre gazes, Zhang Xian kept the money and nodded his head in satisfaction. The reason why he went about looking for money, even disguising as a master teacher to guide others, was to pay for these items. Yet, in the end, when the items arrived, he didn't even have to spend a single gold coin. If he knew it would end up like this, he wouldn't have gone through so much effort to disguise himself as a master teacher. In the end, look at how exhausted he became doing so. Zhang Xian felt dismal. Apothecary Hong Yun was done examining Zhang Xian. Knowing that this young man holds true capabilities, he longer dared to hold him back. Leaving the apothecary guild, Zhang Xian headed to the academy. Hearing that master teacher Yang Xian had appeared, Lu Sun and Wang Chao could no longer remain seated. After composing their name scrolls, they rushed out of the academy in a hurry. At the entrance, they happened to see a listless young man walking in. That fellow had bloodshot eyes and his hair was a mess. With a single look, it was clear that he hadn't slept for several days. Lu Sun, it's Zhang Xian, Wang Chao said with a restrained voice. Him? Lu Sun glanced at the listless young man and shook his head. Contempt appeared in his gaze. To think that a teacher of the academy would be so ignorant of etiquette and walk around in such a ragged state. It truly is a wonder to me why the academy would recruit such a person in the first place. I think that this fellow must have been feeling stressed over your challenge and had spent the last few days without sleep trying to think of a countermeasure, thus reducing himself to such a state. Wang Chao chuckled. Who is Lu Sun Laosher? The most famous star teacher in Hongtian Academy. There is a long queue of students who desire to come under his tutelage. Even an elder would find himself sweating profusely if challenged by him. The young teacher who had just joined last year is surely scared out of his wits by now. Otherwise, why would he be in such a state? Thinking of a countermeasure? Lu Sun Laosher shook his head. Self-confidence radiated from his gaze. To want to surpass me in the field of teaching in the Hongtian Academy? Dream on. Indeed. Honestly speaking, he can only blame himself for his ill luck. He just has to pop up when you require an opponent to rise up and attract the attention of the master teacher. He truly deserves it. Wang Chao chuckled. Even though Emperor Shen Jue had invited Lu Shi and the others with secrecy, announcing to others that he was going on a hunt, there were actually quite a few well-informed people who already knew the truth. In order to attract the attention of the master teachers to become their apprentice, Lu Sun was already prepared to look for someone to serve as his stepping stone. Even if Wang Tao and Wang Yin had not withdrawn from his tutelage, he would have invented another reason. It just happened that Zhang Xian came into his path voluntarily, so naturally, Lu Sun chose to make use of him. Let's go. We have to hurry to Yang Shi's mansion now. Otherwise, who knows how long we will have to queue. Lu Sun nodded his head. To him, Zhang Xian is merely a small stepping stone for him to become a master teacher, a meaningless itch on his back. He holds no resentment or anger toward him at all. Indeed, Yang Shi should be our goal. This Zhang Xian is only an insignificant figure in the academy. Wang Chao nodded his head. No longer bothering with Zhang Xian, the two of them walked past Zhang Xian arrogantly, not even giving him a proper look in the eyes. Seeing two teachers walking past him with their heads held high and haughtily, as though enlightened experts unmoved by material desires, Zhang Xian was puzzled. Who are these two? Fools. Even though he had accepted the teacher evaluation duel with Lu Sun Laosher, he had never met the other party. Thus, he didn't recognize him at all. There are several hundred teachers in Hongtian Academy. Zhang Xian arrived just last year, and he hadn't formed good interpersonal relationships. Given how poor he was faring then, he didn't have the leisure to be concerned about other teachers, so it was natural for him to not recognize the Academy's celebrity. Chapter 179. Teacher, you've worked hard. Ignoring the two fools, Zhang Xian proceeded straight to his classroom. Teacher, you're back. All of his students were present in the classroom. Upon seeing him enter, they bowed deeply. Good. Looks like you have all been working hard the past few days. Scanning the room and noticing the rise in their cultivation, Zhang Xian nodded his head in satisfaction. In his 5 days of absence, his students actually had massive improvements. Wang Ying, Lu Yang, and Zheng Yang had all attained Fighter 1 Dan Jushi Realm Pinnacle. Even though Zhao Ye remained stuck at Jushi Realm Pinnacle, her strength is much greater than the others. It seems like she isn't far from reaching the Dantian realm. As for Yuan Tao, who has the weakest foundation out of all of Zhang Xian's students. He had advanced from Jushi Realm Primary Stage to Jushi Realm Intermediate Stage. The breathing forging pill and the cultivation technique which Zhang Xian imparted him seems to have worked wonders. The current Zhao Ye, even without his advice, should be able to easily defeat Zhu Hong. Zhao Ye and Yuan Tao, follow me. After examining everyone's conditions once more through the Library of Heaven's Path, Zhang Xian felt pleased. Then, he gestured for the two. Entering the small room within the classroom, Zhang Xian whipped out the pills which he had just obtained from the Apothecary Guild. Zhao Ye, this is the unraveling pill. It can awaken your unique constitution. Later at night, find a large wooden pail, fill it with water, and soak yourself in it before consuming the pill. He passed the unraveling pill over. Thank you, teacher. Even though she didn't know that the pill is worth 10 million, it is nevertheless an authentic pill forged by an official apothecary, and she knew that it is definitely extremely valuable. She accepted the pill from Zhang Xian's hands in delight, and her heart was quietly filled with gratitude. Yuan Tao, do you know why I accepted you as my student? After passing the pill to Zhao Ye, Zhang Xian turned to look at his plump disciple. Yuan Tao scratched his head. Actually, he had been baffled these few days as well. He is the student who scored the worst in the entrance examinations. Back then, he thought that Zhang Laoshe accepted him because he was unable to find any students and used him to add to his number. However, after witnessing this Zhang Laoshe's capabilities later, he immediately understood that he had been mistaken. How is it possible for such an incredible person to be unable to find students? Thus, even though he had been working hard alongside Zhao Ye, Zhang Yang, and the others, an inferiority complex had started to develop within him. He felt as though he would drag the others down. As such, he had subconsciously kept his shameless personality in rein. There's no need for you to feel inferior. As long as you cultivate earnestly, you will be able to reach greater heights than Zhang Yang and the others. Reading the doubt and fear he bore in his heart, Zhang Xian said, Emperor Bloodline. Even in comparison to other unique constitutions, it is considered one of the strongest. If he were to fully awaken this constitution, his cultivation would definitely soar. In this case, exceeding Zhang Yang and the others would be an easy task. Teacher, can I really reach greater heights? Yuan Tao's face flushed as he said in agitation. These few days, he had been worried that Zhang Laoshe would dump him because of his inability. He didn't expect that Zhang Laoshe would bear such high expectations of him. Rest assured, I am not mistaken. Zhang Xian waved his hands casually. Then, with a piercing gaze, he stared at him. However, you lack talent. In order to surpass the rest, you will have to endure greater hardship. Are you willing to do so? After reading the books in the Apothecary Guild's Advanced Tier Book Collection Vault, he knew that activating the Emperor bloodline through such a mean would be an extremely painful process. If he were to cave in, not only will the awakening process be a fail, he might even die as a result. That's why Zhang Xian did not pass the item directly to the other party. He wanted to stimulate the other party's determination, to harden his resolve. To cultivate is to go against heaven. Without the determination to face one's death in the midst of doing so, it is impossible for one to emerge above the countless others who tread on the same path. Teacher, as long as my cultivation can improve swiftly so that I won't burden the others, I am willing to bear any hardship. Yuan Tao knelt onto the floor. Unwavering determination reflected in his eyes. As a wandering cultivator, he had gone through numerous hardships, and he understood that finding a good teacher isn't easy. No matter what, he would never give up on this opportunity. All right, this is the item that I have prepared for you. After returning to your dormitory tonight, spread it all over your body. The process might be extremely painful, but as long as you grit your teeth and bear with it, the rewards will be spectacular. Are you willing to give it a try? Upon finishing his words, Zhang Xian passed the blood of the Colossus Rhinoceros forward. As long as it can raise my cultivation, I am willing to bear as much pain as needed. Yuan Tao clenched his jaws. Even though he is often joking about and looks half-hearted, he is actually the most determined of the five. Spreading this thing isn't a one-time-off thing. After the pain fades, you have to continue to spread another layer over your body. I'll give you 5 days. Before the start of the freshman tournament, I want to see your improvement. Otherwise, don't bother looking for me again, Zhang Xian said authoritatively. At the very end, there was even a sharp edge to his tone. Teacher, I will not let down your trust. Upon hearing those words, Yuan Tao knew that Zhang Xian had given him an ultimatum. Holding the jade bottle in his hands, his eyes burned with extreme motivation. Zhang Laosher did not give up on him just because he is the weakest of his students. Instead, he went through the effort to obtain this object for him so that he can advance his cultivation. As his student, if he were to back down now, he truly would be letting down the effort and concern his teacher had put into him. Even if it spells his death, he was determined to accomplish it so as to meet his teacher's expectations. Yuan Tao gritted his teeth. Great. Call Wang Ying in. Seeing the resolution in the duo's eyes, Zhang Xian nodded his head in satisfaction. Shortly, Wang Ying came walking into the room. The young lady is just as she was before. The instant she saw Zhang Xian, her face flushed. Teacher, you called for me. How are your legs feeling after using the body-nourishing medicinal solution? Zhang Xian glanced at her. Teacher, my legs have fully recovered. Thank you. This is the money my father had me pass to you for the body-nourishing medicinal solution. He says that you are already my benefactor for being willing to teach me, and he can't possibly let you pay for my expenses on top of that. Wang Ying stepped forward and handed over a bill denominated 500,000. The body-nourishing medicinal solution is sold in the Apothecary Guild, so it wasn't a difficult task to look up its price. As an official apothecary, Zhang Xian was given a discount for the purchase. If an outsider were to purchase it, it would cost a minimum of 300,000 gold coins for one gourd. It appears that after clan head Wang Hong found out about Zhang Xian giving a gourd of body-nourishing medicinal solution to his daughter, he had specially looked into its price. All right then, I'll accept the money. Zhang Xian did not decline the other party's offer. A teacher should not be responsible for paying for a student's expenses. The reason why he had been paying for them is that the teacher evaluation is just around the corner, and he is in a rush to obtain those items for them to raise their cultivation. By accepting this, the Wang clan and Wang Ying would not feel indebted to Zhang Xian, and their teacher-student relationship would remain pure. Show me your punching routine. After accepting the gold bill, Zhang Xian instructed. Yes. Wang Ying extended her arms immediately and began her graceful maneuvers. Along with his improvement in cultivation, numerous cultivation and battle techniques had been retained in Zhang Xian's mind. Even without the Library of Heaven's Path, he is able to tell that her legs have fully recovered. Soon, Wang Ying finished her punching routine and broke out in a slight sweat. This is the leg technique and movement technique that I have created specially for you. Practice well. I will give you 5 days, and no matter what method you use, you must reach a minor accomplishment in the two skills. Zhang Xian passed the two manuals to Wang Ying. Those are the Heaven's Path movement art and Heaven's Path leg art, but Zhang Xian had already simplified the manual. Even though it isn't as powerful as the original version, it can still be considered a top-notch battle technique. Once Wang Ying masters the technique, her speed will be boosted drastically. Thank you, Zhang Laosher. Flipping open the manual to take a look, Wang Ying's breathing hastened in agitation. After she recovered from her injury, she had been looking into the leg-related battle techniques within the Wang clan. Those battle techniques are among the best within the entire Tianqian kingdom, but in comparison to the one which Zhang Laosher had given her, what a vast difference. They belong to absolutely different leagues. Just by this itself, she understood how precious the manual is. Call Lu Yang in. Oblivious to the other party's gratitude, Zhang Xian instructed. Soon, Lu Yang entered. Due to him practicing a battle technique too early when he didn't possess sufficient jinqi, a trauma developed in the meridians in his right hand. As such, the strength in his right hand was unable to compare up to that of his left. However, after the nourishment from the meridian rejuvenation pill, the damage to his arm had recovered fully. After having him display a punching routine and observing that he had improved significantly in his punching technique, Zhang Xian nodded his head in satisfaction. Then, he imparted a manual of the Heaven's Path fist art, which he fathomed in the kingdom's book collection vault, to him. After which, he had him call Zhengyang in. After several days of practice, his Heaven's Path spear art had matured. Even though the technique consists of one simple movement, it is versatile and can be modified to form countless other moves, causing his fighting prowess to increase immensely. In a fight, even Zhao Ye may not be a match for him. Even though he isn't the one with the highest cultivation realm of the five, he is definitely the strongest at present. Looks like your spear training is going well. However, your cultivation is still way too low. Try to reach Fighter 2 Dan within 5 days. Zhang Xian hesitated for a moment before saying, this student of his is indeed a genius. Even though he had imparted him the skill only a few days ago, he has almost mastered it. In terms of spearmanship, there is nothing to criticize. However, what is holding him back is his cultivation. Yes, Zhang Yang nodded his head. It is impossible to reach Fighter 2 Dan without a year and a half of training following conventional methods. However, Zhang Yang is different. It isn't because of his talent. Rather, Zhang Xian's explanations of the Fighter 1 Dan realm during lessons had touched on the very essences, providing with him a deep insight into Fighter 1 Dan. Coupled with the breath-forging pill and a personalized cultivation technique, breaking through his current realm isn't difficult at all. Go cultivate. Finally, after briefing each of his students, Zhang Xian can no longer hold back his fatigue. Without a care, he leaned back in his chair and fell asleep in the classroom. Soon, the sky darkened. Where is Zhang Laoshe? Even though the students were done cultivating, Zhang Laoshe had yet to appear from the partitioned room inside the classroom. They couldn't help but feel perplexed. Zhao Ye, I think you should go in and check on him. All right. Zhao Ye pushed open the doors to the room, full of curiosity, and immediately noticed Zhang Laoshe leaning against the chair, sleeping peacefully. Teacher is asleep. She sneaked out silently, her eyes reddened. Obtaining these medicine, imparting new fist technique, movement technique. Needless to say, Zhang Laoshe must have been toiling sleeplessly these few days to accomplish all of these for their sake. No wonder he seemed to be exhausted earlier, such that his eyes were bloodshot. Teacher, Zhang Yang and the rest were touched by Zhang Laoshe's gestures. A Pishua expert can usually withstand staying awake for 2 to 3 consecutive days without a problem. How tired was he that he could fall asleep while sitting on a chair? As a student, it is definitely a great blessing to have such a teacher. We should cultivate properly, meet the goals teacher had set for us, and achieve victory in the teacher evaluation. Only then will we not let down the efforts teacher put in for us. Zhao Ye clenched her jaws. Indeed, teacher has given too much for us. If we lose just like that, we won't be able to face him in future. Zhang Yang nodded his head in agreement. After which, they turned to look at their teacher simultaneously, who was deep in sleep leaning backward on the chair. The 5 of them clenched their fists, and the same voice echoed in the hearts. Teacher, you've worked hard. Chapter 180. Awakening Zhao Ye's unique constitution, Zhao Ye's residence. Upon receiving the news that his subordinates sent him, Yao Han shook his head with a bitter smile. When he heard from Zhao Ye that Zhangxian Laoshe is a Pishua realm expert, he couldn't help but suspect him for the assault back then. Thus, he had been investigating discreetly and eventually, he managed to verify Shang bin Laoshe's movements and he didn't leave his dormitory that day. In other words, he isn't the person responsible for beating him up before Zhangxian's dormitory back then. With this piece of news, it isn't difficult to deduce the culprit. Very clearly, the one who made a move on him is likely to be Xiaojie's teacher, Zhang Laoshe. That fellow is truly scheming. Until now, whenever he recalls the scenario back then, Yao Han can't help but feel an urge to vomit blood. As a teacher of the academy, shouldn't you be righteous and moral? Yet, you chose to pull an underhanded sneak attack, even going ahead to frame someone else. How shameless. Forget it. At the very least, with such a teacher, Xiaojie shouldn't be at any disadvantage. Even though he felt displeased, recalling the fact that Zhang Laoshe generously gave the frigid sun mother grass, an item so exceedingly precious, to Zhao Ye without the slightest bit of hesitation, he nevertheless swallowed his anger with a bitter smile. With such a teacher, who doesn't put himself in unfavorable situations, Xiaojie shouldn't have to worry about being bullied by others. In a certain sense, this is a good thing as well. Butler Yao. Just as he managed to put away the message to avoid Xiaojia from finding out, a guard walked in with big strides from the outside and announced, "The old master has sent news," after which he handed over a record crystal. Yao Han nodded his head. Pinching the record crystal, he infused Jinqi into it, and instantaneously, a tall and dashing middle-aged man appeared. Zhaoya's father, Baiyu City Lord, Zhao Feng. I have received the news regarding Xiaoya. A few days later, I will enter the capital to pay a visit to this Zhangxian Laosher. Within the record crystal, Zhao Feng's gaze was sharp, and he exuded the disposition of a natural leader. Purine body. There was a precedent in Xiao Ya's mother's lineage. It takes both money and luck to awaken it. I will have to obtain the Tier 3 pill, which is worth several tens of million for Xiaoya, the unraveling pill. Upon reaching the capital, I intend to plead with His Majesty to purchase one from the Apothecary Guild for me. You should also make some preparations in advance. Also, I will have someone pass you 10,000 gold bills, give the money to Zhang Laosher. After all, I can't have him spend his own money on top of having saved my daughter. I don't wish to owe favors, and I won't allow my daughter's benefactor to be at a disadvantage as well. In the record crystal, City Lord Zhao gestured authoritatively, and overwhelming majesty exuded from his actions. Baiyu City is the second largest city in Tianqian Kingdom. It is known for producing white jades. As the city lord, Zhao Feng possesses absolute authority and controls the massive wealth within the city. Naturally, developed the disposition and mannerisms of a conqueror. Zhang Laosher, having recognized Zhao Ya's purine body and even extending a helping hand, was already a huge favor. As the city lord of Baiyu City and a powerful official, how can he allow him to further spend money from his own pocket to pay for his daughter's treatment? This is an action unbefitting of him as a city lord. Butler Yao, the city lord had me bring this. The guard who passed the record crystal to him a moment ago passed another few money notes over. The city lord had also specially instructed me to have you convey to Zhang Laosher that he will repay the favor of teaching Xiaojia in the future. The guard continued speaking. I got it. Yao Han nodded his head. Do not let Xiaojia find out about this. You can leave now. Just when Yao Han was about to continue instructing him on the arrangements, he suddenly saw Xiaoya walk in. Uncle Yao, it's good that you're here. Help me get someone to prepare a wooden bucket. Also, can you help me check how much the unraveling pill cost? Is it more expensive than breath-forging pills? Upon entering, Xiaoya ordered immediately. Zhang Laosher had given her a pill. Even though she doesn't possess the money to repay him now, she should at least know of its value. This way, she would at least know how much Zhang Laosher had done for them. Unraveling pill? Is that a pill which Zhang Laosher had told you about? Upon hearing Xiaojia talk about the pill which the city lord had just mentioned, Yao Han was taken aback, after which he felt a surge of awe for the latter. Even though Zhang Laosher is indeed underhanded when it comes to scheming against others, his knowledge is indeed impressive. He was able to easily obtain news which the city lord had spent a great amount of money to look into. Impressed, Yao Han smiled and said, The unraveling pill is extremely useful for one with the purine body. Rest assured, Xiaojia, the city lord will be coming over in a few days' time to purchase it for you. Not only is a Tier 3 pill expensive, one needs proper connections to purchase it. It is impossible for an ordinary person to buy it even if they have sufficient money to do so. This is precisely the reason why City Lord Zhao Feng is making the trip personally to plead with His Majesty to liaise with the Apothecary Guild on his behalf. Otherwise, even as a city lord who possesses exceptional standing in Tianqian Kingdom, he nevertheless doesn't possess sufficient status. The Apothecary Guild is a powerful organization that traverses across innumerable borders and countries. The branch in Tianqian Kingdom is merely a small outlet compared to the innumerable others scattered around the world. Possessing powerful backings, even Emperor Shen Jue dared not to lay his hands on the Apothecary Guild. Needless to say, a small city lord like Zhao Feng. Just as Yao Feng was considering whether to tell Xiaojia of the message the city lord sent, he saw her whipping out a bottle. There's no need to. Zhang Laosher has already given me a pill, instructing me to cultivate well these few days. given you a pill? Yao Han's eyes widened in shock. The city lord had just mentioned that it is a tier 3 pill which costs tens of millions for one. Even the Bayou City would suffer a huge budget deficit spanning several years if they were to spend so much money at once. Zhang Laoshe, casually, gave one to her. Yao Han felt that his head was about to burst apart from madness. He had seen generous people, but he had never seen such a generous person. This is no longer a matter of generosity. This is absolutely inconceivable. Xiaojia, can I take a look at that pill of yours? Suppressing his shock, Yao Han redirected his attention. Here. Xiaoya handed over the bottle. After receiving the bottle, Yao Han casually opened it. Whew! A dense fragrance gushed out immediately. With a single whiff, he felt every single pore on his body open, bringing him an incomparably refreshing sensation. Even though he doesn't possess an in-depth knowledge of pills, just the effect of the scent itself is sufficient for him to realize that the pill is definitely authentic. To casually give a tier 3 unraveling pill to a student, where exactly does this Zhang Laoshe come from? Previously, he was still harboring thoughts of getting back at the other party when Xiaojia isn't around. However, upon seeing the pill, the thought was erased from his mind immediately. The previous time, when he tried to castrate the other party, he was beaten up so badly that even his parents found it difficult to recognize him. If he were to really make a move again, it would be likely that the other party escapes unscathed once again while he would be sent back to Bayou City in a coffin. To say the truth, this Zhang Laoshe is really too complicated. Yao Han had initially thought that he is a trash teacher of the academy, and he is a despicable pervert who preyed on female students' immaturity to lay his hands on them. Yet, in the twinkling of an eye, he transformed into a Pishue realm expert, as well as a non-materialistic saint who gives his all to his students. That, Yao Han can still accept. Then, the other party even went on to take the apothecary examination and casually gave Xiaojia a frigid sun mother grass and an unraveling pill. This is no longer a matter of his prestige or his strength. Without backing from someone powerful, it is impossible for him to achieve such feats. The pill is here. I will be consuming the pill then. Knowing that this Uncle Yao of hers often stood in a daze ever since he took the beating, Zhao Ye paid no heed. Holding the unraveling pill, she arranged for the pail to be brought into the room and hastily started training. Time waits for no one. She doesn't want to disappoint Zhang Laoshe. As such, Yao Han was left by himself in the room. After an unknown period of time, he turned to look at the record crystal in his hands and with a bitter smile, he shook his head. Master, I know that you do not wish to owe any favors, but I doubt that you will be able to repay Zhang Laoshe anytime soon. To gift the unraveling pill, which even his master is unqualified to buy, to Xiaojia so casually, how can his master repay such a favor? He will never be able to repay the favor no matter how hard he tries. Oblivious to the distress Uncle Yao was suffering, Zhao Ye returned to her room and filled the wooden pail with hot water before sternly instructing that no one is allowed to interrupt her. Then, she took off her clothes and stepped into the pail. Following immediately, she retrieved and swallowed the unraveling pill. It felt as though she had swallowed a mouthful of scalding soup. A violent wave of scorching energy gushed into her meridians immediately. Unraveling pill is actually a pill which contains pure yang medicinal property. Usually, when such a medicine is absorbed into the body of an ordinary cultivator, it is absorbed by the body and converted into jinqi and other nourishment, augmenting his strength. However, if a person who possesses the purine body were to consume this pill, a calamity would result. Yin and yang are at odds with another. It is impossible for the two to coexist. Under the stimulation of the pure yang medicinal property of the unraveling pill, the pure yin body would be forced to awaken to protect its host. Even though the concept sounds simple, it is actually an extremely complicated and risky process. A single mistake can cause one's cultivation to dissipate. Maintain one's tranquility and drive one's cultivation technique. Knowing that the pill is valuable, Zhao Ye did not dare to waste even a single sliver of the medicinal essence. Zhao Ye focused her attention and followed the cultivation technique which Zhang Laoshe imparted her to circulate her zhenqi. As befitting of a cultivation technique compiled by the Library of Heaven's Path, Immediately, she felt the violent aura within her body calm down significantly. At the same time, the purine body, which had laid dormant all along, started to come to life. Boom! After a moment later, a giant whirlpool of energy manifested within her body, and the energy of the unraveling pill was swept along, circulating throughout her entire body furiously. Gotcha! 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 The previous hurdle she faced was shattered immediately, and in the blink of an eye, she broke through to Fighter 2 Dan Danteon realm. Under the impact of the medicinal essence, as though the valve to a flood had been opened, her unique constitution, which had been tightly sealed for over a decade, awakened abruptly. If anyone were present, they would be able to see her skin transform to become increasingly smooth, tender, and bouncy visibly. Even though the previous Zhao Ye is also considered a rare beauty, due to her young age, she had looked immature. However, at this very instant, she exudes the aura of an absolute beauty. Those possess the purine body are favored by the heavens. The moment their constitution is awakened, not only will their cultivation be boosted significantly, their skin and figure also improve tremendously. Even though there isn't a vast difference in terms of appearance, she now carries an absolutely pure disposition, as though an inviolable fairy which had descended from the skies. If she had paled in comparison to Shen Bai Ru before, at this very instant, in terms of just her appearance and disposition, the other party would not be able to raise her head before her. She truly had become the #1 goddess in Hongtian Academy and Tianqian Kingdom. These are the effects of the pure Yin body. Just by awakening it, one transforms from the very core, evolving from an ugly duckling into a swan. Not to mention, Zhao Ye was a beauty from the very start. After the metamorphosis, she became even more dazzling. And all this is because she had awakened just 10% of her constitution. It is unimaginable how she would look like if she were to awaken it fully. Boom! After a long period of time, a loud explosion echoed. The pail shattered into smithereens, and Zhao Ye slowly opened her eyes. A powerful aura surged forth from her body. Chapter 181. Lu Xun's visit. Approximately when Zhao Ye began to cultivate after consuming the unraveling pill, in the forest behind Hongtian Academy, Yuan Tao was finally done adjusting his state, and he stared fixedly at the jade bottle before him. He was a wandering cultivator, and due to his lack of proper guidance, his results in the entrance examination were poor. Unlike Zhao Ye, who has a private dormitory of her own, he could only squeeze in with the others. Since Zhang Laoshe said that applying the paste in the jade bottle will be painful and dangerous, it was clear that he can't do it in the dormitory. Thus, after pondering over the matter, he decided to come here. It was quiet with no threats of an assault by a savage beast or so, making it a suitable ground for cultivation. I should begin. As he had already made up his mind previously, there was nothing for him to hesitate about. He opened the bottle immediately. Wong. An overwhelming smell of pungent blood gushed out from the jade bottle. Following promptly, he felt an extraordinarily violent energy, and it made him tremble involuntarily. After taking off the clothes on his body, piece by piece, he poured out the liquid from the jade bottle and spread it on his body. SSSSSSSSS. The moment the crimson-red fluid came into contact with his skin, Yuan Tao felt as though his entire body was pierced with needles. The pain was so excruciating that he felt as though his skin was being torn over and over again. Under the excruciating pain, Yuan Tao collapsed onto the floor. This pain far surpassed all other which he had experienced in the past. It felt as though someone was carving his skin off with a sharp dagger. His face lost all colors quickly, taking on a shade of absolute paleness. Cold sweat dripped off Yuan Tao's face, and his body shivered unceasingly. The pain. His sight blurred, and he found himself losing grasp on his consciousness. No matter what, he is just a 16 to 17-year-old child. Regardless of what he had gone through and what he had suffered in the past, he would still cower in the face of excruciating pain. Why don't I give up? The present state of things is not that bad. Why do I have to raise my strength? The thought invaded his mind, striking at his will repeatedly. If I give up, will Zhang Laoshe reprimand me? Just as he felt his determination wearing thin, a figure suddenly appeared before him. Zhang Laosher. He was looking at him with that ever-impassive expression. His eyebrows were creased, and his displeasure was apparent. No, I can't betray the trust he has in me. Noticing the seemingly angered Zhang Laosher, Yuan Tao shivered and a limitable fighting spirit came gushing out from him anew. Before meeting Zhang Laosher, he was always the butt of jokes. Not only was he plump and had poor comprehension ability, his cultivation realm was sorely lacking. He had pleaded with more than 10 teachers, only to be chased out of each of their doors. No one wanted to bother him. He thought that he spent his life without achieving anything. But he met Zhang Laosher. It's Zhang Laosher who did not despise him for his figure or his ability. It's Zhang Laosher who specially tailored cultivation techniques for him, even toiling through the night to obtain this liquid so that he can improve and break through to higher realms. To him, Yuan Tao felt indebted. The other party had put effort into grooming him. If he were to be unable to take such little bit of pain, how can he have the cheek to face him in the future? Zhang Laosher, rest assured. I will not let you down. I will persevere on and obtain your approval. An unyielding resolution bloomed in his heart. When his eyes opened once more, he realized that the heart-wrenching pain had dulled by a fair bit. After an unknown period of time, the pain slowly subsided. Lowering his head to take a look, Yuan Tao realized that the red substance he had spread over his entire body had been completely absorbed. At the same time, a thick layer of armor resembling scales had appeared on his skin. Even though he had no idea what it was, he knew that his defensive ability had been increased by multiple folds. Zhang Laosher said that it isn't sufficient to just apply the substance once. Continue. Seeing that there is still a fair bit of liquid in the jade bottle, Yuan Tao spread it over his body once more. After going through the agony once, Yuan Tao felt a little hesitant. However, upon thinking of Zhang Laosher, Yuan Tao steeled his heart. Eventually, he utilized the entire bottle of red substance. This is... Lowering his head to take a look, Yuan Tao realized that a layer of cuticle had formed on the surface of his skin after he had absorbed the red substance, and it is somewhat reminiscent of fish scales. I should give it a try. Doubtful, the flames of curiosity appeared in Yuan Tao's mind, and he charged straight at a tree nearby. Gotcha! With a crisp sound, the bowl-sized thick tree was immediately broken at the trunk. At the same time, all he felt on his body was an itch. There wasn't even the slightest bit of pain. Yuan Tao's eyes narrowed. Just how strong are his defensive and offensive abilities now? Teacher, I have succeeded. Recalling the suffering that he had gone through, Yuan Tao clenched his fists and tears came streaming down his cheeks. At the very least, I didn't betray teacher's trust in me. Zhang Laosher, I have succeeded in meeting your goal. At the same time, Wang Ying, Zheng Yang, and Lu Yang were also working hard. After receiving a movement technique manual and a leg technique manual from Zhang Laosher, Wang Ying did not hesitate in the least and returned back home immediately to train. Her fighting prowess is rising progressively. Zheng Yang continued to push against the boundaries of Fighter 2 Dan, so that he can reach Dantian realm within 5 days. Lu Yang had also started practicing Heaven's Path fist art. The sound of his fists created sonic booms here and there. While the 5 great disciples were busy training, the respected teacher, Zhang Laosher, finally woke up, stretching his back lazily. How did I fall asleep here? Upon opening his eyes, he realized that he had fallen asleep in the resting area in the classroom. There were no beddings, but he didn't feel the slightest chill. Unknowingly, a layer of clothes had been placed on him to keep him warm. There were both male and female clothing in the mix. His 5 students, fearful that he would catch a cold, took off their coats for him. These little fellows. Zhang Xian shook his head. Due to the overwhelming exhaustion he felt yesterday, he fell asleep the moment he sat on the chair. His students probably carried him here gently before covering him with their clothes. Looks like he had really overexerted himself. Otherwise, given his strength, it shouldn't have been possible for him to be moved without realizing it at all. After the sleep, the fatigue which he had accumulated over 5 days disappeared entirely. Looking through the windows, he realized that it is already noon the next day. Since I've accepted their money, I should attend to their problems. As a master teacher, he had accepted 80 million from the others. Given his fatigued state, it is one thing for him to have ignored them yesterday. However, now that he has recovered, he should at least offer them some pointers in return for their money. Otherwise, he would feel guilty. Returning back to his residence, he saw Sun Chang welcoming him anxiously with tears brimming from his eyes. After eating some food, Zhang Xian had Sun Chang invite the people in, according to the sequence in which they paid up. These people were mainly those who had met a wall in their cultivation and hoped to achieve a breakthrough. A person's cultivation is just like a river flow. If one is unable to achieve a breakthrough, it means that there must be something hindering him from doing so. Possessing the Library of Heaven's Path, Zhang Xian is able to easily locate the blockage site and, utilizing his silver needles and pure zhenqi, inducing a breakthrough isn't a difficult task at all. After all, these people had cultivated for an extremely long time, and the accumulation of their hard work had brought them to a state where they are merely a single step away from breaking through. Just that this step had obstructed their path for a very long time. What Zhang Xian had to do was to merely assist them across the door. Using the river analogy once more, just by inducing a crack in the obstruction, the overwhelming volume of water which had accumulated over time would blast open the entire blockage through sheer force. Of course, while the principle sounds simple, it is nigh impossible for any other master teacher to accomplish the same feat as Zhang Xian. Be it physique, cultivation technique, habits, every single person varies immensely from the other. Thus, the blockage in each and every person differs greatly. It is just like how there are no two identical leaves in the world. The blockages in the meridian within a cultivator's body were vastly different. Without the Library of Heaven's Path, it would be impossible for one to know where the source of the problem is. Needless to say, help the other person achieve a breakthrough. Outside Zhang Xian's residence, Sun Chang opened the door and shouted, "Next, I'm sorry, can you let us through?" The moment Sun Chang's words sounded, another voice came from the back and two young men came forward with widened strides. They are Lu Sun and Wang Chao from Hongtian Academy, and they are here to visit Yang Shi. As they were dressed in teachers' robes, even though the crowd was displeased by their action of cutting their queue, they nevertheless opened up a path for them. "Butler's son, we are." Wang Chao stepped forward and clasped his hands. They had waited for an entire day, and initially, they thought that their statuses as star teachers would be able to attract Yang Xian's attention and that he would quickly summon them in. Yet, Yang Shi did not appear the entire day. Whenever Sun Chang emerges, he would just shout for the next in the queue to enter. He refused their name scrolls, and this caused them to panic. Scram. Before Wang Chao could even finish his words, Sun Chang frowned. "Did you think that this is your house, for you to charge forward like this? Go to the back of the queue." To be bellowed at by a mere Pigu realm butler, Wang Chao's face flushed and he nearly exploded into rage. As a star teacher, regardless of where he goes, Wang Chao receives tremendous respect. There are no master teachers in Tianqian Kingdom, and as such, Lu Sun and he are the most welcomed figures in the capital. He thought that just by stepping forward to reveal his identity, he would be able to hand over his name scroll and enter the residence. Yet, beyond his wildest dreams, before he could even finish his sentence, this plump butler demanded him to scram. "Why? Do you wish to violate the rules?" Sun Chang flung his hands majestically. "Do you want to try me? Without even lifting a single finger of mine, there will be someone to throw you out." The heck? Where did this bumpkin come from? To dare to cut the queue outside a master teacher's residence, he must be truly ignorant. Even though Sun Chang isn't a master teacher, the people who are here to pay Yang Shi a visit would be more than willing to do the job for him. Hearing these words, Wang Chao became so angry that his body started to tremble with agitation. Anywhere else, such an insignificant figure would have been easily crushed by him with a single, casual blow, and no one would dare to speak up for him. Yet, this person is now asking him to scram, even threatening to throw him out. His face flushed, and he clenched his fists tightly. Even though he was angry, he didn't dare to rebuke Sun Chang. After all, they are here to earn Yang Shi's favor and become his apprentice. If they were to offend his butler even before meeting him, all hope would be lost. Butler's son, please calm down. I am Lu Sun, a teacher from Hongtian Academy. I wish to pay young Shi a visit, and I hope that you can help refer us to him. Extending his hand to restrain his good buddy, Lu Sun stepped forward with a smile on his face. Lu Sun Laoshi? Sun Chong was taken aback. Even though he was just an ordinary merchant in the commercial city who rarely came into contact with top-notch figures, he had long heard of Lu Sun Laoshi's great name, him being an incredibly famous figure in the capital. He is the sole son of the emperor's tutor, Master Lu Chun, as well as the most likely person in Tianqian Kingdom to become a master teacher. Not only so, despite being under 25, he has already achieved Pishuer realm. His talent is top-notch, even within the entire kingdom. Due to his identity, even Fighter 7 Dan Tongxian realm experts treat him with the utmost respect. Yet, Sun Chong just asked him to scram? Cough cough. His luck is truly bad. He had just offended 3 master teachers, and now he has offended another potential master teacher. He had seen how the old master criticized others however he wished, and it looked easy then. Yet, why was it that difficult for him to do the same? Chapter 182. Throw him out, this is our name scroll. I hope that Butler's son can help us pass it to young Shi. If we were to be summoned by young Shi, us brothers will be extremely grateful for your help. Seemingly seeing through Sun Chong's fear, Lu Sun smiled faintly. He placed his hands behind his back and displayed a confident smile. Since young, his life had been smooth sailing. Furthermore, with the reputation that he had made for himself in the past few years, a confident demeanor had grown in him. Within the Tianqian Kingdom, who would dare to treat Lu Sun with disrespect? In the past, he relied on his father's prestige as the emperor's tutor. But now, he had made a name for himself as the star teacher Lu Sun. All right. Nodding his head, Sun Chong grabbed the name scroll and walked into the residence. Even though Lu Sun is merely a celebrity teacher now, given experience, it is extremely likely that he would become a master teacher. As a lowly butler, Sun Chong did not want any involvement in a matter between master teachers. Thus, he decided to leave the matter to the old master, abusing his authority, acting like he is in charge. Upon seeing the plump man change his attitude after hearing Lu Sun's name, Wang Chao harumphed coldly, and a look of disdain appeared on his face the moment Sun Chong disappeared into the mansion. He had investigated Sun Chong's background beforehand. He was only the boss of a realtor store, and for some reason, he caught Yang Shi's sight, causing the massive change in his social standing. Despite reaching Pigu realm only after 40 years of age, being fat like a pig, and possessing no special capabilities whatsoever, he dared to bellow at him. If not for his identity as Yang Shi's butler, he would have long taught him a lesson. He's just an insignificant figure. Brother Wang, you need not pay him any heed. Lu Sun chuckled. So it's Lu Sun Laoshi and Wang Chao Laoshi. I apologize for failing to recognize you two. You both are famous celebrities in the entire kingdom. I've been wanting to pay you a visit, and it is truly a pleasant surprise to meet you here. It is truly my honor to be meeting you two. I might have to impose on you two in the future. Hearing the exchange, those queuing behind them dispelled their anger immediately and acted politely to them. Teachers can be classified into 2 categories, ordinary teachers and master teachers. Ordinary teachers can be further subdivided into low-level, high-level, and star teachers. On the other hand, master teachers can be differentiated as apprentices, also known as assistant master teacher, and certified master teachers. Lu Sun and Wang Chao belong within the first classification, but they had attained the highest level, therefore gaining the qualification to become a master teacher. As long as they receive the acknowledgement from a master teacher, they would be promoted to become an apprentice master teacher immediately and soar to great heights. Possessing such a status, even though those waiting by the doors are powerful experts with exceptional standing in the kingdom, they did not dare to offend them. Furthermore, they are here to pay a visit to young Shi. If things go well, they might well become young Shi's apprentice. Flattering them then would be too late. Upon seeing the attitude of the crowd, Lu Sun and Wang Chao chuckled simultaneously as they clenched their fists in agitation. At this moment, they felt an overwhelming sense of superiority, as though a single word of theirs can change the fate of others, as though they had already become apprentice master teachers. The reason why they had been trying to make a name for themselves at such a young age is precisely because of this. Please do not get angry at that butler. When you both become Yang Shi's apprentice, he will never dare to say such words again. A cultivator fawned upon them. Indeed, once you become Yang Shi's apprentices, you will be considered his disciples. On the other hand, he is just a butler, a servant. Another person chirped in. You're all being too polite. How can becoming an apprentice master teacher be so simple? Even though Lu Xun's words seemed humble, a confident smile was displayed on his face, as if to say, who else but me? But that is to be expected. He is known as the most incredible star teacher in the entire Tianqian kingdom. If a master teacher were to be looking for an apprentice, no one in the entire kingdom would be able to compete against him. Lu Laoshi, you're being too humble. I've heard that Lu Shi has the intention to accept you as his disciple. I've also heard of it. But judging from how even Lu Shi paid a visit to Yang Shi personally, if you can become Yang Shi's apprentice, your starting point will be even higher. If you become Yang Shi's apprentice, your standing will probably not lose to any other one-star master teacher. When that time comes, we'll be relying on you too. A few more people offered their flatteries. Don't worry. If Yang Shi really accepts me as his apprentice, I won't forget any of you. Lu Xun and Wang Chao chuckled together. They stood proudly before the others as though a lotus rising above the mud, inviolable beings whom others can only look up to respectfully. Jia. At this moment, the entrance opened and Sun Chong emerged once again. Seeing him reappear, the duo stepped forward immediately. Sorry for the trouble, Butler Sunday. Please lead the way. Wang Chao chuckled haughtily as he proceeded to walk toward the mansion. However, before he could even take a few steps, a plump figure blocked his path. Then, he saw Sun Chong look at them with a peculiar expression. Could it be that Yang Shi did not allow us to enter? Wang Chao's face darkened. That shouldn't be. They had listed their accomplishments in detail on the name scroll. As well-qualified star teachers, how is it possible that they are rejected? Enter? Who allowed you to enter? You two have two choices. You can either join the queue from the back or scram? Sun Chong gestured with his hands authoritatively. You. He didn't expect that the other party would continue behaving like that even after the name scroll had been handed over. Lu Xun and Wang Chao were infuriated. Is this Yang Shi's intentions? As a lowly butler, you should know your place to not falsely report your master's words. Lu Xun stepped forward. He had his moment of glory when everyone else thought that Yang Shi would summon them in. If they were to be rejected like this, his reputation would fall into the gutters immediately, and he would find it difficult to lift his head before anyone else in the future. Falsely report? Men, throw these two troublemakers out. Sun Chong could not be bothered with them and beckoned for the guards. Voila! Several guards appeared from behind the gate, and each armed with a rod. They walked toward Lu Xun and Wang Chao. You. Wang Chao's face was flushed red. Sun Chong, how dare you? What do you mean by this? Thrusting rods at me? Do you think that we're beggars? We're star teachers, respected figures in the entire Tianqian kingdom. If we were to be driven away by you like that, what will become of our dignity? Why would I dare not to? My old master has already instructed that no matter who it is, if one wants to meet him, he has to queue up and pay 3 million gold coins. Teachers are no exception. Otherwise, if everyone were to visit with just a name scroll in hand, won't the old master be exhausted to death? To think that you are a star teacher, Pui, to dare cut the queue without even paying. Please do not tarnish the reputation of teachers any further. Sun Chong stared at the two contemptuously. He waved his arm, as though driving away flies, and said, "Throw them out." He also felt anxious earlier on. But when he handed the name scroll to the old master, the latter only asked a single question. Have they paid yet? Upon hearing that they had not paid the sum, he simply ordered Sun Chong to handle as per the rule. From this, it can be seen that star teachers do not mean anything to the old master at all. Oh well, even when the three master teachers paid their visit, the old master did not hold them in high regard. If so, What would a mere star teacher mean to him? Voila! Upon hearing Sun Chang's command, the guards stepped forth. The two teachers, please. As they said so, strange looks appeared on their faces. I always thought that teachers value their dignity a lot. It turns out that they wish to sneak in just by using name scrolls and avoid the entrance fee? Yang Shi's actions are applaudable. He views everyone as equals, and even teachers are not given special privileges. I am impressed. To have cut queue when they don't have money. They sure are thick-skinned. To think that I wanted to befriend them just now. It is impossible for such low-class people to attract Yang Shi's attention. To think that they wanted to become his apprentices. How hilarious. Not just the guards, the crowd also harumphed coldly. They had paid the exorbitant sum and queued continuously for several days. Even so, they haven't been summoned. On the other hand, the two of them, without even paying up, wished to enter the mansion. What a joke. They are asking for a scolding. Observing clearly the contemptuous looks that the crowd shot them, Lu Xun and Wang Chao nearly spurted blood. The strong sense of humiliation caused their heads to feel faint. To avoid an awkward situation, they had intended to pay the 3 million visiting fee in private. Lu Xun had composed the name scroll earnestly with the expectation that even if the other party refuses to meet them, he would at least pay some consideration to their identities and keep quiet about the fee. In contrast, not only did the plump man reveal the matter, he even looked at them scornfully. Tears threatened to stream down Lu Xun and Wang Chao's faces. The heck! This time, they truly lost every shred of their dignity. If there were a hole in the ground, they definitely would have dived in instantly. Just as he was about to continue with some small talk to calm down the situation and restore his dignity, Wang Chao felt a grip on his arm. Lu Xun was pulling him away. My apologies, Butler Sunday. We were too rash today. We will be taking our leave. After which, he turned and left. That butler's son is a tough nut to crack. He dares to say anything and everything. If they do not leave but continue bickering with him, not only will they simply get more infuriated, they would also be humiliated further. Those who are able to become star teachers are, by no means, fools. Upon seeing his good buddy turn around to leave, Wang Chao also recognized his concerns. Glaring hatefully at Sun Chang, he turned around and left as well. Lu Xun, what do we do now? Upon leaving the crowd, they walked into a remote alley. Then, Wang Chao couldn't help but ask. Initially, they thought that submitting their name scrolls would help them impress the other party. As long as they were summoned in, they were confident that, with their knowledge, they would be able to impress Yang Shi. However, never in their dreams did they expect that. Not only did the other party reject their entry, his butler even pointed out in public the fact that they didn't pay the entrance fee. The anger and dismay they felt sent them to the verge of insanity. What else can we do? We can only obtain the 3 million entrance fee and then enter with our heads held high. Lu Xun clenched his jaws. Only by meeting Yang Shi can they display their abilities to win his favor. Since they can't even meet with the person in question, what is the purpose of arguing with the butler? 3 million? Where can we find such a sum? Wang Chao's face was as bitter as a bitter gourd. You know it as well. My relationship with that old man isn't good. Even if he has the money, he will never give it to me. Besides, how can I break it to him? Lu Xun shook his head. My old man could have taken out such a sum. But a few days ago, he learned an incredible spear art and paid several million as the tuition fee. So our clan is broke now. We might not be able to produce even 100,000 now. Wang Chao smiled bitterly. That father of his had been immersed in that spear art like a fool for the last few days, to the point that he was not even willing to spare time for this son of his. Besides, even if he really has the money, obtaining it from him would be unlikely to happen. Sigh, so what should we do now? The duo was troubled. Lu Xun, if it comes down to it, how about you try asking Emperor Shinjue for a loan? Didn't you grow up in the palace? It shouldn't be hard for you to borrow 3 million from him. Besides, it isn't too late to repay him the sum when you become an apprentice. Suddenly recalling something, Wang Chao proposed, Emperor Shinjue? Lu Xun rubbed between his brows for a moment before replying, all right. Chapter 183. Treating Shun Hong. While Lu Sun and Wang Chao were thinking about how they could borrow 3 million to pay Yang Shi a visit, the person in question, Zhang Xian, had his eyebrows deeply knitted together. Lu Sun's motive for paying a visit was clear to see. It didn't matter to Zhang Xian whether he met the other party or not, and he didn't instruct Sun Chang to make things difficult for him either. The both of them are merely embroiled in a teacher evaluation, and there really isn't any grudge to speak of. Thus, there was no need for Zhang Xian to intentionally make things difficult for the other party. Besides, he doesn't have the leisure to be thinking about this at the moment, because a black-clothed man is standing before him. This person had entered through the back gates. Fully dressed in black, even the figure's face was concealed, making it impossible to identify the person. Initially, Zhang Xian thought that the person was here to cause trouble. However, the moment he entered the main hall, he bowed immediately and removed the black cloth concealing his face. Emperor Shenjue, you. Upon making out the other party's appearance, Zhang Xian was taken aback. He had thought that it was a burglar or a bandit. He had never fathomed that it would be Emperor Shenjue, whom he had just met yesterday. As the sovereign of the country, the entire kingdom belongs to him. Yet, instead of entering openly through the front door, he sneaked into the mansion dressed in black. Acting so secretively, what is he up to? Please pardon my intrusion. I am here to plead with Yang Shi to save the royal elder. Upon noticing his questioning gaze, Emperor Shenjue quickly explained. Save your royal elder? Zhang Xian was perplexed. Sneaking into the mansion dressed in black, it doesn't seem like saving someone, but trying to kill someone? Didn't I say that I will help you? Zhang Xian frowned. In return for saving their royal elder, he had already stated his terms yesterday, which the other party had agreed to. So, why did the fellow barge in like this? Could it be that this fellow found gathering Tongxian realm secret manuals a difficult task and had chosen to resort to force instead? When this thought flashed through his mind, Zhang Xian was alarmed. To be able to become the sovereign of the country, Emperor Shenjue's fighting prowess has to be extraordinary. At the very least, it is likely that he has reached Tongxian realm pinnacle. Even though his own cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds recently, he nevertheless isn't a match for an expert of that level. However, Zhang Xian dismissed the thought as soon as it appeared. Putting aside the fact that the other party knows that he's a master teacher, he wouldn't dare to do so given that he is, in fact, pleading with him to save his royal elder. If he enters a rage and refuses to help or, instead, makes an intentional mistake during treatment, the royal elder might actually ascend to heaven earlier than expected. I acknowledge that it is inappropriate for me to have visited so abruptly today, and I should have gathered the Tongxian realm secret manuals before inviting Yang Shi over. But who knew that, yesterday, the royal elder's condition worsened all of a sudden? He might not even survive the day. Emperor Shenjue sensed the displeasure in the other party, and he hurriedly bowed down and explained, Thus, I took the liberty to barge into Yang Shi's mansion. I hope that Yang Shi can make a trip to treat the royal elder. Might not even survive the day? Even if you want me to treat him, there shouldn't be any need for you to be dressed like this. Zhang Xian was speechless. You are a dignified sovereign, a Tongxian realm pinnacle expert. Even if your royal elder is on the verge of dying, you should need not dress in black and scale walls. It makes it seem that you are here to murder someone. It's fortunate that those guards aren't highly skilled. Otherwise, you could have died for no reason. The royal elder's health is the greatest secret of the entire kingdom, and it is imperative for it to remain confidential, Emperor Shenjue explained. It was because of the royal elder's presence that Tianxian Kingdom had been able to remain in peace for many years. There are already quite a few who know that the old ancestor's health had been deteriorating, and if Emperor Shenjue were to pay an open visit to Yang Shi and the other powers find out, they would be able to guess the real reason. If Yang Shi fails to treat him, their ambitions would definitely be ignited, and they may take advantage of this opportunity to strike. At the same time, if Emperor Shenjue were to send someone else here in his stead, it would be disrespectful to Yang Shi. He has no choice but to conceal his appearance and sneak over. As a Tongxian realm pinnacle expert, it wasn't a difficult task for him to hide from sight to creep in here. Having heard the other party's explanation, Zhang Xian came to understand the situation. All right, I'll follow you to take a look. Looks like this emperor has regarded him as the final straw of hope. However, it doesn't matter to Zhang Xian either way. If he were to save that royal elder, the emperor would definitely not dare to delay the matter regarding the Tongxian realm's secret manuals. As long as he can obtain 1,000 books on Tongxian realm and create a compilation, his strength would surely soar. There are too many eyes outside. I might have to trouble young Shi to leave through the back door with me. Upon hearing him agree to it, Emperor Shen Jue's eyes gleamed in delight, but he continued immediately with an apologetic voice. It's no problem. Zhang Xian nodded his head. After calling Sun Chong and informing him briefly, he secretly left the residence under the lead of Emperor Shen Jue. Who? Two figures leaped across the skyline of Tianxian Royal City as though flying birds. If those who had yet to reach Dingli Realm were to look up, even if they were to focus all of their attention, they would only see two shadows flitting by. They are Zhang Xian and Shen Jue, who are in a rush to the royal palace. As a Tongxian realm pinnacle expert who possesses remarkable movement techniques, Shen Jue's movement was extraordinarily swift. However, when he glanced behind at Yang Shi, who was following him, his confidence shattered immediately. En route, he had utilized over 12 movement techniques, and he had become so tired from running that he was about to collapse out of exhaustion. Yet, Yang Shi continued to traverse with ease, without the slightest bit of urgency. His breathing was calm, as though this was a simple feat to him. Even though he was unable to exactly perceive the other party's prowess, from this itself, it was clear that the other party's zhenqi is much more vigorous. Furthermore, the other party's movement technique is far superior. They couldn't even be compared. With such powerful zhenqi and amazing movement technique, it is impossible that the other party is a weakling. It is no wonder the three master teachers were impressed with him. Without a doubt, his strength definitely surpasses Tongxian realm pinnacle. In fact, it isn't impossible for him to be a Zhongshi realm expert. Upon thinking of this, Emperor Shen Jue felt even greater respect for Yang Shi. While Shen Jue became increasingly fearful of the other party, in truth, Zhang Xian was feeling extremely dismal at the back. From the very start, this fellow had been dashing ahead with all of his might. If he fails to keep up, his identity might be exposed. Thus, he could only clench his jaws and try his best to stay close. He is only at Pishui Realm Pinnacle. Even though he has opened up all 108 acupoints and his strength is equivalent to a Tongxian Realm Intermediate Stage Cultivator, he is still a far cry from the top experts in the kingdom. It is fortunate that he had managed to learn Heaven's Path movement art a few days ago, allowing him to travel at greater speed. Otherwise, the other party would have disappeared from his sight right from the very start. Even so, there were a few times which he nearly got shaken off. Thus, he made use of the Library of Heaven's Path to look into the flaws of the other party's movement techniques and his habits, predicting his movement in advance and taking a shorter route, thus avoiding the fate of being left behind. It is fortunate that there are many flaws in his movement technique. Otherwise, if the other party really did manage to shake me off, I would have to give up on feigning as an expert. There are likely to be two reasons why the other party is traveling at such great speed. Firstly, the condition of the royal elder in the palace is grave. Secondly, Shen Jue wants to test Yang Shi's capabilities. If the other party is truly a formidable master teacher, his speed should be exceptional. If the other party fails to catch up with him, even if he doesn't point it out then, he would definitely be doubtful of the person's identity. It is precisely because of this that Zhang Xian felt dismal. What is this? The trip to the palace to save a person had suddenly become a race. He had to exert all of his strength just to keep up. If not for his image as an expert, he would have long sent a kick to the other party's face. Is he here to request for my help or to race with me? Furthermore, he had to keep up without displaying the slightest bit of fatigue. If not for the fact that he had broken through recently and that the zhenqi in his body had increased tremendously, he would have given himself away. The heck? It truly is difficult to pass off as an expert. This really isn't something a normal human can achieve. If Sun Chong were to hear of his thoughts, he would definitely express his utmost agreement. It was precisely because of him trying to do the same that he nearly caused his own death. Until now, he remains traumatized by the event. Since I have already obtained the things that Zhaoya and the others need, when I finally gather the Tongxin realm secret manuals, I will have this Yangxian disappear. Zhang Xian made up his mind. Even though impersonating a master teacher had allowed him to receive enormous respect, it came with its fair share of trouble as well. If he were to be seen through, it would already be considered letting him off easily if he were to be pummeled to death. Now, it appears to be a wise decision to have Master Teacher Yang Xian disappear the instant he receives the Tongxian realm secret manuals. Without any rest, in 10 minutes or so, they reached the royal palace. It seems that proper instructions had been given, and there were no hindrances at any point. Soon, they arrived at a large hall. Right in here, Emperor Shenjue pushed open the door and walked in. Inside the hall, Lu Shi, Zhuang Shi, and Zheng Shi were present. Creases had formed on their eyebrows as they stared helplessly at the royal elder lying nearby. The stabilizing pillar of Tianxian Kingdom, Shenhong. A few days ago, this white-haired elder was still able to walk independently. But now, he can only lie on the bed and gasp for air. It seems that he may die at any moment. Yang Shi. As they entered, Lu Ling and the others immediately stepped forward to welcome Yang Shi. After the previous encounter, they understood that it is likely that Yang Shi is a higher-tier master teacher, and as such, they did not dare to act arrogantly in the slightest before him. I plead of Yang Shi to save the royal elder. Emperor Shenjue turned to look at Zhang Xian anxiously. If I can save him, I will do so. Zhang Xian replied before walking forward to the elder. The death aura that engulfs Shenhong is much heavier in comparison to that on Apothecary Chen Xiao previously. He can only lie still on the bed. If not for his moving eyeballs, one would have thought that he had already passed away. It is no wonder that Emperor Shenjue specially rushed to look for him. Based on Shenhong's current condition, it is hard to say whether he can live past today. Having walked a circle around Shenhong, Zhang Xian still couldn't identify the problem. Thus, he could only place his fingers to feel the other party's pulse. The Library of Heaven's Path remained reactionless. It wasn't that he had grabbed the wrong hand, but Shenhong isn't in a coma. His eyeballs are still moving, and he is still conscious. It wouldn't be realistic to have him execute a punching routine now. Zhang Xian's face darkened. Given that fellow's current condition, it is already a blessing that Shenhong can keep his eyes open. If he were to really push himself to execute a punching routine, he might really die before Zhang Xian can do anything. Yang Shi, is there a method to treat him? Upon seeing him frown, Emperor Shenjue could not help but ask anxiously. This is already his final straw of hope. If Yang Shi is unable to come up with a solution, he can only watch as the royal elder breathes his last. This, Zhang Xian scratched his head. He can't possibly mention that he couldn't discern anything about the other party. Having the conscious execute a punching routine and touching the unconscious, he had tried the two methods and successfully compiled books in the library through such. But how can he deal with those in such a semi-conscious state? He can't have him execute a punching routine, and touching him is ineffective. Why don't you pass out for a moment? You are obviously having trouble holding on to your consciousness. What are you doing not passing out? Cough, cough. After a moment of hesitation, Zhang Xian lifted his head and asked, Is there any object here which can knock him unconscious without killing him? Chapter 184. Poison Master knock him unconscious without killing him? Emperor Shenjue, Lu Ling, and Zheng Fei stared at one another as question marks popped above their heads. Isn't he here to save the royal elder? Why do you need something to knock him unconscious? Don't people usually infuse zhenqi, feed medicine, or apply acupuncture and such to save others? Does knocking someone out help too? The corner of Zhuang Xian's mouth twitched. He felt a tightening sensation at his backside, and a constipated sensation overwhelmed him. Even though he had consumed numerous medicine, his face remained swollen. His body was still aching from the beating that he suffered that day. Even though the other party had helped him achieve a breakthrough, and he is genuinely grateful to the other party for that. Aren't his methods way too unorthodox? There are set procedures which typical master teachers follow when helping others to achieve a breakthrough of their current cultivation realm. In fact, it had even a model. Yet, This fellow simply went ahead to blindfold him and beat him up. Even until now, he has yet to recover from the trauma of that incident. Of course, he understood that his condition is unique and thus, it was within reason that he had to resort to such extreme means. However, why does he have to knock the dying Shun Hong unconscious to save him? Could it be another inconceivable treatment method? There's a type of powder which can knock one unconscious with just a single whiff. After hesitating for a moment, Emperor Shun Jue said, "All kinds of medicine can be found in the royal palace. It isn't difficult to find one that can knock a person unconscious without killing him." "Good, bring it over." Zhang Xian's eyes lit up as he instructed. Soon, a eunuch brought a jade bottle over. Opening the jade bottle, he saw that it was filled with white-colored powder. "Good." Nodding his head in satisfaction, Zhang Xian took the bottle and walked up to Shen Hong. Under perplexed gazes, Yang Shi walked up to the royal elder who was gasping for air and said with confidence, "Breathe it in. Come on, breathe it in." Put Hong. Everyone nearly fainted. They were puzzled over why he required the medicine, but upon hearing his words, they nearly choked to death on their own saliva. When saving someone, one usually feeds tonic and spiritual essence. Yet, you feed him sedatives. Are you sure you aren't here to murder him? While everyone had entered a frenzy, the royal family's royal elder struggled to shake his head, his face full of fear. If not for the fact that he was immobile, he might have leaped up and fled the scene. At the peak of his health, breathing this in would place great stress on his body. Now that he is on the verge of death, if he were to take a whiff, he might just fall dead. "Do you think that I am not dying quickly enough? That you want to give me a helping hand?" With his heart full of panic, he turned to look at Emperor Shen Jue. "Weren't you going to invite master teachers over so that I can achieve a breakthrough and extend my longevity? Why is the person you brought trying to get me to breathe in sedatives? What are you doing? This is way too much." Cough cough, Yang Shi. "The old ancestor's body is extremely frail now. I'm afraid that, if he were to inhale it, his body might be unable to handle it." Upon noticing the doubtful gaze his royal elder shot him, Emperor Shan Jue's mouth twitched and he hurried forward to stop him. When he witnessed Yang Shi's bizarre methods the day before, he thought that it would be limited to helping others achieve a breakthrough. To think that even his treatment method would be so incredulous. The royal elder had already expended great willpower to hold on and wait of your arrival. If he were to really breathe it in, even if he doesn't die, he wouldn't be too far from it. Unable to handle it? Zhang Xian stopped. The other party's words made sense. The fellow looks as though he would die at any moment. He had been depending on his will to survive. If he were to really fall unconscious and the drive holding him here disappears, he may just die on the spot. So now, I can't knock him unconscious, and neither can I have him execute a battle technique. What should I do? Zhang Xian was at a loss. He thought that by using the Library of Heaven's Path, he would be able to easily see the root of his illness. Even if he couldn't save him, he could discuss it to prove his expertise. But look at the situation. The other party just has to be in such a state, rendering him completely helpless. Then, is there anything that can temporarily boost his vitality, such that he will not die even if he were to be knocked unconscious? After hesitating for a moment, Zhang Xian asked, "Since the other party is on the verge of death, using sedative is out of the question. Thus, he can only find a way to temporarily boost the other party's vitality so that he wouldn't die when he is knocked unconscious. Wouldn't die even if he were to be knocked unconscious?" The others stared at one another. This Yang Shi is truly determined to knock Royal Elder Shen Hong unconscious. Lu Shi, is there anything among the master teacher diagnosis methods that require a person to be knocked unconscious? Zhuang Xian secretly sent a telepathic message over. There are many methods for a master teacher to diagnose a person's condition. Just like how a physician diagnoses a patient, through these methods, a master teacher can understand the exact condition of the person and point out the very core of his issue. The expert before them has practices simply too bizarre. Even as master teachers, they are unable to comprehend the logic behind his actions. Usually, the person has to be conscious to be diagnosed. Unconscious. I really have no idea at all. Lu Ling shook his head. He is knowledgeable and had toured many different kingdoms. He had seen people using all kinds of means to wake an unconscious person to diagnose him, but he had never come across knocking a person unconscious to diagnose him. An unconscious person is not much different from a corpse. How can one identify his problem like that? The few master teachers were baffled. Emperor Shinjue was also bewildered. After hesitating for a moment, he said, The royal elder has already consumed all kinds of tonics that might possibly extend his longevity and boost his vitality. Just that these medicines are mostly ineffective now. Shun Hong had the backing of the entire kingdom. In order to extend his longevity, he had ingested all kinds of medicine and his body had already developed an immunity to medicinal effects. Even if he were to be fed with more medicine now, it is unlikely that it would be effective. Hearing the other party's words, Zhang Xian felt dismal. Initially, he thought that once the old ancestor is fed with some medicine, he would regain sufficient vitality to execute a battle technique. Yet, this fellow turned out to be a drug junkie, and medicine is ineffective on him. The hell, am I really going to fail this time? I do know of one item that can boost a person's vitality for a short period of time. It works just like the medicine that Emperor Shenjue mentioned. After consumption, it grants a weak person temporary strength and spirit. Furthermore, it has minimal side effects. However, Lu Ling had contemplated for some time before speaking. But speaking to this point, he hesitated all of a sudden. But what? Zhang Xian turned to take a look. However, it isn't a tonic but a poison. Lu Ling said. Poison? Zhang Xian was confused. Doesn't poison usually harm others? How would consuming poison boost a person's vitality, and not to mention, cause minimal side effects? Not just him, even Emperor Shinjue was puzzled by his words. He immediately turned to look at Lu Ling with a strange expression. Everyone knows that poison masters are of the lower 9 paths. They often concoct poison to secretly harm others. Their despicable means brought them despise. Even so, given how the profession had been passed down throughout the ages, it shows that there is value to its existence. Zheng Fei said, all professions that are passed down are surely useful in some ways. Even though poison masters possess poor reputation, they aren't entirely scourges of the human society. They are also useful in their own ways. For example, if a person wants to get rid of pest or avoid miasma, they would require the help of such a person. Indeed, I've heard of the substance as well. From what I know, it is concocted using more than a dozen venomous substances in a specific ratio. Just like pill forging, it is incredibly difficult to concoct. The various ingredients would need to be mixed in a specific manner in a specific ratio such that they would complement one another and form a perfect balance. In that case, not only would it not be detrimental to one's health, it can even stimulate a person's latent potential and induce the recovery of their vitality for a short period of time. Zhuang Xian seemed to have thought of it as well, and he nodded his head in agreement. After which, he turned over to look at Yang Shi with a confused expression. Even though Poison Master is an extremely remote profession, this item is extremely common in first-tier kingdoms. Yang Shi, you don't know about it? Not just him, even Lu Ling and Zheng Fei were extremely puzzled. A master teacher has to be knowledgeable about the occupations of the upper, middle, and lower 9 paths, as well as their skills. During the examination to become a 1-star master teacher, one has to answer questions on the topic in detail. As such, there isn't a single master teacher who doesn't know of this. The person before them is able to offer them pointers, revealing that he is obviously an extremely high-tier master teacher. Yet, how can he be ignorant of poison masters and the medicine they concoct? In fact, it seemed as if it is his first time hearing of it. I don't like poison masters as an occupation, so I didn't study much of it. Looking at the doubtful gazes the others were shooting him, Zhang Xian felt slightly awkward. Possessing the library of Heaven's Path, it is no problem for him to offer pointers. However, when it comes to common knowledge, it is easy for Zhang Xian to give himself away. As a master teacher, one must have an incredible discerning ability to identify the root of a problem. In order for one to possess such perceptive eyes, one has to have a wide range of knowledge. Without having a wide range of knowledge as a foundation, How can a master teacher recognize the crux of a problem in a single look and offer guidance? And what Zhang Xin lacks is this accumulation of knowledge. He is able to hoodwink people through the use of the library, but his ignorance shows through readily when met with this kind of general knowledge questions. You don't like it? Didn't study much of it? The frown on Lu Ling and the others' faces deepened. As long as one had been to a first-tier kingdom, even the deaf and blind would be aware, needless to say, a high-tiered master teacher. Besides, a master teacher should be open to everything. They had never heard of one refusing to study a subject just because he hated the occupation. Those are obviously words of an outsider. If not for the fact that the other party had offered them pointers and had showcased his incomparably vast knowledge in the field of cultivation, they would have suspected that he is an impostor. Do any of you have the medicine? Judging from the faces of the crowd, Zhang Xin realized that he must have mentioned something inappropriate. Fortunately, he was born thick-skinned, and this allowed him to remain composed. He changed the topic immediately. This medicine has to be concocted by a poison master on the spot, as it cannot be stored. Otherwise, changes would occur within the medicine, resulting in the balance between the various venomous substances to be destroyed, causing it to become a deadly poison. How can we possibly have such a thing? Lu Ling nodded his head. The doubt in his eyes deepened. This young Shi is way too amateur. It is impossible for a master teacher to ask such a question. The same thought also sprouted in Zhuang Xian and Zheng Fei's minds. In that instant, they once again began to doubt Yang Shi's identity as a master teacher. Is that so? Knowing that the other party was already suspicious, Zhang Xin knew that he shouldn't linger further on the topic. He immediately turned to Emperor Shenjue and said, "Since that's the case, then I would have to bother your majesty to find a poison master to concoct it." At this, he paused for a moment. Then, ignoring the gazes that the others cast, he spoke with a majesty unique to master teachers. "I need this medicine to save your royal elder." This time, it wasn't just the three master teachers. Even Emperor Shenjue was perplexed by Zhang Xian's demand. Our Tianqian kingdom is a remote country which doesn't even rank into the tiers. As such, we do not have any poison masters in our lands. Yang Shi, it can't be that you are not aware of it? You don't have poison masters here? Getting, Zhang Xian's heart skipped a beat. Chapter 185. I'll learn for a bit. He didn't think that after feigning as a master teacher for so long, such that everyone had already believed him to be real, that he would stumble on the lack of trivial knowledge. If he knew that there aren't any poison masters in Tianqian Kingdom, he would have never said such words. Even though there are books on poison in the kingdom's book collection vault, they are more for record purposes. They are fundamental books on the uses of poisons, just like the elementary books in the Apothecary Guild's basic tier book collection vault. Advanced concepts for poison masters are not covered. Thus, Zhang Xian was ignorant of such facts. It is no wonder that Lu Ling and the others are growing doubtful of him. He doesn't even possess basic knowledge that even commoners are aware of. Even though he felt dismal at giving himself away, Zhang Xian knows that the dice has been cast, and it is too late to regret now. If he were to say that he can't treat the old ancestor, the others would definitely think that he's an impersonation. Probably, before Emperor Shenjue can make a move himself, the master teachers would have already made mincemeat out of him. Even so, Zhang Xian did not panic. He lifted his head slightly, and a faraway look appeared in his eyes. It seemed as though he was reminiscing the past, and that many different memories and emotions, be it sweet or bitter, had been dredged up. I have neglected this fact. I thought that I am where I had stayed a few years ago. From an outsider's perspective, one would think that he had truly forgotten that he is in Tianqian Kingdom, and he had truly misspoken. Upon seeing his expression, question marks appeared above Lu Ling and the others. Since there were poison masters in his previous place of dwelling, it means that the kingdom he had resided in is, at the minimum, first tier. However, they had been to nearby first-tier kingdoms, but have never heard of the name Yang Xian. Do you know how to concoct this medicine? If so, it would be best if you can make one now. I require it urgently to save a life. Seeing that he had managed to divert their attention, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Facing Shun Hong, who is a single foot into his grave, he truly is stumped. He can only find a way to induce a temporary recovery of the other party and have him execute a battle technique. Otherwise, if things were to drag on, he might just die before a remedy can be found. Make one now? Lu Ling shook his head. Seems like Yang Shi really doesn't know much about poison masters. Honestly speaking, the formula for the medicine is simple. It contains only 10 types of venoms, and I can recite them by heart. However, to achieve a balance among the 10 venoms such that there isn't any side effect and heighten a person's vitality, one has to be an extremely skilled poison master. Thus, it is useless even though I know the recipe. Concocting poison is similar to how an apothecary forges a pill. Regardless of skill or the amount of herb used, the slightest mistake can result in a vast difference from the intended effects. This is precisely the reason why, even though the reputation of poison masters are terrible, they remain a highly feared existence. In fact, there are many powers who specially hire them to deal with matters which are not convenient for them to directly interfere in. You can't concoct it even though you know the recipe? Zhang Xian glanced at him. How about this? You write down the formula first so that we can bring the ingredients required for the concoction. Since Yang Shi insists, I will follow your wishes. Lu Ling said no more. After getting someone to bring paper and brush, he quickly wrote down the ingredients. Zhang Xian glanced at the recipe. Monothorn grass, demise flower, venomous extract from a white bamboo snake, blood from a black toad. There are 10 ingredients in total, and each of them is extremely venomous. Any single one of them is more than sufficient to poison a Tongxian realm expert to death in an instant. However, when the 10 of them are mixed together in a unique ratio, it can become an incredible tonic. The methods of a poison master are indeed incredible. Even if an ingredient on the list isn't present in the royal palace, it wasn't too difficult to search for it. Not too long later, all of the required ingredients were placed before Zhang Xian. Every single ingredient was deeply colored, and the sight induced fear. What is the use of having found these ingredients? Without a poison master to concoct the mixture, they are just venomous substances that are useless in saving lives. Doubtful, Zheng Fei commented. Finding these ingredients had squandered them quite a bit of time. Shen Hong, at this moment, is on the verge of collapsing. Yang Shi was invited over to see if he can help Shen Hong achieve a breakthrough to extend his longevity. So why is he bothering about such matters? Isn't it a waste of time? Indeed, Shen Hong's condition is indeed troublesome. We should be putting our heads to think of a solution instead. Even though recovering Shen Hong's vitality might help, we don't have anyone capable of concocting the medicine now. Even Zhuang Xian could not stand watching on. He is indebted in Yang Shi and shouldn't have doubted the other party's intention. However, from his perspective, what the other party was doing seemed to be meaningless. The most urgent matter at hand is to help Shen Hong achieve a breakthrough, not to bother about this. You already said it, the medicine is useful. If so, we just have to concoct it. In any case, we know what ingredients are required, so it doesn't matter if we have a poison master here. Even without a poison master here, we will save him. Interrupting the other person's words, Zhang Xian smiled. But we don't understand the nature of these venoms. Zhuang Xian panicked. If a mistake occurs, the subject will be poisoned to death immediately. If that happens, it will be impossible to make amends. All right, if we don't know, we can learn. If we can't concoct it, we can give it a try. There's no need to make such a big fuss. Zhang Xian waved his hands nonchalantly. Learn? Try. Emperor Shinjue, Lu Ling, and the others staggered simultaneously. They nearly fainted on the spot. Brother, you don't even know who a poison master is. How in the world are you going to learn about poison? Such last-minute mugging, there has to be a better solution. Every single occupation requires one to receive guidance from a teacher. Only after several years of dedicated research and learning can one have accomplishments in the field. Yet, you speak of learning it now? Learn your head. Don't joke around. Even though the poison master is a lower 9 paths occupation, it doesn't mean that it is easy to comprehend. Rather, it was due to its poor reputation that it fell from prestige. In fact, The difficulty of becoming a poison master is in no way easier than that of becoming an apothecary. After all, one needs to have an in-depth knowledge of the property of the various poisons. Otherwise, one wouldn't be concocting medicine but committing suicide. Thus, every single poison master has to go through countless years of effort before finally becoming certified. Yet, you say that you want to learn now. By the time you are done, Shun Hong's flesh would have withered. By then, there's no one here for you to save. The others felt the world spinning around them. On the other hand, Shun Hong, who was lying on the bed, was on the verge of tears. The heck? How did I offend you? I just want to live for a few more years to protect Tianqian Kingdom. First, you want to knock me out. Now, you want to poison me to death. At most, I'll just die right now, so spare me, will you? I beg of you, stop torturing me. Yang Shi, tinkering with poison isn't child's play. It's best not to toy around with them. Lu Ling could no longer hold himself back and immediately tried to persuade Yang Shi otherwise. If you don't have a solution for Shun Hong's problem, at most, you can just admit that you are helpless. What are you trying by playing with sedatives and poison? Do you think that poison can be concocted that easily? If it were that easy, poison masters wouldn't be such a feared existences. I know that it isn't child's play, so give me a moment. I'll study for a bit first. Zhang Xian nodded his head seriously. Study for a bit first? Your head. The three master teachers nearly fainted. Fine. We'll see how you study then. Lu Ling flung his robe furiously. Initially, he thought that given Yang Shi is a knowledgeable person. Even though his means are inconceivable, his ability to perceive the crux of the problem is astonishing. But now, it seems that he is merely an extremely random person, such that he is even trying to learn about concocting poison now. The heck? If you are that incredible, why don't you ascend to the heavens? I have seen numerous master teachers, and have even met a 3-star. However, I've never heard of anyone being able to grasp an occupation from scratch in a short period of time. Humph. Just like Lu Shi, even though Zheng Fei did not say anything, his complexion was awful. Clearly, he was dissatisfied with Zhang Xian's actions. Who are poison masters? Even among the 9 paths, it is an extremely famous occupation. If one can become one that easily, it would be worthless. Didn't he say that he is going to learn about poison now? What is he trying to do? The 3 master teachers were furious. By the side, Emperor Shun Jue also glanced at Yang Shi speechlessly. However, when he shot his gaze over, he was immediately confounded by the sight before him. Didn't Yang Shi say that he is going to learn about poison? Then why is he standing rooted to the spot with his eyes closed? Brother, if you truly want to learn about poison, you should find a few books and flip through them. Or at the very least, you should at least ask about it. What do you hope to achieve by standing there with your eyes closed? Please at least show some respect for poison masters. What in the world are you up to? Lu Shi, look. Zhuang Xian also noticed the strange situation and he muttered, sleeping? This. Lu Ling and Zheng Fei stared at one another and blinked their eyes. At this moment, they were just a push away from ripping their hair out. Yang Shi, can you tell us what you're up to? Didn't you say that you want to learn how to concoct poison? Standing motionless on the spot, not even sparing a glance at the venomous substances on the table. More importantly, your eyes are shut. Hell, what are you up to? I've seen eccentric people, but I've never seen such an eccentric one. The 3 master teachers felt that their heads were about to explode from frustration. Chapter 186. Concocting poison. Of course, Zhang Xian wasn't merely putting on a show. He had flipped through several thousand books regarding poison in the kingdom's book collection vault. Even though they are all elementary and insufficient for one to become an official poison master, even if one read through all of them, it is sufficient for him at the current moment. His current motive isn't to become a poison master. He just wants to look for a way to achieve a perfect balance among these 10 ingredients to create a safe medicinal solution and restore Shun Hong's vitality. He doesn't have to become as skilled as a poison master to concoct the remedy. It is just like how becoming an official apothecary is troublesome, but an apprentice can still easily concoct medicinal paste. Walala. With a jolt of his mind, He flipped through all of the books he had read in the kingdom's book collection vault regarding poison. Correct. Focusing all of his attention, the correct portions of the books soon formed a complete manual before him. Zhang Xian gently flipped it open. Poison can kill, but it can save lives as well. If one masters the art of poison, it might even be possible for one to bring back the dead. The book was filled with words. Zhang Xian knew that that was the correct content extracted from the other books by the Library of Heaven's Path. He started reading without hesitation. With a single glance, Zhang Xian was impressed. It is just like Lu Ling and the others had said. This occupation is vast and profound. It isn't something one can comprehend in mere days. However, with the Library of Heaven's Path compiling an absolutely correct manual, Zhang Xian would be able to arrive at the very core of every single principle. As such, he is able to learn swiftly. Flipping through the various books in his head, his understanding of poison master as an occupation, as well as the nature of poisons, gradually deepened. Unknowingly, he reached the final page. Zhang Xian felt a shudder going through his entire body. He immediately assimilated all of the knowledge he had just learned for himself, and it formed a part of his working memory. Even though he didn't become a poison master, as he had expected, his understanding toward venomous substances had deepened significantly. What is this? Having gained a deep understanding of poisons, Zhang Xian suddenly noticed a faint black aura hidden in the depths of his body. When did I sustain this? In the past, due to his ignorance, even if he had noticed, he wouldn't have thought much of it. However, now that he had learned the basics, he recognized it to be poison. Just that, he couldn't recall when he was afflicted with it. Furthermore, if it had been lingering in his body all along, why is he still fine? Royal Elder. Royal Elder. Just as Zhang Xian wanted to look deeper to see what it is and whether it would have any adverse effect on him, Emperor Shenjue's panicked exclamation sounded by his ear. Realizing that this isn't the right time to do so, Zhang Xian opened his eyes and glanced forward. He saw old ancestor Shun Hong, who had been struggling to gasp for air, on the verge of closing his eyes. It seems that he may die at any moment now. Using the analogy of an oil lamp, if the flame was weak before, the wind is now blowing and the flame might be extinguished at this very moment. Even if Shun Hong tries his best to persevere, it is unlikely that he will be able to survive more than a few minutes. Sigh. Death ultimately comes to all. Emperor Shenjue, please do not grieve too much. Please pardon our helplessness. Lu Ling and the rest recognized Shun Hong's worsening state and shook their heads in unity. At present, he is no different from a corpse. As one-star master teachers, they do not have any solutions. Even if they do manage to think of one now, it would be too late to help. Indignance reflected in Emperor Shenjue's eyes. He had spent a great sum to invite the 3 master teachers, only to be told that they are powerless on the matter. Just as he decided that there isn't any hope, Yang Shi suddenly appeared. He had thought of him as his final straw of hope, but in the end, it turns out that he is even more unreliable than the 3. It is one thing for him to not save him, but at such a crucial period, he tries to tinker with sedatives and poisons. I invited you to save him, not to experiment with him. The more he thought about it, the more furious he became. He turned to look at the motionless fellow to see what he had to say about the matter, only to see that his eyes had opened. Yang Shi, my old ancestor is unable to hold on any longer. If you don't save him now, it'll be too late. Emperor Shenjue suppressed the anger he felt and spat through gritted teeth. I'll first concoct the medicine, Zhang Xian said. With a single glance, even he could tell that if he doesn't come up with anything soon, Shun Hong will most probably die within 10 minutes. The only thing he can do now is to concoct the medicine and hope that it is of use. Concoct the medicine? After hearing those words, Emperor Shun Hong can no longer hold back his anger. Yang Shi, my old ancestor's life is hanging by the thread. I didn't invite you over to experiment concocting the medicine of a poison master. Oh. Zhang Xian turned to look at him. You mean that? Yang Shi, if you have other solutions, please do so. If you are able to treat my old ancestor, the Tianxian kingdom is willing to offer anything to you. Emperor Shenjue said. Aren't I doing so now? When the medicine is done, feed it to your old ancestor. After he regains some of his vitality, I will find a solution for his problem. Ignoring the other party's rage, Zhang Xian replied impassively. After hearing those words, Emperor Shan Jue nearly spurted a mouthful of blood. Didn't you hear what I said? The meaning behind my words should be clear. Since you don't possess the skills of a poison master, don't try to concoct medicine out of poisons. You should try to think of a way to save the person instead. In the end, my words fell on deaf ears. Actually, what that he didn't know was that Zhang Xian had no better alternatives at that moment. In his present state, Shen Hong will die at any moment even if Zhang Xian does nothing at all. Even though if he tries to do something, Shen Hong might still die. The best solution at the moment is to concoct the medicine and have him recover some vitality so that the library can compile a book on him. Other than this, Zhang Xian has no better solution. Seeing that the fellow was still persisting on concocting his medicine, the three master teachers were infuriated. Emperor Shunjue, allow Yang Shi to concoct the medicine. Suppressing his displeasure, Lu Ling flung his robe. If not for a fear of the other party's fighting prowess, he would have long made a move on him. You don't even know who poison masters are, yet you intend to concoct a medicine out of poison. Do you think that poison masters are a joke? Arrogant. It is truly a wonder how you became a master teacher. Or perhaps, you aren't a master teacher at all. You just happened to be lucky when helping Zhuang Xian to achieve a breakthrough in his realm. Zhang Xian could sense the displeasure in the other party's voice, but he couldn't be bothered with it at the moment. Shen Hong was about to die, and he had no time to waste. Walking over to the venomous ingredients, he poured one of the liquids into an empty bottle. Playing a fool, even though Lu Ling isn't a poison master, he had seen them concoct poison and thus, he knew of the typical sequences and methods. Even a 10th or a 100th of these venomous substances, when consumed by accident, will cause one to die on the spot. They are all fearsome substances. That is the reason why one requires specialized equipment when concocting to ensure a precise quantity. Yet, without using any equipment at all, you simply pour the substances from bottle to bottle. Aren't you being too casual? Do you know how much of the substance you have poured from the bottles? Do you know the correct ratio between the various ingredients? Just a single droplet of error can cause a person's death. That's also the reason why poison masters are exceptionally cautious whenever they concoct, fearing that there might be the slightest bit of error. Yet, you dare to pour these poisons around randomly. The heck? If one were to try becoming a poison master with such an attitude, before succeeding, he would have long poisoned himself to death. Do you regard that as having learned the subject? Even a craftsman found off the streets would be much more precise than you. When a poison master concocts a formula, he needs to allow the first two ingredients to react before putting the third in, just like how an apothecary's pill forging worked. There are specific sequences and timings to place the substances in. Even the slightest error will not be tolerated. Yet, to be pouring those poison around casually, Zhang Fei commented angrily. You insist on concocting that poison of yours instead of saving Shen Hong. Fine, we'll tolerate it. However, there is an intricate and profound relationship between the various poisons. One has to mediate between the various changes in the poisons, and to do so, he has to follow a specific sequence and timing. Yet, you are randomly filling the bottle as though pouring wine. It is impossible for you to have concocted anything good this way. Just by coming into contact with a single drop, Shen Hong will probably die on the spot, not to mention, drink it. Ignoring the commotion between the master teachers, Zhang Xian focused all of his attention into concocting the medicine and his movements were fast. Don't you see that he is already dying? If he were to do it as the master teachers had said, using measurement equipment and waiting for the poison to react with one another, the other party would have already died by the time he is done. Of course, he wasn't mixing the poisons together randomly as the other party had perceived him to be doing. The book in the library in his mind was continuously refreshed as he poured the different liquids together. If the flaws were to decrease along with his movements, that meant that his actions must be correct. In less than 10 breaths, the 10 types of venomous ingredients had been mixed together. Touching the jade bottle, the content in the book was refreshed once again. 10 venom medicinal solution, concocted by Zhang Xian. Upon consumption, One regains vitality and reverts to their healthy state for an instant's time. Flaws. 12 aspects. Number 1. The consumer doesn't regain his cultivation. Number 2. The duration of the recovery is too short. The name and effects of the liquid Zhang Xian just concocted was written on the cover of the book. I've succeeded. Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. Even though he had been using the library to observe the state of the poison constantly, if not for the 1,000 books he had studied prior to that, which provided him with basic knowledge of the properties of the various poisons, he would have been at a loss to how he should react to the flaws that appeared within the book. If he were to have truly added the various venoms together randomly, even if he had half a month, he wouldn't have been able to concoct the medicinal solution. Upon successfully completing the concoction, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. I've succeeded. Picking the jade bottle up, he looked at the crowd. You've succeeded? Everyone's lips twitched. After pouring the liquids together randomly, you say that you've succeeded? In your own opinion, that is. Quick, feed it to him. Ignoring the bizarre gazes everyone else shot him, Zhang Xian handed the concoction to Emperor Shanjue hurriedly. Feed it to him? Emperor Shanjue shook his head. It's not certain whether the concoction is toxic or not. There's no time. Hurry up and feed it to him, otherwise, he will really die. Knowing that the other party wouldn't believe him even if he were to explain, Zhang Xian frowned. But Emperor Shanjue was hesitant. Why? You don't believe that this medicinal fluid can help him regain his vitality? Zhang Xian asked. Even though Zhang Xian didn't appear to be angry, there was some kind of mystical strength to his words that gave it authority. After having feigned as a master teacher for numerous days, his actions and words had started to exude an aura of superiority. Emperor Shanjue did not know how he should reply to his words. It's not that he had doubts, but that he didn't even trust him. I saw you mixing the 10 poisons together randomly with my own eyes. Yet, you ask me to believe you. You must be joking. Besides, how can I feed the royal elder with this unverified solution? What if he dies immediately after I feed him that? If you don't believe me, then let's forget it. I've already given you the chance, and the choice is up to you. Seeing the other party hesitating, Zhang Xian chose not to speak excessively. He placed the medicinal solution he concocted on the table, his face carrying an impassive expression. However, you should consider the matter properly. Your royal elder will not survive for more than 3 minutes if you can't think of any other solutions. 3 minutes of his life for an opportunity to extend his longevity. The choice is up to you. This, Emperor Shanjue clenched his fist tightly. Chapter 187. Tons of nonsense. He doesn't even have the slightest bit of confidence in the medicinal solution that Yang Shi concocted. However, it is just like the other party had said. If they can't find any other solution, this royal elder of his will not survive past 3 minutes. Since he is going to die anyway, might as well give it a try. In any case, this Yang Shi had managed to treat Ling Tianyu's wife, Du Miaoshuan, and the others. Even though his means and actions so far appear unreliable and incomprehensible, this is the best chance he has. After 10 breaths, he gritted his teeth and said, Fine, I'll give it a try. There is no choice but to give it a shot. There isn't a better solution. After making his decision, Emperor Shanjue clenched his jaws, grabbed the jade bottle from the table, and approached the royal elder. Royal elder, pardon me for my impudence. After using a spoon to pry open his mouth, he poured the medicinal solution in. Woo! Even though royal elder Shen Hong was on the verge of dying, he was still conscious. Having the medicinal solution forcefully poured into his mouth, he nearly cried. He had seen everything that had happened with his own eyes. Yang Shi's actions had sent chills down his spine. He is the royal elder of Tianxian Kingdom, an expert who is even more respected than the king himself. Yet, to be feeding him a medicine that can potentially be toxic without first testing it, it is as though they are treating him as a pill sample beast. Furthermore, it is the kind of experiment where he will die immediately if there is the tiniest bit of error. Why is my life so tough? All I want is to live peacefully and die peacefully. Is that hard to achieve? Very quickly, Emperor Shen Jue completed the task of forcing the entire bottle of solution into Royal Elder Shen Hong's mouth. Cough, cough, cough. Shen Hong's eyes flipped, and after a few moments of struggle, he stopped moving. Royal Elder. Emperor Shen Jue's face paled. He staggered backward and roared in agony. Is it a failure? Not only is the Royal Elder the stabilizing pillar of Tianqian Kingdom, he is also a close blood-related kin to Shen Jue. Even though he addresses Shen Hong as his Royal Elder, he is actually the emperor from 2 generations ago, Shen Jue's own grandfather. For his own grandfather to have died before him, not to mention being the one responsible for the fatal act of having fed him the medicine, the agony he felt was indescribable. If the medicine can indeed be concocted that easily, then poison masters would be worthless. Lu Ling shook his head. Turning to Zhang Xian, he said, Yang Shi, even though Shen Hong would have died even if he didn't consume the medicine, it is a fact that he died from taking your medicine. So, it isn't wrong to say that you killed him. Killed him? That's right. You were the one who concocted the medicine, and it was under your orders that the medicine was fed to him. Now that he has died, who else can the responsibility belong to other than your? Lu Ling stared at him with piercing eyes. Yang Shi, weren't you confident in your medicine? Emperor Shen Jue questioned angrily. It was under your orders that I fed your medicine to my royal elder. Now, look at what has happened. My responsibility? Indeed. Shen Hong is the stabilizing pillar of Tianqian Kingdom, and now that he has died from your medicine, you should make up for it by taking on his role. Actually, he also knew clearly that Shen Hong would have died regardless of whether the medicine was fed to him. The reason why he intentionally said such words was for this. Shen Hong's greatest purpose in the kingdom was to deter aggressors and revolutionaries. If Yang Shi were to agree to take his place, his presence would definitely provide a much greater deterrence than Shen Hong. In fact, Tianqian Kingdom might become a second-tier kingdom or even a first-tier kingdom due to his presence, taking on his role? Zhang Xian shook his head. No way. He intends to destroy the identity once he receives the Tongxian realm secret manuals from Emperor Shen Jue. To serve as the stabilizing pillar? What a joke. Impossible? Does Yang Shi not feel the slightest bit of regret in failing to save Shen Hong and instead causing his death? Lu Yang raised his eyebrows. Causing his death? You're imagining things. Zhang Xian chuckled. Rest easy. How can he die that easily in my presence? After which, he walked over to the motionless royal elder Shen Hong and sent a slap to his face. Pa. The slap was resounding. Cough, cough, cough. After which, the sound of coughs echoed in the room. Shen Hong, who had become motionless moments earlier, spat out a mouthful of medicinal solution and opened his eyes slowly. This? Everyone was stupefied. Lu Ling, Zheng Fei, and the others, who were about to reprimand Yang Shi for his disrespectful actions, nearly had their eyes drop to the ground. They thought that their eyes were playing tricks on them. Royal Elder, you. Emperor Shen Jue walked forward with an incredulous expression. He did not understand what was happening before him. You unfilial fellow, do you wish to choke me to death? Cough, cough. Shen Hong's furious words echoed in the entire room. At this moment, he doesn't look as though a person who was on the verge of death. Yang Shi, what's going on? Emperor Shen Jue hurriedly looked over. He had clearly seen the royal elder fall motionless. Why did he suddenly wake up and is even able to speak? What is going on? He wasn't the only one who found the entire situation unbelievable. Lu Ling, Zhuang Xian, and Zheng Fei felt the knowledge and experience that they had accumulated over the years were crumbling apart. The dead coming back to life? This can't be real. Shen Hong's body was weak and he was on the verge of death. I asked you to feed him the medicine, yet you simply forced all of it down his throat. The sticky medicinal solution blocked his breathing airways, therefore sending him into a death-like state. As for why he was able to suddenly wake up, the reason is simple. The medicinal solution that I had concocted is effective, Zhang Xian said impassively. Even though the situation seems baffling, it is actually quite simple. The 10-venom medicinal solution which he had concocted had been checked by the library, so naturally, there couldn't be any problem with its effectiveness. Even though Shen Hong was on the verge of death upon consumption, the concoction took effect immediately and granted him temporary vitality. Even though feeding him a mouthful would have sufficed, Emperor Shen Jue forced the entire bottle of it in. With so much medicinal solution clogging up his airways, it is already a blessing that he didn't choke to death. It was precisely because Zhang Xian saw through it that he slapped his face, utilizing the impact to open up his clogged airways, allowing him to regain consciousness. This, Emperor Shinjue and the three master teachers were astonished after hearing the explanation. A medicine that was concocted randomly is actually effective? Other poison masters prepare all kinds of measuring instruments for their concoction process, fearful that they might add a single droplet more. Yet, this fellow, just by pouring the fluids around randomly, he actually managed to succeed. Heavens, surely you are jesting with me. Of course, that wasn't the most shocking. Just a moment ago, Yang Shi clearly didn't even know what kind of medicine this is. Yet, in the next instant, he concocted it as though a veteran poison master. Heavens above, can anyone tell me what is going on? Could it be really as he said, that he learned it on the spot? And just by closing his eyes, he learned all of that on the spot? Furthermore, he learned poison concoction, which is reputed to be as difficult as pill forging. The four of them felt as though they were dreaming. Thank you, Yang Shi, for saving my life. Before they could recover from their shock, Royal Elder Shen Hong climbed down from his bed and clasped his hands. Regardless of how close to death one is, upon consuming the 10 venom medicinal solution, one can regain their vitality and return to a pink state of health temporarily. Even though Shen Hong didn't regain his cultivation, it wasn't a difficult task for him to walk around. There's no need for these formalities. Execute a battle technique for me now. Zhang Xian couldn't be bothered to waste the limited time he had and hurriedly instructed Shen Hong to display a battle technique to him. That was the motive for concocting the medicine in the first place. Since the other party is sufficiently healthy to stand up, then it would be best for him to hurry. Execute a battle technique? My body is weak now, and I can't propel the slightest bit of zhenqi. Even if I were to execute one now, it won't make any difference. I think it'll be best for me not to embarrass myself. Shen Hong shook his head. After experiencing death, I have already thought it through. If the kingdom survives without me, it would be for the best. But if it falls in the end, one can only say that it is the workings of fate. There's no need to be so adamant about it. Zhang Xian, I only asked you execute a battle technique so that I can compile a book on you in the library to tell your physical condition. Why are you suddenly rambling nonsense? Getting so philosophical all of the sudden? It's good that Brother Shen Hong is able to see through all these after experiencing death. Riches actually don't mean anything at all. One's cultivation is the most important. Even though it's good to possess authority, it seemed like it had impeded your growth. Otherwise, given your talent, you would have long reached Zhongshe realm. Before Zhang Xian could even speak, Lu Ling nodded his head in satisfaction. His admiration for Shen Hong reflected in his eyes. Indeed, it's a pity that I have comprehended this fact way too late. Royal Elder Shen Hong sighed. Then, he turned to Zhang Xian and said, Even so, I would like to thank Yang Shi for your help. You've given additional time, and even though I didn't recover my cultivation, I am still delighted. Just as Royal Elder Shen Hong was just about to go on, he saw Yang Shi's face gradually turning dark. Then, the latter sent a slap toward him. Pa! It accurately hit the back of his head. Pada! Before he could finish his words, Royal Elder Shen Hong's vision went dark, and he collapsed onto the floor, unconscious. I only asked you to execute a battle technique. You sure have tons of nonsense to speak. Dusting his hands, Zhang Xian harumphed the moment he turned around. He saw Emperor Shinjue and the three master teachers staring at him in shock. Chapter 188 The Eccentric Method to Treat Shinjue 1. It was no wonder that Zhang Xian became angry. Given the very limited period of an incense's time the 10 venom medicinal solution granted him, that fellow refused to execute a battle technique and chose to ramble on about his comprehension of life instead. Comprehend your head. If you don't allow me to trace the root of your problem using the Library of Heaven's Path, you might be released after an incense's time. but I will be forced to guard the kingdom for you. Besides, my reputation would be ruined. If my reputation were to be ruined by you, how can I make money in the future? Thus, upon seeing the other party refusing to execute a battle technique, Zhang Xian could no longer restrain himself and slapped the other party unconscious. In any case, he had already consumed the medicine, so he wouldn't die even if he were to go unconscious. And to Zhang Xian, slapping him unconscious and having him execute a battle technique meant the same thing. While Zhang Xian had slapped him merrily, Xin Jue and the other 3 master teachers went into a frenzy. Didn't you just help him regain consciousness? Why did you slap him unconscious all of a sudden? Is there really a method of diagnosing that requires one to be unconscious? Yang Shi. Just as Emperor Xinjue was about to question his action, Yang Shi swung his arms and said, "All right, we don't have much time. Let's get down to business." Ignoring their shocked faces, he squatted down to feel Shen Hong's pulse. Wang. His mind jolted and a book finally appeared in the library. On the cover were the words, Shen Hong. He flipped it open gently. Shen Hong, the grandfather of Tianxin Kingdom's emperor, Xin Jue, a half-Zongshi expert. Shen Hong's life and his bodily flaws were written on it. Yang Shi, is there hope for the royal elder? As he had heard from Ling Tianyu about Yang Shi's method to diagnose one's condition by feeling his pulse, he wasn't too surprised by the action. But upon seeing Yang Shi frown, Emperor Shen Jue couldn't help but walk over. Even Lu Ling, Zhuang Xian, and the others were filled with anxiety. This Shen Hong had reached the limit of his lifespan. They were unable to come up with any treatment, and even less so, induce a breakthrough in him. Thus, they were interested in listening to Yang Shi's opinion. Wake him up first. Zhang Xian gestured grandly. After having felt the other party's pulse, he was no longer as anxious and uptight as before. Yes. Emperor Shen Jue placed his finger on the royal elder's philtrum and infused Zhenqi into his body. Slowly, Shen Hong regained his consciousness. TL. Philtrum area above the lips, below the nose. Yang Shi. Upon awakening from his sleep, Shen Hong stared at Zhang Xian. Just as he was about to ask the latter why he had knocked him unconscious, the other party's voice resounded. Shen Hong, I'll give you 2 choices. You can achieve a breakthrough to the Zongshi realm and continue living. Otherwise, just as you said, if you don't mind dying, I can't be bothered to save you as well. He had to first ascertain the other party's will to live. If he wasn't willing, no matter how incredible Zhang Xian could be, he would be unable to save him. I can live on? Reach Zongshi realm? Initially, he was displeased with Zhang Xian's action of knocking him unconscious. However, upon hearing his words, Shen Hong's body trembled in agitation. He knows how difficult it is for one to reach Zongshi realm. He had tried his entire life, only to fail time and time again. Now, at the verge of death, and with no more latent potential within him that can be dredged up, can he really reach Zongshi realm? If you wish to achieve a breakthrough, you can definitely do it. But if you don't want to, let's just forget it. I don't want to waste my effort. Zhang Xian said calmly. Of course I do. I beg of Yang Shi, offer me your guidance so that I can achieve a breakthrough. Not even hesitating in the least, Shen Hong immediately knelt to the floor. All signs of discontentment from before had vanished without a trace. That epiphany from before was just self-consolation for his plight. For a chance to achieve a breakthrough and live longer, only a fool would reject it. It isn't difficult for you to live on. However, circling around Shen Hong, Zhang Xian seemed to be examining his body condition. Then, he suddenly stopped. With eyes as deep as the abyss, he said, "You have to listen to my words and follow my instructions obediently. Do not try to go against my words, or else I won't be able to help you. In short, you just have to do whatever I ask of you and cooperate with me. There's no need for you to ask any questions." That's simple. I will do as you say. He thought that the other party would come up with a difficult request. However, upon hearing that it would be that easy, Shen Hong quickly nodded his head and agreed to it. Back then, when he studied under his teacher, it was the same as well. As such, he thought nothing of it. However, the moment he said those words, he saw Emperor Xinjue and the 3 master teachers looking at him with sympathetic gazes. Of course, They feel sympathy for him. This young Shi might be capable, but his bizarre means are truly hard to accept. To be asking for the other party's approval before the treatment has started, even by using one's toe to think, it is clear that he is up to no good. What's wrong? Upon seeing their gazes, Shun Hong felt puzzled. He had been on the verge of death the last few days, and as such, he was ignorant of what had happened to Zhuang Shi. He thought that there was something wrong with his words. Nothing. Resisting his urge to speak, Emperor Shan Jue wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. He had witnessed Yang Shi's eccentric means for himself. It seemed that this royal elder of his would be ravaged, just like Zhuang Shi. It's good that you are agreeable. Emperor Shinjue, find some female dancers from the royal palace here. They must have good figures. Upon seeing him agree, Zhang Xian nodded his head. Then, he turned to Shinjue and spoke in full seriousness. Female dancers? Emperor Shinjue and the 3 master teachers were baffled. The dancers in the palace can only dance. They possess extremely low cultivation. What is his purpose of calling them here? Will getting them here help Shen Hong achieve a breakthrough? Besides, he requested for those with good figures. Why doesn't it sound like a treatment method at all? Yes. Even though it was incomprehensible to Emperor Shinjue, he knew that it was impossible for him to understand Yang Shi's wisdom. Thus, he quickly passed down the command without any hesitation. The personnel within the palace acted quickly, and in a few moments, a dozen of beautiful dancers with voluptuous figures entered. Even though they paled far in comparison to Shen Bairu, they were still stunning beauties. Every single movement of theirs induced great pleasure in the audience. Yang Shi, are they all right? Not bad, just that they are wearing too much. Get them to take off those long sleeves and such. Zhang Xian instructed. Wearing too much? Bizarre expressions appeared on the faces of the 3 master teachers. Looking for dancers and getting them to strip. Are you sure you are helping him to achieve a breakthrough? Why does it feel like he is patronizing a brothel and choosing a woman of his liking? If not for the fact that they were curious to see what Yang Shi would do, they wouldn't have stayed a second longer. They had already witnessed how unorthodox Yang Shi's methods could be. Even so, they had not imagined that it would be so unorthodox. Capable master teachers tend to be austere, and their means tend to be upright. Yet, why does your treatment method seem like finding prostitution instead? Even though they did not know what he was up to, they had a bad premonition. The dancers were properties of the royal palace. Not just stripping, they would even do other stuff without hesitation when commanded to. Upon hearing the orders, they quickly stripped the long sleeves and such, leaving behind their tight innerwear. The sight of spring unfolded before everyone's eyes. All right, Emperor Shinjue, help me prepare a few more items. Zhang Xian turned over and whispered into the other party's ears. Yang Shi, feel free to speak of your demands. What? Halfway through his words, Emperor Shinjue exclaimed in shock. His eyes widened and he almost went insane. Yang Shi, if you have such interest, I can send as many people as you like to your residence. Here isn't appropriate. Don't spout so much nonsense. Hurry up. Zhang Xian rushed him. Yes. With a tearful face, Shinjue hurriedly made arrangements as Zhang Xian had instructed him to. Of the 3 master teachers, Lu Ling was the strongest. Even though Zhang Xian had spoken in a hushed voice, he nevertheless managed to overhear his words. Instantly, he staggered and a feeling of vertigo overwhelmed him. What did he get Shinjue to do? Looking at his expression, Zhuang Xian and Zheng Fei knew that he must have heard something. They couldn't hold back their curiosity and asked him about it. He wanted Emperor Shinjue to bring something over. Lu Ling had a blank look on his face. Something? What can it be for Shinjue to be so shocked? It's aphrodisiac. Aphrodisiac? Zhuang Xian and Zheng Fei were dazed for a moment, then slowly, their eyes widened. The heck? They knew that Yang Shi's solution was definitely going to be damned. Even so, when they heard of his instructions, they nearly vomited blood. It was exactly as they had guessed. The other party was indeed up to no good. They had seen people demanding for tonic, pills, spirit treasures, and secret manuals. That was their first time witnessing someone demand aphrodisiac, looking for dancers and having them strip, then finding someone to get this item over. You sure are meticulous. Brother, are you helping him to achieve a breakthrough, or are you helping him to exercise? The trio looked at Shen Hong once again, and endless pity reflected in their eyes. Even though Zhuang Shi was battered while covered under a gunny sack, at the very least, his reputation remained untainted. If he were made to do some uncultured act in public for his breakthrough, he might have just died from anger on the spot. While the others were still astonished by Zhang Xian's request, a servant had already entered, carrying with him a jade bottle. It was filled with specially made medicine. Most emperors keep a large back palace, and Emperor Shinjue is no exception. It wasn't difficult to find such medicine in the royal palace. Swallow it. Taking over the jade bottle, Zhang Xian walked over to Shen Hong. Yes, royal elder Shen Hong had no idea what was inside, but at that moment, he had full confidence and awe for Zhang Xian. After grabbing over the bottle, he swallowed the medicine inside without any hesitation. Looking at the other party's candor movement, the eyebrows of the three master teachers and Emperor Shanjue twitched. All right, go and dance with them. Upon seeing him swallow the medicine, Zhang Xian nodded his head in satisfaction. Dance? Shen Hong was taken aback. As an elder, he has to dance with these young ladies? Furthermore, they are all dressed scantily. If he were to really head over, it is likely that he will be in constant physical contact with them. Just as he was battling the conflicting thoughts in his mind, he suddenly felt a surge of heat spreading from his belly. Then, looking at the dancers once more, an urge suddenly tugged at him. Tzzzzzzzzzz. That urge grew stronger and stronger. Soon, he found himself losing control. It must be said that the medicine which Emperor Shanjue found was indeed incredible. The medicine took effect swiftly. In a few breaths, Shen Hong's eyes had turned red and he was no longer able to suppress his urge. After consuming this medicine, even if there were no enticement before the person, one would already find the heat unbearable. At the instant, there were so many beautiful and voluptuous young ladies before Shen Hong. Furthermore, they were dressed scantily. It would be truly weird if Shen Hong could hold himself back. With a roar, Royal Elder Shen Hong dashed forward. Stop him. Make those dancers dance before him. The more seductive their dance is, the better it is. Zhang Xian commanded. Yes. Cold sweat streamed down Emperor Shanjue's head. What kind of breakthrough method is this? Feeding the other party aphrodisiac, but only allowing him to watch? Hoo. Upon hearing the commands, the movements of the dancers became more provocative and sexy. Their alluring figures swayed suggestively. Light reflecting off their snow-white skin made them seem exceptionally warm, as though jade, inviting one's hands. Their movements were exceptionally capable of evoking an itch in men. Putting aside Shen Hong, who had swallowed the aphrodisiac, even the three master teachers began to feel the temptation. Will this really help him achieve a breakthrough? Initially, they had thought that beating one up was already a very eccentric method. To think that Zhang Xian had worse methods up his sleeves. The three master teachers were on the verge of crying. Witnessing the situation, they felt as though all the theories and principles they had learned in the last few decades were all worthless. Chapter 189: The Eccentric Method to Treat Shen Hong 2, Shinjue. What did you feed me? Sensing the uncontrollable urge in him, as well as the indissipable heat that rose within him, Shen Hong finally realized that something was wrong and he roared furiously. It's aphrodisiac. Shinjue could only answer truthfully. Aphrodisiac? I'll screw your grandma. Shen Hong staggered. He never thought that a day would come which his own grandson would feed him aphrodisiac. Damn, are you toying with me? Shen Hong felt that he was going insane. Royal Elder, please don't blame me. It's Yang Shi who asked me to do so. I had no choice. Emperor Shinjue was on the verge of tears as well. When he almost killed the royal elder by feeding him the medicinal solution, a trauma was left in his heart. Now, he was reprimanded just because he followed Yang Shi's instructions. What did I do? All I want is for you to live longer. In the end, this is how you perceive my good intentions. Yang Shi, with reddened eyes, He suppressed the agitation within him and turned to look at Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian had an impassive and upright look, as though he would never commit such a vile act. Turning around, he slapped Emperor Shinjue on his face. Bullshit. As a master teacher, Yang Shi is an upright person. How could he possibly feed me such stuff? If you dare to push the blame onto Yang Shi once more, I will kill you right away. Shinjue, upright? How in the world is he upright? Didn't he slap you unconscious just a moment ago? Talking about pushing the blame. If not for his orders, do you think that I would dare feed you this? Emperor Shinjue felt so indignant that he nearly vomited blood. He turned to look at Yang Shi with a pleading gaze, hoping for him to explain the issue to his grandfather. Yet, that fellow looked at the ceiling with his hands behind his back, as though it was none of his business. It was as if he was saying, "You were the one who did it. I don't know anything at all. You bastard. To think that I doted on you so much. I can't hold myself back anymore. Don't obstruct my path." Royal Elder Shen Hong cursed, and he finally succumbed to the heat in his chest. With the howl of a wolf, he dived toward the beautiful dancing ladies. Right when he was about to reach them, he suddenly felt a dull pain at the back of his neck. Pada! He fell to the floor, unconscious once again. The one who made the move was Zhang Xian. Seeing that the royal elder had been knocked unconscious, Emperor Shinjue heaved a sigh of relief. Yang Shi, what do we do now? Awaken him. Then, get these dancers to continue dancing before him. Zhang Xian instructed. Continue? Emperor Shinjue's lips trembled. Oh, right. When he wakes up, say that you were the one who knocked him out. Also, when he fails to control his emotion anymore, I will knock him out myself. Of course, you must admit that you were the one who did it, Zhang Xian said. Emperor Shinjue, knocking the daylights out of a person right after you awaken them. Have you gotten addicted or what? Furthermore, I have to admit that I'm the one who did it. Emperor Shinjue felt so much frustration in his heart that he could go into a frenzy. He was about to reject the plan when he saw Yang Shi look at him with a stern expression. Don't reject me. This concerns whether the royal elder can survive. There mustn't be the slightest error in the matter, otherwise, the plan will end in failure. This time, Emperor Shinjue really cried. Royal elder, it really isn't me. It's Yang Shi who wishes to do you in. Thus, right after Emperor Shinjue woke Shen Hong, the latter was knocked unconscious again. Then, Emperor Shinjue woke Shen Hong again, and soon after, he was knocked unconscious yet again. By the side, Lu Ling, Zhuang Fei, and Zheng Fei were stunned by the sight before them. They felt like tearing their hair out from watching the insanity that was unfolding before them. Lu Shi, you are knowledgeable. Can you tell what kind of breakthrough method Yang Shi is employing? After a long moment of silence, Zhuang Xian asked. I can't tell anything at all. Lu Shi's face flushed. Breakthrough method? How in the hell does this look like a breakthrough method? Of the hundreds of methods master teachers employ, there are a few fixed rules to helping one achieve a breakthrough. However, there doesn't seem to be any that involves having a person consume aphrodisiac. What's worse, it is one matter to feed the person aphrodisiac, but to intentionally find beautiful ladies to entice the person and knock him out when he can no longer control himself. I don't think that he is helping him achieve a breakthrough. Rather, it seems more like he is toying with him. It is a pity that Shen Hong, despite the prestige he had built up over the years, now appears to be a frequenter of brothels. The moment he wakes up, he charges toward the bodies of the beautiful ladies. Like hell he would achieve a breakthrough like this. I think that Yang Shi is toying with Shen Hong. I've never heard of anyone who could break through in such a way after consuming aphrodisiac. Zheng Fei shook his head. With a steeled face, he said, This is a farce. Lu Shi, I think it would be best if we step out and interfere. How can we, as master teachers, allow such absurdity? This? Lu Ling hesitated. There's nothing to hesitate about. Look at Shen Hong. He is already driven mad. If news were to spread out, his reputation would be tarnished, even after his death. Zheng Fei harumphed. Upon hearing those words, Lu Ling and Zhuang Xian lifted their head to look at Shen Hong. As the other party had said, The gentlemanly Shen Hong appeared to be a depraved lunatic at the moment, lunging toward those seductive ladies. Also, the clothes on his body were almost completely ripped apart. His eyes were crimson red, and he seemed to be a wild, hungry wolf. But the method Yang Shi used for my breakthrough was also incomprehensible. Can this be the case as well? Even though it looks awful on the surface, he is actually doing it for Shen Hong's welfare. Zhuang Xian's mouth twitched. You have a master teacher as your father, and as such, you were too obsessed with the conventional rules and principles. Thus, his method of inciting you into a rage was understandable. But this, how can Shen Hong achieve a breakthrough like this? Putting aside whether the possibility exists or not, given Shen Hong's current frenzied state, even he has sufficient zhenqi, it is impossible for him to achieve a breakthrough. Zheng Fei said. Zhongshi is the very first difficult hurdle of the Fighter 9 Dawn. The gap between it and Tongxian realm is overwhelming, as though the difference between a fish and a dragon. While it is true that one gains incredible strength upon achieving this breakthrough, countless geniuses, even when in their top form, find themselves unable to make this final step. At this moment, Shen Hong has already lost his rationality and is blindly charging at the beautiful ladies. In such a state, how can he possibly succeed? Isn't that a joke in itself? If it is true, no one would have to cultivate. Won't one become a zongshi just by frolicking around brothels? But there's no buts. Lu Shi, it is best that you make your decision quickly. I can guarantee with my own life that it is impossible for Shen Hong to break through like that. If he succeeds, I will chop off my own head. Zheng Fei said confidently. Boom. Before he could finish his own words, he felt a powerful aura emanating from not too far away. It felt warm, as though the fiery sun. What is going on? Hurriedly turning around to take a look, they saw Royal Elder Shen Hong, who was frenziedly charging at the beautiful ladies just brief moments ago, sitting still on the floor, as though a saint. His breath was powerful and deep, reminiscent of the vast ocean. His weakness from a moment ago had disappeared without a trace, and at that very moment, as though a young man, he exuded overwhelming vitality, such that even Emperor Shen Jue, who was standing by his side, paled in comparison. Fighter 8 Dan, Zhongshi realm. Did he really achieve a breakthrough? All Zheng Fei felt was a stinging sensation on his face, as though he had been slapped hard by someone else. He felt like crying. He had just mentioned that it was impossible for the other party to succeed, and he was proven wrong immediately. Reaching Zhongshi realm by consuming aphrodisiac? Can anyone tell me what is going on? Chapter 190. Lu Sun borrows money while Zheng Fei was still feeling depressed over the matter. Lu Ling and Zhuang Xian's mouths dropped so wide open that it seemed as though duck eggs could be stuffed into their mouths. There is a qualitative difference between Fighter 8 Dan Zhongshi realm and Fighter 7 Nidan Tongxian realm, and their life energies are vastly different. As such, upon achieving a breakthrough, one's longevity is extended drastically as well. An ordinary cultivator usually only lives up to 70 to 80. On the other hand, reaching 100 isn't a problem for a Zhongshi realm expert. That is also the reason why breaking into this realm is so difficult. It is as though leaping across a gigantic gorge. Just by looking at how these master teachers are stuck at half Zhongshi, it is clear to see how difficult this final step is. The master teachers had been paying attention to Shen Hong's condition ever since they arrived at Tianqian Kingdom. His vitality had already deteriorated to the gutters, and he was on the verge of death. Even if he has sufficient zhenqi, it should have been an impossible task for him to achieve a breakthrough, considering his terrible state of health. Yet, they had never imagined that this Yang Shi could solve this impossibility with just a single pill. The vast contrast between their abilities made the master teachers feel as though all of the knowledge they had obtained throughout their careers were worthless. Initially, Emperor Shen Jue shared the same thoughts as the three master teachers. He thought that that was an attempt of Yang Shi to toy with him. Yet, contrary to his imagination, the royal elder really managed to achieve a breakthrough. That is Zhongshi realm expert in the bones. Thank you, Yang Shi. After an unknown period of time, Shen Hong stood up and howled abruptly, resembling a massive dragon that had awakened from its slumber. Then, He walked to Zhang Xian and knelt before him. Having been trapped in the same cultivation realm for numerous decades, he thought that he would perish without achieving the breakthrough. Yet, to think that at the very last moment, he would succeed. Witnessing the royal elder kneel before him, Zhang Xian did not step forward to help him up. Contrary to that, he placed his hands behind his back, surveyed the surroundings, and slowly walked around. Shen Hong's vitality was at its ends, and his deteriorating bodily functions had reached the breaking point. At that moment, his will to live had already been shaved thin. It is precisely because of this that he was able to see through life and death, view it as a natural occurrence, and no longer fear death. Under such circumstances, regardless of his state of mind or his physical condition, they were all in the worst possible condition to achieve a breakthrough. Even the more potent Tier 2 or Tier 3 pills would not have been effective in helping him achieve a breakthrough and reach Zhongshe realm. Everyone was aware that he was explaining all that happened, so they stayed completely silent and listened attentively to his words. Thus, for him to live on, we had to create a compelling reason for him. Furthermore, it had to be something which he is unable to resist. All men, regardless of time and condition, are unable to resist young beautiful ladies, needless to say, after being fed with aphrodisiac. Under the stimulation of the substance, his body raged once again, returning him back to youthful times. Once all these emotions accumulate sufficiently, achieving a breakthrough becomes much easier. Of course, more importantly, his cultivation technique played a huge role. If I'm not wrong, it should be Blazing Sun formula. At this point, Zhang Xian turned to look at him. Yes. Shunhong nodded his head to affirm Zhang Xian's conjecture. The cultivation technique he had cultivated is the Blazing Sun formula, the strongest cultivation technique in Tianqian Kingdom. This cultivation technique contains the nature of the blazing sun within it, and a practitioner will find himself with an excess of yang energy. It is an incredibly valuable secret manual, and its true might is displayed when the one cultivating the technique is a man. Rationally speaking, as his vitality had already been sapped clean, even with the augmentation from pills, it was impossible for his body condition to return back to its peak. However, years of cultivation under the Blazing Sun formula had caused a large amount of yang qi flames to accumulate within his body. Then, at this very moment, they were all triggered by the medicine, and the enticement of the beautiful ladies was equivalent to throwing oil on top of the flames. Instantaneously, a massive fire was ignited within him. Thus, when he focused all of his energy at a single point, it wasn't difficult at all for him to achieve a breakthrough. After finishing his explanation, Zhang Xian stood quietly on his spot and looked at the others. The surroundings were deathly silent. In actual fact, he hadn't mentioned the most important reason behind Shun Hong's breakthrough. Regardless of the aphrodisiac or the Blazing Sun formula, they were merely small contributing factors. The deciding one was him knocking the other party out. Every time he knocked him out, he would infuse a sliver of his zhenqi into the other party's body and unclog a blocked meridian within his body. Then, having all of his meridians cleared up, along with his raging emotions and energy within his body, he was able to push through at the very last moment and reach Zhongshe realm. Due to the limitations of his cultivation realm, even though it was easy for him to deceive Sun Chong and the others, it was likely that Shen Hong would notice his pure zhenqi. In order to prevent him from detecting anything, he had Emperor Shenjue claim that he was the one who knocked the other party out. It wasn't because he wanted to act as a good person. Upon the other party's breakthrough, Zhang Xian's zhenqi had already melded completely into the other party's. It was as though a pail of clear water had been mixed into a river of muddied water. It is impossible to locate it anymore. Upon hearing his explanation, the three master teachers were taken aback. The heck, this works as well? They were master teachers who had gone through rigorous conventional training, and as such, they have had many opportunities to observe how other master teachers help others achieve breakthroughs in their cultivation. Even so, this kind of breakthrough method, it was they ever saw anything like it. This is no longer unorthodox, it is simply inconceivable. It is something that no one would have ever thought of. To think that one can achieve a breakthrough by eating aphrodisiac. Has the world gone mad? There are many different methods to induce a breakthrough in one's cultivation. Most of the time, sticking to the convention principles won't work. As a master teacher, rather than sticking firmly to the old rules, one has to continue learning and trying new things. Zhang Xian waved his hands casually. The setting sun cast a long shadow behind his back, and he looked like an incredible expert uncomprehended by the world. An unspeakable loneliness emanated from his figure. We will keep Yang Shi's teachings to heart. The three master teachers bowed immediately. At that moment, they couldn't be any more impressed by this Yang Xian. There is no way but to be impressed, too godly. Through a random beating, he was able to induce a breakthrough in Zhuang Shi, whose cultivation had been at a standstill for many years. A random mixing of poisons, and he was able to successfully concoct a medicinal solution that only poison masters are capable of making. Just by feeding Shanhong aphrodisiac, he was able to bring the other party up to Zhongshe realm. Even though they had seen all of these with their own eyes, it nevertheless felt like a dream. Seeing that they've comprehended the matter, Zhang Xian nodded his head. Just as he was about to take his leave and return back to his mansion, he saw a pair of eyes appearing before him. The face before him was flushed with embarrassment and excitement. Taking a step back, he took a closer look and realized that it was Zhang Fei. He is the person who was the most doubtful of his actions. He was even willing to guarantee that it would be impossible for Shun Hong to achieve a breakthrough, or else he would cut off his head. But now, his eyes were gleaming, as though he had struck lottery. "What are you up to?" Zhang Xian was wary of him. "Yang Shi, I've also been stuck in Half-Zhongshe for many years. Since there are medicine and beautiful ladies here, I would like to try to break through to Zhongshe realm as well." Zhang Fei held a jade bottle in his hands. He poured out a pill, and he was about to swallow it. Zhang Xian, Emperor Shenjue, Lu Ling, and Zhuang Xian. It took much effort before he managed to convince the other party otherwise. Zhang Xian sighed. Every person's cultivation technique, personality, and cultivation are different. As such, the relevant methods to achieve breakthroughs are different as well. As a master teacher, there was no doubt that Zhang Fei understood this. However, he nevertheless underestimated the allure of the Zhongshe realm. Increasing one's longevity so drastically, just this by itself is able to make anyone lose his rationality. In fact, Zhang Fei wasn't the only one who was moved by Zhang Xian's actions. Even Lu Ling and Zhuang Xian were staring at him with burning eyes. Since the other party was able to help the dying Shun Hong achieve a breakthrough, given that they are at the peak of health, wouldn't it be easier for them to reach Zhongshe realm? Upon thinking of this, the three master teachers made up their mind to get close to Yang Shi so that he would offer them guidance for their breakthrough. Understanding the intentions of the trio, Zhang Xian felt his goosebumps rising. He hurriedly bid his farewell and prepared to leave, but at this moment, a guard walked into the hall. "Your Majesty, Lu Sun and Wang Chao from Hongtian Academy request for an audience." Why would they be here at this time? Emperor Shenjue was taken aback. Then, he nodded his head and said, "Get them to enter." It is highly likely that these two star teachers would become master teachers in the future. Even though he is the emperor of a country, he doesn't dare to offend them. Furthermore, their parents share a deep relationship with him. Zhang Xian was also startled. "Lu Sun? Wang Chao? Didn't the duo just pay me a visit? Why are they here now? Could it be that they noticed me leave the mansion and made a chase? But that's impossible." Doubtful, Zhang Xian, who was about to leave, ceased his footsteps. Even though Lu Sun had challenged him to a teacher evaluation, he had never met him. Since they had happened to stumble upon each other, it was also a good opportunity to take a look at the rival and find out his capabilities. Emperor Shenjue commanded for the dancers to back down and had the servants pack up the hall. As Shun Hong's clothes were all tattered, he wasn't in a good position to meet anyone. Thus, he left as well. Right after the servants were done packing up and they had assumed their seats, the two young men walked in. With a clear look at their appearance, Zhang Xian frowned. "Aren't they the two arrogant fools whom I saw at the entrance of the academy yesterday?" After so much commotion, it turns out that they are the legendary Lu Sun and Wang Chao. It was no wonder that their gazes were filled with such contempt when they met him. They had probably recognized him then. Lu Sun, Wang Chao, pays respect to your majesty, Lu Shi, Zhuang Shi, and Zheng Shi. The duo clasped their hands. They had met Emperor Xinjue, so naturally, they recognized him. Even though the faces of the three master teachers were foreign to them, their master-teacher robes revealed their identities. As for Zhang Xian, due to an excessively extravagant dress-up and a crude behavior, he appeared to be an ordinary rich merchant. With a single glance, they decided to disregard the other party's presence. A star teacher also has his own pride. There is no need to pay respects to everyone he meets. They had heard of Yang Shi and wanted to pay him a visit, but the truth was that they didn't even know of his appearance. As such, they couldn't tell that the person sitting before them was him. Besides, they had just been to Yang Shi's residence, and Yang Shi was there back then. May I know the reason for your visit at such a timing? Upon seeing the two of them disregard Yang Shi, Emperor Xinjue was filled with displeasure. He was about to introduce him when the latter gestured that there was no need to do so. Thus, he could only swallow in his words and question doubtfully. Your Majesty, we have a presumptuous request to ask of you. Lu Sun hesitated for a moment before speaking. We hope to borrow 3 million from your Majesty. Borrow money? Emperor Xinjue was puzzled. Given their illustrious family backgrounds, why would they need to request this of him? Besides, why do they need to borrow so much money at that? We hope to pay a visit to Yang Shi, and your Majesty has probably heard of Yang Shi's protocol as well. In order to enter his mansion, one has to pay 3 million. Upon seeing his doubtful expression, Lu Sun got straight to the topic at hand and spoke of his motives. Once we meet Yang Shi, we are confident that we can convince him to accept us as his apprentice. By then, he will definitely return the 3 million to us, and we will be able to return the sum to your Majesty. Pay a visit to Yang Shi? Upon hearing his motive, Emperor Xinjue and the three master teachers glanced at one another. The Yang Shi that you said you want to visit isn't seated too far from you now. Yet, due to your arrogance, you refused to even greet him and chose to disregard him. Even so, you wish to become his apprentice. A peculiar expression appeared on the faces of the crowd. On the other hand, Zhang Xian scratched his head as he looked at them. He was truly curious why these fellows were so confident that the 3 million would be refunded to them. Why are you so confident that Yang Shi will accept you? What if he doesn't accept you, and the 3 million isn't refunded? How will you repay the loan? Lifting up his hand to stop Emperor Xinjue and the three master teachers from revealing his identity, Zhang Xian glanced at them curiously. Chapter 191 Zhang Xian's Legend 1. I, Lu Sun, have made a humble reputation for myself in Tianqian Kingdom. At the very least, I have this much confidence in myself. As for whether Yang Shi accepts me, or whether the 3 million will be refunded, there is no need for you to worry about it. Even before Emperor Xinjue and the three master teachers could speak, the middle-aged merchant dressed in fur coat and a silk cap challenged his words. Lu Sun couldn't help but frown. Since the other party could be seated alongside His Majesty and the three master teachers, this meant that he possessed exceptional social standing. Even so, he, Lu Sun, was confident that his standing would definitely not be inferior. Putting aside the fact that his father was the emperor's tutor, just considering his accomplishment of becoming the most capable star teacher in Tianqian Kingdom at such a young age, he was more than qualified to be seated alongside the heads of powerful clans. For example, even clan head Wang Hong would have to address him respectfully as Lu Laoshi, not daring to act haughtily before him at all. Yet, this fellow, despite being just a mere wealthy merchant, not to mention crude, dares to question me? So what if you have some status? I am talking to Emperor Xinjue, and it's not your place to be interfering in the matter. Who do you think you are? Upon witnessing his confidence, the three master teachers nearly choked on their saliva. Despite being genuine master teachers, the three of us do not dare to disrespect him at all. Yet, you, a mere star teacher who isn't even an apprentice yet, why are you behaving so arrogantly? I'm not worried for you. It's just that I think that if the money isn't refunded, you won't be able to answer to His Majesty. Even if you were to be sold, I doubt that you will be worth that much. Zhang Xian shook his head. He was simply giving kind advice, but to think that he would receive such a rude reply. Zhang Xian felt frustrated. Mister, please mind your words. This time, before Lu Sun could even speak, Wang Chao's eyes narrowed. Lu Sun Laosher is the #1 star teacher of Hongtian Academy. He is someone who will become a master teacher one day. Do you think that he will default on a mere 3 million gold coins? What a joke. If I were to phrase it more directly, he might not even accept this sum of money if some other people were to send it his way. Do you think that it is so easy to gain a favor from a future master teacher? Enough. Lu Sun interrupted his good friend's words. Then, with a straightened back reminiscent of a spear, he ignored Zhang Xian once more and turned toward Xinjue. Your Majesty, you know how I am. Even if Yangshe refuses to refund me the sum, I am still confident that I will be able to return it quickly. This amount of money isn't worth putting my reputation on the stake. Even though star teachers cannot be compared to master teachers, it is still true that they are able to guide others to help them achieve breakthroughs. 3 million might be a huge sum, but as long as Lu Sun is willing to work for it, he will nevertheless able to make back such money within a short period of time. Emperor Xinjue hesitated. 3 million didn't mean anything to Tianqian Kingdom as a whole, but the reason why he was worried was that he was afraid of incurring Yangshe's wrath. I've heard that Yangshe is refusing to meet with outsiders. Even if you have the money, you might not be able to meet him. Paying no heed to the other party's disrespectful attitude, Zhang Xian continued to speak. No matter what, this fellow is Master Lu Chen's son. It is highly possible that the latter does not know that he is here to borrow money. As such, I must try to persuade him. Given that they were going to cross blows at the teacher evaluation, they could be considered as enemies. However, to Zhang Xian, these are two different matters. Master Lu Chen had provided him much help, and since his son was going to do something foolish, as a senior, Zhang Xian felt he had the obligation to advise him. It is a problem of mine whether I am able to meet him or not. Mister, don't you think that you're going to a little too far interfering in my matters? Seeing how that fellow kept trying to ruin his plans, Lu Sun was finally displeased. I am trying to borrow money from His Majesty, not from you. His Majesty will have his own judgment on the matter, so there's no need for you to be so overly concerned with the matter. After which, he flung his robe angrily. Are you sick? I am borrowing money from Emperor Xinjue, yet you just have to keep trying to hinder my affairs. It isn't like I can't repay the sum, so what do you mean by this? Do you think that I, Lu Sun, am an easy target for you to bully? As a star teacher, if he doesn't uphold his own prestige and allow others to speak as they please in his presence, how can he instill respect in his students? Besides, the three master are observing the situation. If he were to cower when upon criticism, what rights does he have to become an assistant master teacher? Mister, regardless of your identity, this is a matter between Lu Sun Laosher and His Majesty. For you to be interrupting their conversation repeatedly, don't you think that you're going too far? Wang Chao harumphed coldly. Know your place. Don't you see that even the three master teachers aren't saying anything? Will you die if you do not speak? Going too far? Zhang Xian was just offering his advice out of kindness, so that the other party wouldn't waste this unnecessary sum of money. Yet, he was despised for doing so. He could only shake his head helplessly. Soon, his identity as Yangshe would disappear, and it was obvious that his decision to want to become his apprentice was a mistake in itself. Initially, he thought that since he had met with them, he would be able to easily dispel the thought from their heads. Yet, his goodwill was thought of as a nuisance. Not only did the other party not appreciate his efforts, they even thought that he was interfering too much in the matter. However, it wasn't surprising for the other party to react like that as well. If Zhang Xian were the one borrowing money, and someone else kept interrupting the conversation, he would be displeased as well. You are called Lu Sun, right? I've heard of your name before I even came. I think that his words make sense. You should reconsider the matter. Even though Zhang Xian didn't mind the other party's sarcastic attitude, Lu Ling could not stand watching it any further. Initially, he had a good impression of Lu Sun, and he intended to test him before deciding whether to accept him as his apprentice. Yet, he didn't think that he would see this side of him during their first encounter. He is simply too arrogant speaking to Yangshe like that, and the favorable impression that Lu Ling had of Lu Sun disappeared without a trace. Thank you, Lu Shi, for your advice, but my mind is made up. Hearing Lu Shi speak, Lu Sun did not speak to him with the same attitude as he did with the crude merchant. He hurriedly clasped his fists and answered politely. Upon seeing that the other party was reluctant to accept his advice as well, Lu Ling shook his head and fell silent. Yang Shi had stopped Emperor Shun Jue from pointing out his identity, so it was clear that he didn't want the latter to know that his identity. Since that was the case, Lu Ling wouldn't get ahead of himself and reveal it either. It's merely 3 million. Given how Master Lu Chun is my teacher, giving it to you is not a problem as well. Upon seeing that Yang Shi didn't have any intentions of blaming Lu Sun for the matter, Shinjue was relieved and he spoke. This bit of money means nothing to the prestigious clans, needless to say, a kingdom. As the son of his teacher, giving it to Lu Sun straight isn't a problem either. Thank you, Your Majesty. However, since I've already said that I would borrow it, I will just borrow it. I do not wish to owe that person a favor. Lu Sun gestured proudly. Ever since he had fallen out with that old man of his, he didn't want to be associated with him in any way. Thus, how can he allow himself to owe that person a favor? Go retrieve 3 million gold coins. Knowing that the father and son held conflicts, Emperor Shinjue didn't say any more. He turned to a eunuch by the side and commanded. The eunuch turned to leave and shortly, he returned with a stack of gold bills. Thank Your Majesty. I will return it as soon as possible. After obtaining the gold bills, Lu Chun clasped his hands once more. Emperor Shinjue waved his hands casually. It would be good if the other party can return the sum, but it doesn't matter if he can't. Now that the old ancestor has achieved a breakthrough and reached Zhongshe realm, Tianqian Kingdom will only grow more and more prestigious. Once they attract a master teacher here to assume the reins, it is highly possible that Tianqian Kingdom becomes a second-tier kingdom. A mere 3 million means nothing to him now. I won't intrude on Your Majesty any longer then. Lu Sun, Wang Chao, bids Your Majesty farewell. After obtaining the money, Lu Sun turned around and left immediately. After taking a few steps, he stopped abruptly and turned around to look at Zhang Xian. I don't know who you are, but since you're able to be seated with the 3 master teachers and His Majesty, I doubt that your background is anything simple. However, I would still like to offer you an advice. Oh. Zhang Xian turned to look at him. When other people speak, it's crude to interrupt their conversation. It's irritating. A haughty expression appeared on Lu Sun's face as he flung his hands backward. He looked as if he were a sacred lotus, a being untainted by dirt. Then, he turned around and left without stopping again. Wang Chao glanced at Zhang Xian and sneered before quickly following Lu Sun out. Once the duo left, the room plunged into silence. The 3 master teachers quietly stared at each other. That fellow, where does his self-confidence come from? After a long period of time, Zhuang Shi could not help but comment. He was truly infuriated. For a mere star teacher to be criticizing Yang Shi, whom even they have to be respectful toward. What guts! I was considering whether to accept him as my apprentice, but from the looks of it, I should drop the idea. He has no respect for his elders at all. Lu Ling shook his head as well. Lu Sun's fame was so great that it wasn't just limited to Tianqian Kingdom. Lu Ling and the others had long heard of him, but they didn't think that the first meeting would be so awkward. Yang Shi, I apologize in his stead. He doesn't know of your identity and unintentionally offended you. Upon noticing that even the 3 master teachers were displeased by Lu Sun's actions, Emperor Shenjue hurriedly turned to Yang Xian to appease him, in hopes that he wouldn't be angry. It's nothing. It is normal for one to get complacent having accomplished so much at such a young age. Zhang Xian shook his head and stood up. All right, Shun Hong has reached Zhongshe realm, and it is time for me to leave. I hope that Your Majesty will send those Tongxian realm manuals over soon. Yes. Emperor Shinjue nodded his head hastily. Farewell. After bidding the other 3 master teachers farewell too, Zhang Xian clasped his fists once more and left light-heartedly. Hot passion rose in the 3 master teachers and Emperor Shinjue once again. Did you see that? Other people would try their best to extort all kinds of benefits after helping someone achieve a breakthrough. Yet, he simply coolly. In fact, even when he was doubted and insulted by a junior, he did not get infuriated or annoyed. This is the kind of attitude and magnanimity that a true master teacher should possess. Lu Ling complimented. Indeed, I am completely impressed with young Shi. If I can become his disciple, it will truly be a great blessing. Zheng Fei nodded his head in agreement. I've heard of Lu Sun's reputation beforehand, but to think that he would be such a person. Upon recalling Lu Sun's actions, Lu Ling shook his head in disappointment. Then, he suddenly remembered something and asked, Your Majesty, you said that he is going to be competing with a teacher named Zhang Xian in a few days' time. Is that true? In the few days which they had been in Tianxian Kingdom, their attention had been on Hongtian Academy. The matter regarding the teacher evaluation was no secret, so it wasn't surprising that they would be aware of it. Indeed, Emperor Shenjue nodded his head. After returning to the royal palace, he received Pavilion Elder Qian's report and gained knowledge of the three-star incident. Even though the battle between two teachers isn't as shocking in news as Master Teacher Yang Xian's arrival, it nevertheless attracted the attention of numerous people. Since Lu Sun challenged the other party, that Zhang Xian should be a star teacher of Hongtian Academy as well, right? But why have I never heard of his name? Lu Shi asked doubtfully. In an official challenge such as this, one usually faces another opponent of the same caliber. Lu Sun is the #1 star teacher of Hongtian Academy, and this Zhang Laoshi accepted his challenge daringly, so they should be on par. However, why hadn't he heard of the name of this accomplished teacher? Chapter 192 Zhang Xian's Legend 2. Not only is he not a star teacher, he has also been condemned by many. This is also my first time hearing of Zhang Xian Laoshi. Thus, I had someone specially look into his identity and, not only is he not a star teacher, he has also been condemned by many. Recalling the contents in the report he had read through, Emperor Shenjue still found the matter hard to believe. With a bitter smile, he shook his head and said, Do you know of Zhang Laoshi's previous reputation in the academy? Reputation? What is it? The interest of the three master teachers was piqued. They turned to look at Emperor Shenjue intently. It's trash, Emperor Shenjue said. Trash? The three master teachers stared at one another. That's right. I've heard that this Zhang Xian Laoshi scored a 0 in his teacher qualification examination, and he even caused his students' cultivation to go berserk. Thus, he is reputed as the worst teacher Hongtian Academy ever had. Emperor Shenjue said, Scored a 0 in his teacher qualification examination? Caused his students' cultivation to go berserk? How can such a person remain as a teacher? Furthermore, since his results are that poor, why is Lu Sun competing with him? The three master teachers were puzzled. Putting aside how poor Zhang Xian's results were, Lu Sun is the #1 star teacher of the academy. Of everyone he could challenge, he chose to compete against a fellow who had scored a 0 in his teacher qualification examination. This is as though racing against a cripple and competing in a hearing test with a deaf. Even if he won, what honor would there be? Furthermore, what if against all odds, he loses? Allow me to first finish my story. That was his former title. About 10 days ago, a twist occurred. Emperor Shenjue continued. A teacher called Chao Xiong challenged him to an enlightenment inquisition in a contest for a student, and everyone thought that Chao Xiong would emerge victoriously. Yet, a shocking conclusion occurred. This Zhang Xian Laoshi isn't the trash that everyone put him out to be. On the contrary, he is an expert. He has already reached Pishue realm, and the student held a trust level of 64 in him. Even though Hongtian Academy had intentionally suppressed the news of the Enlightenment Inquisition, it remained a simple task for the Emperor of Tianxian Kingdom to look into such a matter. He was well aware of all that had happened that day, and he spoke of it in detail to the three master teachers. Right after accepting a student, his student's trust level in him has reached 64? The level of a master teacher? How? How is this possible? To reach Pishue realm before 20 years of age? What incredible talent! Even students who study under master teachers find it difficult to accomplish such a feat. Inducing symptoms of a berserk cultivation to overcome innate sealed meridians, and to induce a breakthrough in his student from Fighter 1 Dan to Fighter 2 Dan within 10 minutes. The three master teachers stared at one another in astonishment. They found the situation too incredulous, and it was as though they were in a dream. In order to guard the school's reputation, he was willing to bear the name of the trash without saying anything. In the end, it was only because the other party went too far that he revealed everything. If all of these are true, then, isn't this Zhang Xian Laosher too noble? Zhuang Xian was impressed. Despite being framed, just so as to not sully the name of the academy, he kept mum about the matter. Such magnanimity and professionalism, even the three master teachers find it difficult to achieve. Needless to say, a young man who isn't even yet 20. I've sent someone to the teacher guild to investigate and have received a reply regarding the matter. Emperor Shun Jue knew that the three master teacher found the matter unbelievable as well, so with a small gesture, he beckoned a eunuch over and took a letter from his hands. This is a personal writing from the teacher guild's elder Mo. The contents are exactly as I've said. Please take a look. After which, he handed the letter over. Upon receiving it, Lu Ling and the others took a quick and nodded their heads. That was a paper used by the teacher guild, and the seal of the guild was on it. It was unlikely for the contents on it to have been falsified, otherwise, Elder Mo would be punished. To think that such a talent is hiding in Hongtian Academy. Lu Ling's eyes lit up. He had intended to recruit Lu Sun as his apprentice, but after meeting the person in question, he couldn't help but feel slightly disappointed. This moment, after hearing the legendary affairs of Zhang Laosher, his interest was piqued once more. His conduct is noble, and he is willing to have his reputation sullied for the sake of the academy. Without regards for personal gains or losses, he gives his all for his students. I would like to meet such a teacher personally. Zhuang Xian commented in awe. Master teachers hope to accept good apprentices. This doesn't just mean their ability to educate others and their reputation. Their morals play an important part as well. After all, what is the use of recruiting a talented apprentice if he is ungrateful and immoral? Your Majesty, someone seeks an audience. Everyone was still immersed in their awe for Zhang Xian when a guard suddenly walked in. Who is it? It's the butler of City Lord Zhao of Baiyu City, Yao Han. The guard reported. Allow him to enter. Emperor Shinjue nodded his head. City Lord Zhao Feng is a subordinate that he trusts heavily in, and as Yao Han is a close aide of Zhao Feng, Shinjue knows him as well. Yao Han pays respect to your Majesty. Soon, a middle-aged man walked in and knelt on the floor. It was Yao Han. General Yao Han, please rise. Emperor Shinjue beckoned. Even though Yao Han is only a butler now, he had followed City Lord Zhao Feng to numerous wars back then, achieving the position of a general through his contributions in them. For General Yao to come at this time, does City Lord Zhao Feng have anything to report? Knowing that it is impossible for the other party to visit the royal palace without any good reason, Emperor Shun Jue asked, Your Majesty, our city lord intends to visit the capital in a few days' time, and he had instructed me to ask your Majesty for permission, Yao Han said. As an important official with heavy responsibilities in the country, Zhao Feng is not allowed to leave his post as and when he likes. Even if he wants to head to the capital, he has to inform the emperor in advance. Otherwise, if he were to secretly sneak here and the emperor found out about it, he would be punished severely. Visit the capital? Shinjue was taken aback. Yes, our young mistress has acknowledged Zhang Xian Laosher as her teacher, and in order to awaken her unique constitution, Zhang Laosher had undergone the apothecary examination, obtained the precious frigid sun mother grass, and purchased the Tier 3 unraveling pill for her consumption. Due to the immense gratitude toward him, City Lord has decided to come in person to thank him. Yao Han replied, Acknowledged Zhang Xian? Frigid sun mother grass? Unraveling pill? They were discussing Zhang Xian just a moment ago, and upon hearing these words, they were all stupefied. Recovering from his daze, Emperor Shinto spoke up. What is the matter about? Recount it to us in detail. Yes. Yao Han nodded his head. Then, he spoke of how Zhang Laosher had accepted Zhao Ya as his disciple, how he saw through her unique constitution, why he underwent the apothecary examinations, and so on in detail. Other people might not know the entire story, but after being beaten to a pulp by the other party, Yao Han went through the trouble to look into Zhang Xian's matters. As such, he knows of the affairs surrounding him clearly and accurately. You mean to say that this Zhang Xian Laosher had managed to pass the one-star apothecary examination? Not just so. In order to help his students to achieve a breakthrough, he spent a great amount of money to purchase pills and medicinal solutions, even tailoring cultivation techniques for their individual needs and requesting nothing in return. Due to the immense fatigue from staying up for multiple nights to create all of the battle techniques, he fell asleep lying on the chair. Upon hearing Yao Han's words, the three master teachers widened their eyes in shock. Agitated, they clenched their fists tightly. The basic responsibility of a teacher is to impart knowledge, skills, and clarify doubts. If one doesn't value his students, it is impossible for one to be a good teacher. For his own students, this Zhang Laosher had made so many sacrifices. He even hid all of it from his students. Even as master teachers, they couldn't help but be astounded by Zhang Xian's character. Most importantly, he passed the apothecary examination and became an official apothecary. If one wants to take on the master teacher examination, one needs to have a supporting occupation. Since Zhang Xian is an official apothecary, that means that if we accept him as our apprentice, he will be qualified to take on the master teacher examination with just a bit of guidance. The eyes of the three master teachers grew increasingly bright. For a master teacher to guide others, they need to possess a fearsome amount of knowledge as a prerequisite. They have to be well-versed in various fields, to the point that they are qualified to become a member of their guild, or else it would be impossible for them to offer concrete pointers. Apothecaries are considered one of the top professions among the upper 9 paths. Given that Zhang Xian is already an official apothecary, if he were to be paired with an acceptable teaching formula and knowledge system, it wouldn't be difficult for him to become a master teacher at all. Even in Tier 2 and Tier 1 kingdoms, such apprentices are vied for by numerous master teachers. After all, it adds to a master teacher's prestige if one student becomes a master teacher as well. He is strong, able to tolerate injustices for the sake of the bigger picture, willing to try new methods to teach his students, doesn't despair or panic when misunderstood, knowledgeable, but is willing to lie low, humble, willing to abandon his all for his students. This truly is a good master teacher, bud. The more Lu Ling spoke, the brighter his eyes grew. Zhuang Shi, since there's such a good teacher in Hongtian Academy, do you want to accompany me to take a look? Lu Shi, what are you talking about? It should be you accompanying me to take a look. I've been trying to look for such an apprentice all along. Zhuang Shi chuckled. As a certified apothecary, I have an in-depth understanding of pill forging. It would be the most fitting for him to become my apprentice. Zhang Fei interjected. Having heard the various outstanding deeds of Zhang Xian, the three master teachers could no longer hold themselves back. While teachers hope to strike up good relationships with master teachers also hope to accept capable and upright teachers as apprentices. Given how noble Zhang Xian's character is, willing to give up his all for his students, not to mention that his potential far surpasses Lu Sun, how is it possible for the three master teachers remain unmoved? Seeing how the three masters were squabbling with one another over Zhang Xian so vehemently, Emperor Xinjue and Yao Han were astonished. Other people try all means possible so that a master teacher spares a single glance at them, and yet, it is the direct opposite for this Zhang Laosher. The three master teachers hadn't met him yet, but they were already quarreling for him. However, recalling all of the deeds that he had accomplished, he is indeed someone worthy for master teachers to vie over. Looks like I should try to get on close terms with this Zhang Xian Laosher. Emperor Xinjue made up his mind secretly. As the sovereign of the country, how can he give up on someone who wields such tremendous potential to become a master teacher? General Yao informed Zhao Feng that he is free to come. At this point, he nodded his head immediately and consented to Yao Han's request. Regardless of whether it is for this kingdom or for him, it is good news. Through Zhaoya, he should be able to easily tie Zhang Xian Laosher onto Tianxian Kingdom's chariot. Once the kingdom possesses the backing of a true master teacher, the strength of the kingdom would be on the rise, and being promoted to a second-tier kingdom wouldn't just be a dream. Emperor Xinjue, we've decided to visit Hongtian Academy, so we won't be imposing on you for now. After a round of quarreling, the three master teacher decided to see firsthand if Zhang Laoshe is as incredible as the rumors had put him out to be. After all, rumors tend to be exaggerated. Only by seeing it for themselves will they be able to make the most accurate judgment of the person. In any case, the other party also has the choice of choosing who he wants to acknowledge. Thus, it was pointless for them to argue here. Three master teachers, please feel free. Emperor Shen Jue did not dare to hinder them, and he nodded his head in consent. Lu Ling, Zhuangxian, and Zheng Fei stopped their incessant chatter and quickly headed outside, straight for Hongtian Academy. Lu Sun, watching the three master teachers leave for Zhangxian, Emperor Shen Jue thought of Lu Sun, who had left earlier, and shook his head. From cultivation to knowledge, character, and teaching skills, the impression of the three master teachers, as well as reputation. This number one-star teacher in Hongtian Academy has lost in every aspect. A complete defeat. Chapter 193. That's Yangshi? Oblivious to the fact that the impression that Emperor Shen Jue and the three master teachers had of them had been ruined, Lu Sun and Wang Chao headed toward Yangshi's residence, their faces beaming with excitement. They were mocked and insulted previously due to their lack of money. Now that they have 3 million in their hands, no one would dare to stop them. Later, when we meet Yangshi, just dive straight into the main topic. Say that we're willing to become his apprentice and that we will serve him well. Lu Sun deliberated on the possible scenarios when they meet Yangshi before concluding. For Lu Shi and the others to be so much in awe of him, he must have reached at least 2-star or even higher. If we were to beat around the bush, we might incur his irritation instead. Rather, it might be better if we are straightforward. A master teacher has incredibly sharp eyes. It is best not to put on an act before such a person, otherwise, they would definitely be the ones to get unlucky. Once they incur the wrath of Yangshi, it would be out of the question for them to become his apprentices. You're right. Wang Chao nodded his head in agreement. Right, Wang Chao. You said that Elder Wang Chong learned a new spear technique, and he spent quite a bit of money for it. What happened? Suddenly recalling the matter, Lu Sun asked. Just a few days ago, my father was training in seclusion, so I was unable to reach him. I only came to know about the matter after asking the butler. He said that an expert visited the residence, and my old man spent millions as tuition fee to learn a single spear technique from the other party. Honestly, I can't imagine what kind of technique can be worth that much money. Wang Chao shook his head unhappily. As a clan of spear masters, even though they possessed considerable properties, taking out a few million at once would still rattle the family's foundations. He didn't know why his father went mad all of a sudden, paying such a huge sum. No one surpasses Elder Wang Chong's understanding of the spear in the entire Tianqian kingdom. Since he was willing to take out so much money, it must mean that this spear technique is remarkable. You must learn it well. Lu Sun viewed the matter from a different perspective. Given the reputation Wang Chong enjoys in Tianqian kingdom, even being praised by Emperor Shenjue personally, his comprehension of spearmanship has reached an astonishing level. For such an incredible expert to be willing to pay so huge a price, how is it possible that the spear art be anything ordinary? I would like to learn it as well, but father refuses to teach it to me. According to the butler, father promised to only impart the spear art to another clan member with the creator's permission. Hence, anyone who tries to learn it secretly will be punished severely. Wang Chao pouted. He felt extremely discontented upon mentioning the matter. His father had been practicing that mysterious spear technique madly, and Wang Chao knew of it but wasn't allowed to learn. As such, he felt incredibly frustrated within and could only vent his frustration through complaining. The Wang clan's spearmanship tops the entire kingdom, and it is known by all to be a top-notch battle technique. I don't think that the expert's spearmanship will be any stronger. Most probably, the elder is looking for a chance to make another breakthrough. After offering him a word of consolation, Lu Sun was about to continue speaking when he suddenly saw Wang Chao gesturing toward their back. Puzzled, he asked, "What's wrong?" "Look, that's the arrogant fellow from the royal palace." Wang Chao pointed to his back, turning around. He saw the middle-aged man dressed in fur coat and silk hat walking in the same direction. Who else can it be other than that noisy fellow? since he's able to sit alongside the three master teachers and his majesty. Even though his mouth is vile, he must possess an extraordinary identity. Let's not provoke him and focus on our matter instead. Sensing that his good buddy was about to pick a fight with the other party, Lu Xun immediately persuaded him otherwise. Even though he had never met that middle-aged man, he was unlikely to be an ordinary person for him to dare to interrupt his conversation with Emperor Xinjue. But, so what about it? They are star teachers with backing from powerful clans and are considered influential celebrities in the entire Tianqian kingdom. No matter how influential the other party might possibly be, it means nothing at all before them. I understand, but why does it seem like he is following us? Wang Chao felt puzzled. He glanced backward once more to look at the other party. While the duo was speaking, they had turned at several corners, but the fellow was still behind them. What else can this be other than following? Perhaps he wishes to pay a visit to Yangshi as well. Let's not talk anymore. Butler's son is at the door. Let's go pay him the sum. Lu Xun shook his head. He didn't want any troubles before acknowledging Yangshi as his master. After turning at two more corners, Yangshi's mansion appeared before them. There were many people still queuing at the entrance, and Butler's son Chong happened to be at the door as well. Wang Chao immediately walked over with his head held high and chest protruding. Putting on a haughty look, he squeezed through the crowd and handed the 3 million which he had just borrowed forward. Butler's son, here is the fee for both of us to pay a visit to Yangshi. Now you can let us in, right? Didn't you just mock us for being poor blokes? In just a short hour, we've brought the money here. This is called slapping your face in public. In their minds, they imagined that Sun Chang's face would darken, and he would assume a subservient attitude, bending his back and fawning on them. But the plump man frowned instead. Without even turning to look at them, his chubby hands waved impatiently. Where did all of your nonsense come from? Didn't I say just now? From now on, Yangshi won't be accepting any more money. It doesn't matter how much you pay. So, for those whose names aren't called, don't cause any trouble here and scram. Rage surged through Wang Chao, and he nearly vomited blood. As one of the members of the top echelon of Tianqian Kingdom, he is highly respected no matter where he went. Even Emperor Xinjue has to treat him with considerable respect. Yet, a mere butler dared to tell him to scram, not once, but twice. The strong sense of humiliation infuriated him so greatly that he was about to erupt. Sun Chang, do you know who you're talking to? With a darkened face, he walked forward and spat through gritted teeth. Oh, it's Wang Chao Laoshi. Only now did Sun Chang clearly see the other party's face, and he lifted his eyebrows. Why? You brought the money here this time? On the previous occasion, he was hesitant because of the other party's identity as a celebrity teacher. However, after seeing that the old master was completely unbothered by the matter, he realized that it doesn't matter whether one is a noble or a celebrity teacher. If you listen obediently, I'll speak up for you. Otherwise, it doesn't matter who you are. The moment Wang Chao heard Sun Chang's reply, he nearly passed out from rage. The heck? What do you mean by that look of contempt? What do you mean by you brought the money here this time? If those who don't know better were to hear, they would think that I had come multiple times shamelessly without money. Wang Chao, calm down. Upon realizing that his friend was about to explode, Lu Xun shook his head and took a step forward. Even though this friend of his has good talent and is skilled in teaching others, he is hot-tempered and due to this trait, had got into plenty of trouble in the past. If he hadn't stepped in, it is likely that Wang Chao would have really turned violent. Beating up this fellow means sullying Yangshi's dignity. Not only will Yangshi not admit them as apprentices, he might just drive them away. Holding back his agitated friend, Lu Xun clasped his hands and smiled. Butler's son, I don't there's any need to introduce us anymore. It is our fault for not bringing the money here previously, so we brought the money this time along with the name scroll. May I trouble you to report this matter to Yangshi? If he truly refuses to meet with us, we will give up on the idea and bother you no more. With a single look, it was clear that Sun Chang was a typical street person. Arguing with him would just make things more and more complicated. So Lu Xun decided to avoid unnecessary trouble and dive straight into the topic. Old Master has instructed that I am not to accept any more name scrolls. Other than those who have paid previously, no one is allowed to enter. However, since you two are celebrity teachers, I will play the good man and—" Satisfied with Lu Sun's words, Sun Chang nodded his head. Halfway through his words, he suddenly noticed that the old master had reached the gates. He pushed open the gates and walked into the courtyard. Actually, Sun Chang's tantrum a moment earlier was to conceal the fact that the old master wasn't at the mansion. Upon seeing him return, he heaved a sigh of relief. He was about to enter the mansion delightfully when he heard an incensed bellow resounding. "Butler's son, what do you mean by this? We've paid the money and handed over the name scroll, but you still refuse to allow us to enter. Yet, why is that fellow able to enter directly, even without having to address you?" Wang Chao was truly angered. "When we didn't bring money, you criticized us and mocked us in public. Now that we've brought money, you still deny us entry. We would have just accepted the fact if everyone is subjected to the same treatment, but what is with that fellow with a fur coat and silk hat? Without submitting a name scroll or paying anything, he was allowed to enter just like that. What rights does he have to do so? Just because he's rich? Just because Emperor Shen Jue regards him highly? Didn't you say that no one can enter? What happened to the righteous words that you spoke of earlier?" Wang Chao was so furious that if anger were visible, a pillar of red would split the heavens. However, right after he said those words, the surrounding crowd turned to look at him immediately, as though they were staring at an idiot. Their eyes were filled with pity. Looking at those glances, Lu Sun suddenly thought of something. His body shuddered uncontrollably, and his complexion turned awful. He turned to Sun Chang and asked, "Butler's son, the person who has just entered is—" "It's our old master." Sun Chang harumphed coldly. "Yang Shi?" Lu Sun felt as though lightning bolts had struck him, and his entire body swayed. The furious Wang Chao seemed as though he had been slapped on his face. The words that he had wanted to say, in a split second, all jammed in his mouth. His face turned pale, and he quivered uncontrollably. "That's Yang Shi? And we scolded him back in the palace for being too noisy? He tried to advise us out of kindness, but we simply disregarded his words out of indignance and even wanted to teach him a lesson. What? What is going on?" Lu Sun and Wang Chao felt the world begin to spin around them, slowly crumbling apart. Even though Lu Sun and Wang Chao were prestigious figures in the eyes of many, the two of them celebrity teachers of Hongtian Academy, as Zhang Xian had come into contact with numerous top individuals within the kingdom in the past few days, their identities were far from being eye-catching. Looking at them now, they seemed nothing more than conceited young men. It didn't matter to Zhang Xian whether the duo was traumatized. It sufficed to leave the matter to Sun Chang. Zhang Xian could not be bothered. At this moment, he was sitting on his bed with a grim expression. After studying the Heaven's Path poison art, he had gained an in-depth knowledge of that topic. At the same time, he noticed a bizarre black poison aura within his body. In the royal palace, he was busy helping Shen Hong to reach Zhongshe realm, and as such, he didn't have the leisure to look into the matter back then. Now that he is back at his mansion, he is anxious to take a look at it to find out what is going on. He has been healthy all along, so why is there poison aura lingering in his body? When did it sneak into his body? Puzzled, he focused his attention on the black poison aura. That black poison aura was hidden between his organs and meridians, making it hard to detect. If not for the fact that he had studied Heaven's Path poison art and gained an in-depth understanding of poison, he would have never noticed it. What kind of poison is this? Why, haven't I seen it before? Taking a closer look at it, Zhang Xian's eyebrows knitted together. There were more than 1,000 books on poison in the kingdom's book collection vault, and the various types of poison, their nature, and their scent were all recorded within. Yet, the black poison aura in his body did not match any single one of those written in the books. Chapter 194 3 Shocked Master Teachers 1. That is to say, this black aura is a lethal poison which he doesn't recognize. What exactly is it? Let's see if I can expel it. With a grim expression, Zhang Xian propelled the Jinqi within his body. Even though he has no idea what the poison aura is capable of, it would eventually pose to be a threat if left untreated in his body like that. Since he has become aware of it now, he has to solve the problem as soon as possible. Otherwise, with a ticking time bomb within him, he will never feel at ease. The books did detail how can one use his Xinqi to expel poison, and it isn't a difficult process. After spending a brief moment immersed in his thoughts, he mastered the skill. Gu gu gu. Upon seeing the surge of Xinqi, the black aura, as though it had met its nemesis, dived into his meridians and hid immediately. It doesn't work at all. Zhang Xian's face darkened. This poison aura is simply too formidable. To think that it is capable of hiding from the assault of Xinqi. At this moment, it had only dived into his meridians, so it isn't particularly critical. However, if it were to have dived frenziedly into an important organ, Zhang Xian would have probably died before he can even react to it. To be able to avoid Xinqi as though it possesses intelligence, what poison is this? Furthermore, when was I poisoned? Since he was unable to find any records of the poison in the book collection vault, this meant that it is a poison exclusive to the higher-tier kingdoms. Yet, such a poison aura was found in his body. Zhang Xian felt increasingly baffled. He tried using all kinds of detoxification method, but upon seeing that none of them were effective, he had no choice but to give up temporarily. It seems that the black aura is extremely fearful of his Xinqi, so it should not dare to cause any trouble for the time being. Otherwise, he couldn't have survived for so long without noticing it. However, even though there isn't any threat on his life for the time being, how he was poisoned is a huge issue. It is one thing if he had accidentally come into contact with the poison, but if it were the intentional doing of someone else and he was oblivious, this would be altogether a different matter. The enemy's first attempt had failed, so that means that there'll be a second try. I've to first ascertain whether I was afflicted before or after my arrival, and whether it is an intentional act. At the very least, I can be on my guard. Warily, Zhang Xian glanced at the black aura once more and examined it. Eventually, he failed to discover anything new. It isn't because Zhang Xian is dumb, but because the poison is simply too advanced. It is beyond what Tianqian Kingdom understands, making it impossible for Zhang Xian to identify it, and even less so, figure out when he was afflicted and who the culprit is. I should try using the Library of Heaven's Path. Just as Zhang Xian was about to give up, a thought suddenly appeared in his head. Even though he is unable to personally discern anything, it doesn't mean that the library will be helpless as well. To trigger the Library of Heaven's Path and compile a book on something or someone, he needs to touch the object with his fingers or witness a person execute a battle technique. Since the poison aura is hidden in his meridians, it is impossible to touch. As for getting it to execute a battle technique, cough cough, that is even more ridiculous. However, verifying the answer to some basic questions isn't difficult for Zhang Xian. Grabbing a blank book, Zhang Xian took out his brush and started writing. The poison aura in my body only appeared after my reincarnation, and it is an intentional act. When Zhang Xian's finger touched the book, an identical book appeared in his head. Casually flipping it open, the flaws of the statement he wrote appeared. After reading through the contents, Zhang Xian's face darkened. Based on the feedback from the Library of Heaven's Path, the poison aura was already in this body before his reincarnation, and it was an intentional doing. That means that someone wanted to kill him. Could it be that the death of my previous self isn't because of alcoholism and depression, but because of this poison? He had been feeling perplexed over this matter for quite some time. How could a Zhenqi realm pinnacle expert die just from drinking alcohol? From the looks of it, it seems that wasn't the case at all. Thus, Zhang Xian wrote all kinds of conjectures onto the book. An unknown period of time had passed before Zhang Xian put down his brush. After half-day of testing his conjecture, he had obtained a rough idea of the entire matter. His previous self had indeed died from poisoning, and that opened the path for his reincarnation. The reason why he had been fine after the reincarnation is because the Heaven's Path Xinqi he cultivated is too pure. The poison aura feared it instinctively and was forced to a corner, unable to budge at all. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for Zhang Xian to survive to this date. That is to say, the reason why Zhang Xian could live to this moment is that he was diligent. Otherwise, without sufficient Zhenqi, the poison aura would have counterattacked immediately and Zhang Xian would have died from poisoning. Looks like another mess my previous self left me. After settling the problem regarding the teacher qualification examination, Zhang Xian thought that he would gain freedom and would be able to live a carefree life. Yet now, he realized that he had been simplifying things. As long as the black aura lingers in his body, he would be in danger. I have to find a way to identify the person who wants to kill me. If the person who wished to kill him conceals himself, it would be impossible for Zhang Xian to locate him. However, if the other party dares to make another move, using the Library of Heaven's Path, Zhang Xian would be able to identify even his ancestors. Thus, Zhang Xian didn't feel fear in the least and was merely puzzled. His previous self was just an orphan who didn't even have a relative. Not to mention, he also possessed trashy talent. Having not offended anyone, who in the world would use poison that one couldn't even find in Tianxin Kingdom to kill him? Given that the person was able to acquire such an advanced poison, he definitely boasts of some capability. Rather than going through so much effort, why didn't he just kill him straight? Aren't his actions, as though taking off one's pants to fart, excessive? Since Zhang Xian could not make sense of the matter, he decided not to mull over it anymore. Without any clue who the person that poisoned him is, musing over the matter is futile. The best he can do now is to find a method to dispel the poison in his body. In order to dispel the poison, I have to first know what poison it is. There are 2 little books regarding poison in Tianxin Kingdom. Looks like I have to head to a place with more books. Possessing the Library of Heaven's Path, Zhang Xian can treat himself as long as he is able to access sufficient books on poison. However, such books aren't easy to find. Zhang Xian had read through the entire collection in the royal palace, but it is far from sufficient. As such, it is unlikely that any normal book here would be useful. After all, this poison is too advanced, so advanced that it can't be found in Tianxin Kingdom. Since the poison doesn't exist here, how can the solution be found here? To rid himself of the poison, Zhang Xian will have to head for the higher-tier kingdoms to look for more books on poison. I should greet the 3 master teachers and inquire them about it later on. Even though Zhang Xian is completely ignorant of the affairs of other lands, the 3 master teachers, in contrast, must be very familiar. They hail from higher-tier kingdoms and travel often. Thus, they definitely know more about the other lands than him. There's no need for me to panic. I should first solve the issues here. Since his Heaven's Path Zhenqi suppresses the poison aura, preventing it from acting up, he should be safe for the time being. Thus, Zhang Xian shook his head, stretched his back, and gestured for Sun Chang to call the next person in. Lu Shi, why do we have to change our clothes? The 3 master teachers were walking on the pavement in Hongtian Academy. Looking at the clothes they were wearing, Zheng Fei couldn't help but ask. He usually donned the robe of a master teacher, and regardless of where he went, others always treated him with the utmost respect. It felt weird to be dressed in casual clothes all of a sudden. The master teacher robe is too eye-catching. If we were to wear it here, Zhang Xian Laosher would definitely rush here at first time's notice and act obediently and respectfully around us. If that's the case, how can we see his true character? Lu Ling spoke. Indeed, it is a good idea to conceal our identity. This way, we can see his true personality. Zhuang Xian nodded his head in agreement. Zheng Fei came to a realization as well. Having changed into the clothes of an ordinary person and suppressed their cultivation, no one would guess that they are master teachers. People would simply think of them as ordinary elders. Only under such circumstances will they be able to peer into the truth. Soon, after asking about, they arrived at Zhang Xian's classroom. This classroom is way too small. Observing the classroom before their eyes, Lu Ling and company frowned. They had seen the scale of Hongtian Academy for themselves on their way here, and even the most ordinary teacher possesses a classroom several hundred meters square large. Yet, the classroom before them isn't even 100 meters square large. Regardless of infrastructure or design, they are exceptionally simple and shabby. With a single glance, it was clear that this is the worst facility in the entire academy. Seems like that Zhang Laosher isn't treated very well in the academy. With such poor conditions, it is truly a wonder how Zhang Laosher manages to tolerate. If it were them, they would have long fallen out with the academy, flung their robes, and resigned. To be able to remain calm, humble, and motivated under such conditions. It seems that he places his responsibilities above his pride. I am impressed. Lu Ling expressed his heartfelt thoughts. Despite being subjected to unfair treatment, the other party doesn't bear any resentment or vent any frustration on his students. To not allow such humiliation get in the way of his character, that is truly impressive. Cousin Wang Tao, I still don't understand what Zhang Laosher spoke about the convergence of spirit energy. Can you explain it to me once more? Walking toward the classroom, before they even entered it, they could hear questioning voices from the grass patch before the entrance. The three men stopped in their footsteps. All right. However, Zhang Laosher's words were exceptionally profound and I understood less than a tenth of it. In any case, I have made a note, so how about we study it together? The senior known as Wang Tao hesitated for a moment before replying. Great. The first voice chirped delightfully. Look, this is what Zhang Laosher said. In Jushi realm, one should view one's own body as a part of the natural flow of spiritual energy in the air and converge them together into one's body instead of forcefully absorbing it. This way, one will be able to better store spiritual energy and the rate of absorption of spiritual energy will increase. Back then, Zhang Laosher brought up 10 methods to do so, but I only remember 3 of them. We can study them together. Look at the first one. Wang Tao's voice echoed from the classroom. View one's own body as a part of the natural flow of spiritual energy in the air. Listening to the conversation between the two, the 3 master teachers became shocked. Their astonishment reflected on their faces. I've heard of this theory from my teacher, that Zhang Laosher is capable of speaking such profound logic as well? Lu Ling's jaws dropped. Whether one is truly an expert, his performance will tell. As master teachers, they stand at the very pinnacle of the occupation of teachers. Naturally, they hold a deep knowledge about imparting knowledge, and they are also capable of telling right from wrong. Even though they hadn't sat through Zhang Xian's lesson, judging the conversation between the 2 students alone, they were able to tell that Zhang Laosher's theories are innovative, correct, and straightforward. Even they themselves find it hard to conduct a lesson of such standard. The theories brought up by the duo weren't incredibly profound, but they point straight to the essence of Jushi realm. It felt as though they were standing before a vast ocean, endless and unimaginably deep. The more they listened, the more it was beneficial to their cultivation. They had benefited greatly from the exchange. As the 3 master teachers continued to listen, they became increasingly amazed. Rooted to the spot, they shuddered with agitation. Chapter 195 3 Shocked Master Teachers 2. To be capable of analyzing a mere Jushi realm so thoroughly, it seems that Zhang Laosher's comprehension toward cultivation isn't something that I can match up to. He has long reached the enlightenment realm. After eavesdropping on the conversation of the duo for another moment, Lu Ling could not help but say, to be enlightened means to have grasped the laws of the world. In the enlightenment realm, one's cultivation would have reached Zhongshe realm. Only at that realm will one form his own school of understanding toward cultivation. Could it be that Zhang Xian has already reached Zhongshe realm? Zhuang Xian found it unbelievable. It is not that only Zhongshe experts are able to reach the enlightenment realm. Some incredible teachers, through their comprehension and study of cultivation, manage to form schools of their own. By imparting the knowledge and theories they have compiled to their students, they are able to enlighten their student to the truth, thus massively benefiting their students. Such teachers are absolutely rare and hard to find in the world. To think that this Zhang Laosher would be one of them. At this point, Lu Ling's eyes grew increasingly bright. He couldn't help but mutter, such a talented bud. Indeed, even for me, I can't help but feel excited listening to his theories toward cultivation. To be able to describe the complex subject of cultivation in the simplest words such that anyone will be able to understand it. His standard is indeed astounding. Zhuang Xian nodded his head. If one were to cultivate according to his theory, improvements would definitely be swift. One probably won't exceed a year in breaking through Fighter 1 Danjushi realm. Zhang Fei commented. However, it is a pity that we're just listening by the side. We are only qualified to attend the most basic lectures of Zhang Laosher. If we were taught by him personally, we might have already achieved a breakthrough. The three master teachers were wallowing in their awe for Zhang Xian when they suddenly heard the voices before them echoing once more. Listening by the side? Those two are only listening in on his lesson? The three master teachers stared at one another as their minds were blown once again. There are different types of students under the tutelage of a teacher. There are students who listen in, normal students, and direct disciples. Initially, given how the duo was discussing cultivation methods, the three master teachers thought that they were true disciples of Zhang Laoshi, and thus, they had been imparted with the purest and most profound theories. However, upon hearing listening in, did they realize that they are just the most basic students under his tutelage. If a listener student can learn such profound theories, it would be hard to imagine what his normal students and true disciples will be able to achieve. Indeed, when younger sister Wang Ying first started to learn under Zhang Xian, she was only Jushi realm primary stage. After coming under the personal tutelage of Zhang Laoshi, in a short 10 days, her cultivation rose swiftly, and she succeeded in reaching Dantian realm yesterday night. I'm truly envious. Say, why was I so foolish back then? Why was I so obsessed with coming under Lu Laoshi's tutelage before? If only I had joined Zhang Laoshi earlier, I would have long achieved a breakthrough as well. The two continued to chat, and their tone revealed their envy for the other students. She reached Dantian realm from Jushi realm in 10 short days? Upon hearing the words of the duo, the three master teachers felt as though they were struck by a massive hammer on their head. They thought that they were going insane. In Fighter 1 Dan, one gathers spiritual energy and circulated around his body to nourish and open meridians. Without accomplishing all of these thoroughly, it is impossible for to reach Dantian realm. In other words, there are no shortcuts whatsoever for this realm. Thus, without years of hard work, it is difficult to achieve a breakthrough from this realm. Even for them, without half a year, it is impossible for them to help their students do so. Yet, a breakthrough in 10 days? The three master teachers were astonished, unable to believe what they had just heard. If that is true, doesn't that mean that Zhang Xian's ability to teach is superior to theirs? How is that possible? Boom, boom, boom. They were feeling uncertain when the ground below them started to quake. It's Yuan Tao. That fellow is probably knocking against walls again. Let's go and take a look. Wang Tao's words sounded in the air. Soon, their footsteps grew faint as they gradually walked into the distance. Yuan Tao? Isn't that the fellow who scored the worst for the entrance examinations? Zhuangshi couldn't help but ask. On their way here, they had inquired about Zhang Laoshi's affairs and found out that he had accepted 5 students. As the student with the worst result during the entrance examination, Yuan Tao was especially conspicuous and, as such, the three master teachers had a deep impression of him. Yes, let's go. We'll take a look as well. Lu Ling gestured, and the trio followed the sound of the footsteps before them. They are all half-Zhongshi experts. It is impossible them to be discovered by the 2 students. After several dozen meters, they stopped after a corner and a few figures appeared before them. They saw a fatty who was charging furiously toward a wall. Every time he rams against it, the ground trembles vigorously. What incredible defensive ability! With such extraordinary defensive capability, even a Fighter 6 Dan Pishue realm expert would find it hard to break through. Seeing the fatty's actions, the 3 master teachers were once again blown out of their minds. While Wang Tao and Wang Yan's do not have sufficiently discerning eyes and are unable to judge how strong Yuan Tao's defense truly is, but they, as master teachers, are able to tell with a single look. Even for them, they would take quite a bit of effort to break through the fatty's defense. For the student who was the last in the entrance examination to possess such overwhelming defense all of the sudden, the 3 master teachers felt their head unable to cope with the sudden turn of situations. Quick, look over there, Zheng Fei suddenly said. Following the direction where he was pointing, Lu Ling and Zhuang Xian saw a 16 to 17-year-old little girl executing a kick toward a wooden pole which was around a bowl thick, as though a superior bow with its bowstring pulled tautly was released. Gotcha! The wooden pole broke into 2. What a powerful leg technique. There must be at least 400 kilograms of strength behind her kick. Not only so, her turn, leg raise, strength exertion, and hip twist, All of her movements were seamlessly coordinated as one. This shows that she has at least immersed herself in leg techniques for 7 to 8 years. Otherwise, it is impossible for one to reach such a level. Lu Ling praised. Even though it was just an ordinary kick, it revealed the good foundations the lady possessed. Without years of hard work, it is impossible to reach such a level. Is this Zhang Xian's student as well? But why didn't we hear about him having a female student who is adept in leg techniques when we asked around? Zhuang Xian couldn't help but ask. Zhang Laosher only has 5 students, and as such, it wasn't difficult to find out what his students are adept at. However, they had never heard of him having a female student who is adept at leg techniques. Wang Ying, to think that your leg techniques would become so powerful right after your legs recovered. The 2 young men who were in the classroom previously walked over and complimented her. Wang Ying? She's that Wang Ying whose legs are injured? Lu Ling almost fell to the ground. As the daughter of clan head Wang Hong, Wang Ying's leg injury wasn't any secret. They had heard the news, but if her legs had been injured, how can she exert such powerful strength through them? Furthermore, he had just confidently claimed that the other party must have trained for at least 7 to 8 years to have built up such a solid foundation for her leg skills. Yet, to think that she had been just treated of her injury, the heck? How can someone whose legs were just treated exert such powerful strength that can destroy a wooden pole so thick with a single kick? Why does it feel like a dream? Lu Ling felt a fiery sensation on his face, and that he was on the verge of going berserk. While he found the event embarrassing, the other 2 master teachers didn't have the leisure to bother about that. They were staring in another direction with widened eyes. Lu Shi. Due to his anxiety, Zhang Fei's voice quivered. What's wrong? Seeing that his 2 friends weren't going to pester him for his judgmental error, Lu Ling heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he turned over to look at them too. Look over there. Zhang Fei pointed. Puzzled, Lu Ling lifted his head and peered over. The other party was pointing toward a young man. At that moment, he held a spear in his hand and was standing motionless on the spot, resembling a statue. What's wrong? He wasn't sure what the other party was trying to point out. That is a posture which spear users often stand in to feel their spear. Those who love to use spears would often stand in such a position to feel the connection between their body and the spear. Logically, there shouldn't be anything weird about the situation. It's not his actions, it's... Zhang Fei wanted to explain, but before he could finish his words, the spear-carrying young man suddenly moved. There wasn't the slightest hesitation in his movements. As though a dragon rising from the sea, his eyes gleamed with might. In an instant, the tranquil young man seemed to have transformed into another person. It was as if he became an incredibly sharp and taut spear that was capable of even piercing through the heavens. This is... Lu Ling staggered backward, flabbergasted. His eyes narrowed to the point that they were as thin as needles. Spear intent? Achieving spear intent at such a young age? As a master teacher, it was natural that he knew of spear intent. He had also once seen a master displaying it. However, those who are capable of releasing spear intent are, at a minimum, 40-year-old. The teenager before him exuded a domineering aura along with the movement of his spear, and it is clear that he has comprehended spear intent. Even though it is the most basic of it all, that is still spear intent. How did he do it? Lu Ling felt his entire body turn cold. This should be the student who specializes in using the spear, Zhang Yang. Back then, given how he was rejected by Wang Chao Laosher, he was probably only capable of the fundamentals. Yet, in just 10 days or so, Zhang Laosher had turned him into a spear master capable of releasing spear intent. This is no longer a question of whether he is a capable educator, but it's a miracle. Lifting his head to look at his old buddies, the 2 of them, Zhuang Xian and Zhang Fei, were also standing in a daze on the spot. The same thought had popped into their minds simultaneously. This Zhang Xian Laosher, who exactly is he? Chapter 196. Eligibility to take the Master Teacher Examination. Rubbing between his eyebrows, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. After 2 days of hard work, he finally finished dealing with the problems of those who paid the fee previously. At last, he is free from work. Most of the people who visited him inquired him about their cultivation, while a small portion was afflicted with terminal diseases. Using the library of Heaven's Path and the knowledge he had accumulated from the kingdom's book collection vault, he managed to look into their flaws and solve every problem successfully. It will be the teacher evaluation in 2 days' time. I wonder how much have those brats progressed in their training. Stretching his back lazily, Zhang Xian sneaked out of the mansion. He had been busy with the matters on this end for the past 2 days, and as such, he hasn't had time to return to the academy for a look. If Xiaoya and the others hadn't followed his instructions, it would be difficult for them to achieve victory over Lu Sun's students. As for Lu Sun and Wang Chao, who had been waiting at the entrance of the mansion, Zhang Xian left them to be. After an entire day of anticipation, the duo also realized that they had thoroughly offended Yang Shi and that it was impossible for them to be accepted as his apprentices. Thus, they could only leave in disappointment. After finding a remote alley, Zhang Xian took off his disguise, reverted to his usual look, and returned to the academy. Master Zhang. Upon reaching the entrance of the academy, he heard a familiar method of address. Turning around to take a look, he saw Huang Yu and Bai Sun walking toward him with large strides. Such a coincidence. We were about to enter the academy to look for you. Since you're here, we'll be able to spare the trouble. Stepping forward, Huang Yu said with a smile. Looking for me? Zhang Xian asked. Didn't these two fellows complete their painting examination already? They had already bought the paintings, so why would they look for me? Well, if they want to buy more, I wouldn't mind painting another for some quick bucks. We have something that we need to trouble you with. Huang Yu spoke in embarrassment. What is it? If it is within my scope of ability, I will try my best to help. Zhang Xian nodded his head. Huang Yu had helped him previously and thus, Zhang Xian didn't think that it was inappropriate for him to turn down her request. However, he made sure to leave some leeway in his words. If she were to really ask for the impossible, Zhang Xian could at least still turn her down. Master Zhang, you should know that the reason why we went to Master Lu Qin's residence a while ago was to obtain the ink daylily canvas. Zhang Xian nodded his head. He was long aware of the matter. It seemed that she was intending to give the painting to someone else. In the end, Zhang Xian managed to create a painting of the 5th level, resulting in the duo demanding his painting instead and causing him to feel awkward. Zhang Xian had felt apologetic to Master Lu Qin for the incident. Actually, the reason why we sought the ink daylily canvas was so as to gift it to someone as a birthday present. The paintings that you gave us are perfect as birthday presents. Just that. At this point, Huang Yu hesitated for a moment. I'm afraid that Elder Tian might want to meet its painter after seeing the painting, so I would like to invite you to the birthday banquet as well. Birthday present? Birthday banquet? Zhang Xian immediately understood what was going on. It seems that the reason why Huang Yu was so adamant on obtaining the ink daylily canvas was so that she could gift it to someone else as a birthday present. I am not interested in birthday banquets, so I'll pass. Zhang Xian shook his head. Regardless of whose birthday banquet it was no business of his. He couldn't be bothered to make a trip over to please someone else. Master Zhang, you really should come along. Elder Tian is a good person. Even Emperor Shinjue is visiting him as well. Seeing the other party rejecting his request, Bai Sun added on hastily, his face full of anxiety. Emperor Shinjue is going as well? Zhang Xian was perplexed. He had thought that this is an ordinary birthday banquet for nobles and such. If Emperor Shinjue is going as well, then the matter probably isn't as simple as Zhang Xian had imagined it to be. Indeed, not just your majesty, our teacher is going as well. To tell you the truth, the one who invited you to the birthday banquet aren't us but my teacher, Master Teacher Lu Ling. Huang Yu hesitated for a moment before saying, Lu Ling is your teacher? Zhang Xian's eyes widened in shock and bewilderment. He knows of me? Huang Yu is an assistant master teacher, so it wasn't surprising for her to have a master teacher as her teacher. Just that. He is currently in the identity of Zhang Xian, not Yang Shi. So, how is it possible that Lu Shi know of his identity? Even sending his apprentice to invite him? Can it be that my identity has been revealed? A wary look immediately appeared on Zhang Xian's face. If his identity was exposed, he would be in danger. Putting aside the fact that impersonating a master teacher is a heavy crime, just the fact that he, as an insignificant figure in a remote country who isn't even in his 20s yet, is able to possess such vast knowledge and incredible eye of discernment means that it was likely that he possesses an incredible treasure. They would definitely want to lay their hands on this treasure, and this would put him in a dangerous position. Not just Lu Shi, even Zhuang Shi and Zheng Shi know you as well. Yesterday, when I told them that you were able to produce a painting of the 5th level, they became so excited that they nearly leaped from their seats. Bai Sun said, even until now, he found what happened yesterday mind-boggling. His teacher, knowing that he and Huang Yu are acquainted with Master Zhang, called the both of them over to question them about him. Upon hearing that young Zhang Laoshi had created paintings of the 5th level, their faces flushed red with agitation, as though they were suffering some kind of panic attack. Then, they commanded them authoritatively that they have to bring Zhang Laoshi to the birthday banquet tonight, by hook or by crook. Master Zhang, this is a good opportunity. I've never seen my teacher getting so interested in someone else. Since you've caught his attention, it is likely that you'll become an assistant master teacher soon. Envy appeared in Huang Yu's eyes. Furthermore, you already have a supporting profession. Along with the identity as an assistant master teacher, you will be eligible to take the master teacher examination immediately. All teachers dream of becoming a master teacher, and gaining the appreciation of a master teacher is the ideal opportunity for them to achieve the goal. Supporting profession? Eligible to take the master teacher examination? What do you mean? Zhang Xian was perplexed. You don't know the requirements to undergo the master teacher examination? Huang Yu stared at him with a peculiar expression. Tianqian Kingdom doesn't have any master teachers, and the prerequisites for the examination are not recorded in any of the books. Furthermore, it hasn't been long since Zhang Xian transcended over. Thus, it isn't surprising for him not to know of it. Not only must a master teacher be capable of offering someone guidance on their cultivation, he should be able to guide those of other professions as well. Thus, on top of vast knowledge on the topic of cultivation, a master teacher also needs to possess a supporting profession. Seeing the puzzled look on the other party's face, Huang Yu explained, using simple words, one needs to be skilled in another profession in order to be eligible to take the 1-star master teacher examination. If one is skilled in 2 professions, one will be eligible to take the 2-star master teacher examination, so on and so forth. Of course, the requirements for the supporting profession grow higher as you proceed higher up the ladder. The more stars you possess, the more knowledgeable you have to be of each supporting profession. If you're just going to take the 1-star master teacher examination, having the profession of a painter is more than enough. That is to say, with your supporting profession of a painter and the identity of an assistant master teacher, you will be eligible to take the 1-star master teacher examination. Of course, it is another matter whether you will be able to pass the examination, but at the very least, you will be eligible for it. On the other hand, even though I am an apprentice master teacher, I am still not qualified to take the examination. At this, Huang Yu smiled bitterly. The reason why there are so few master teachers and why the examination is so hard is because of this. There are countless professions throughout the upper, middle, and lower 9 paths. Every single profession requires one to devote extensive effort to achieve mastery. Taking Master Lu Qian, for example, he had immersed his entire life into painting but is only able to produce a painting of the 4th level. From this, one can see the immense difficulty involved. There are some, due to the lack of a supporting profession, who remained as apprentices their entire life, never becoming eligible for the examination. Yet, not only is the person before her capable in teaching and possesses powerful cultivation, he has also reached the level of a grandmaster in painting. If he were to become an assistant master teacher, he would easily meet the prerequisites for the examination. His starting point is so much higher than hers. It is truly a wonder to her how he had managed to achieve so much despite not being much older than her. So that's why. After hearing the explanation, Zhang Xian finally understood why master teachers are so respected. So this is the reason why master teachers are able to offer guidance to people of all professions. In order to be eligible for the examination, one needs to first have a supporting profession. The higher one climbs, the more supporting profession one needs to have. That is why the master teachers possessing multiple stars are extremely formidable and rare. One needs to possess a frightening amount of knowledge to reach their level. It is no wonder why Huang Yu, despite being an assistant master teacher, is devoting her efforts to learning painting and treats Master Lu Chun so respectfully. It seems that she intends to take painting as her supporting profession so as to earn the rights to take on the master teacher examination. I also have a 1-star apothecary emblem. Does this mean that as long as I become an apprentice, I will be eligible to take the master teacher examination? Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. After days of impersonating as a master teacher, he came to understand how fearsome the identity is. With this identity, no matter where he goes, he will be respected. No one will dare to pick a fight with him. In the past, he wouldn't have cared for the identity of a master teacher as he possesses the library of Heaven's Path. However, it is different now. The black aura hidden in his body meant that someone was trying to kill him. However, if he were to gain protection from the identity as a master teacher in the Teacher Guild, the other party would have to reconsider before laying hands on him. Besides, the sky is the limit. Possessing such an incredible library of Heaven's Path, it would be a waste to limit himself to just Tianxian Kingdom. With venturing out into the world in mind, both cultivation and a respectable identity are important. With the identity of a master teacher to rely on, many things would become so much easier and convenient to accomplish. Drawing a parallel, only an official apothecary is allowed to enter the Apothecary Guild's book collection vault, and they are granted steep discounts when buying pills. Looks like I should hurry up and take the master teacher examination. Zhang Xian made up his mind. With the cheat code that is called Library of Heaven's Path, it would be a waste if he doesn't become a master teacher. A person just has to execute a punch, and he will be able to see the person's flaws. Just from this alone, supposed master teachers and experts mean nothing before him. No matter how powerful a person can become, can he surpass the Heaven's Path? No one can conceal anything before the path of heaven. Besides, even the Heaven's Path is flawed. So how can a human possibly be flawless? As long as one possesses flaws, Zhang Xian will be able to tell through the books created by the library. Only as an official master teacher can Zhang Xian execute this ability of his without any worry and rise to the top. Otherwise, given his current identity, gathering sufficient books to create the Heaven's Path divine art would be impossible, needless to say, wanting to advance swiftly. I have to acknowledge one of them as my teacher. In order to become a master teacher, one has to first become an assistant master teacher. To do so, one has to acknowledge a true master teacher as his teacher and have him guide the way. To acknowledge Lu Ling, Zhuangxian, or Zheng Fei as his teacher. This makes no sense. In the past 2 days, the trio had been often visiting the mansion, revealing their intentions of wanting to acknowledge Yang Shi as their teacher from time to time. But because Zhang Xian planned to erase the identity of Yang Xian soon, he hadn't agreed to it. But from the looks of it, it is unlikely for them to give up any time soon. If he were to acknowledge one of them as his teacher as Zhang Xian, and accept them as disciples as Yang Xian, then the situation would truly be incredulous. That is to say, as Zhang Xian, he would be their student, but as Yang Xian, he would be their master, to become both his own grand student and grandmaster. Furthermore, he mustn't allow both of them to meet, otherwise, his identity will be exposed. The heck? How ridiculous that would be. Briefly thinking of this scenario, Zhang Xian could not help but feel stifled at his heart. Chapter 197. It has been a while since we last met. I can't allow that to happen. Zhang Xian shook his head. If he does so, he might soon suffer from an identity crisis. However, if he doesn't acknowledge one of them as his teacher, he won't be able to become an assistant master teacher and as such, won't be eligible to take the master teacher examination. Just the thought of it made his head hurt. Forget it, I won't think about it for now. However, it is also good to meet the 3 master teachers as Zhang Xian. Firstly, I can get closer to them. Secondly, I can ask them about the poison aura in my body. After a moment of hesitation, Zhang Xian made up his mind. That black aura in his body hasn't become a danger yet, but he still has to get rid of it. If he were to ask them as Yang Xian, It would be unbefitting of his identity as an enlightened expert. Rather, it is more appropriate for him to ask them as Zhang Xian. If Lu Sun and Wang Chao were to know of his thoughts, they would definitely go blind from crying. After failing to acknowledge Yang Xian, they went to visit the three master teachers yesterday, only to be kept at their door. Yet, with the three master teachers wanting to meet this fellow, he still has to consider twice, furthermore with such reluctance. Will you die if you don't act cool? When does the birthday banquet start? Also, who is Elder Tian? For the three master teacher and Emperor Shunjue to be visiting him personally? Zhang Xian still found the situation peculiar. To have the three master teachers and Emperor Shunjue visit him personally, this Elder Tian is by no means an ordinary figure. However, if he were any formidable figure, Zhang Xian's previous self should have long heard of him. But why does he have no impression of him at all? The birthday banquet is today, so we will make it if we rush over now. Upon hearing the question, Huang Yu immediately realized that he had decided to join them and heaved a sigh of relief. She explained, Elder Tian used to be a teacher at Beiwu Academy, and Lu Shi, Zhuang Shi, and Zheng Shi had all once studied under him. Even though he doesn't specialize in teaching cultivation, he is nevertheless half a teacher to the three of them. Now that he is celebrating his 90th birthday, and the three master teachers happen to be in Tianqian Kingdom, it is only right for them to offer their blessings to him. Even though this Elder Tian is a citizen of Tianqian Kingdom, he was a teacher at Beiwu Academy. Each of the three master teachers had once studied under him, and as such, he could be considered as half a teacher to them. The reason why Lu Shi had Huang Yu head here was actually to have her attend the birthday banquet. In the end, due to Shun Hong's affair, the three master teachers had gathered together here. And if the three master teachers are joining in the celebration, how can Emperor Shunjue stay out of it? As for Beiwu Academy, which Elder Tian had taught in, it is the largest academy in the Beiwu Kingdom. Huang Yu and Bai Sun were previously students there. Having flipped through the books in the kingdom's book collection vault, these simple geographical terrains of the surrounding kingdoms are available to Zhang Xian with just a simple thought. The Beiwu Kingdom is a Tier 2 kingdom near Tianqian Kingdom. The master teachers holding the reins in the country are Lu Ling and Zhuang Xian. Kingdoms can be classified under titled, first tier, second tier, and, finally, unranked such as Tianqian Kingdom. The higher tier the kingdom is, the more prosperous it becomes. Naturally, more resources go through their hands, and the standard of their fighters will be higher as well. Even though this Elder Tian doesn't teach others how to rise their cultivation, he can be considered as a teacher? Zhang Xian was perplexed. All of the teachers in Hongtian Academy specialize in raising a student's cultivation. Taking Wang Chao Laoshi, for example, even though he is a master of spear arts, he is also responsible for guiding his students' cultivation. If one doesn't teach cultivation, how can he be considered a teacher? Beiwu Academy is at a much larger scale compared to Hongtian Academy, and there are many different types of teachers there. Cultivation is only one of the subjects taught there. There are many teachers who specialize in different subjects, such as pill forging, painting, and such. Students can choose to either specialize in one of these occupations or take it as a supporting course to boost their knowledge and temper their mind. Lu Shi and the others, in preparation for the master teacher examination, only came under Elder Tian for a short period of time. As such, they cannot be considered as true students of his. He can only be considered as half a teacher to them. Huang Yu explained patiently. If teachers guide students only on their cultivation, how can the knowledge of apothecaries, blacksmiths, and the other occupations be passed down? After all, the master teachers can't do all the work by themselves. If that were the case, wouldn't master teachers tire themselves to death? Clearly, there are teachers who specialize in different fields. Elder Tian was such a specialized teacher. What does he teach? Understanding the situation, Zhang Xian nodded his head. This is similar to the schools in his previous life. There are teachers who specifically teach physical education, mathematics, physics, English, and such. It is impossible for a teacher to be proficient in all fields, and naturally, they can't teach every single subject. What Elder Tian teaches is the way of tea. He is a tea master. Huang Yu smiled. A tea master? There was an introduction of tea masters in the kingdom's book collection vault. It is an occupation of the lower 9 paths and sounds unflattering. However, it has a huge following in some of the kingdoms. Brewing tea can help one relax his state of mind, helping him to achieve tranquility. Formidable tea masters can even brew tea that is capable of calming another person's state of mind, allowing him to achieve calmness upon consumption. It is something that is useful for one's cultivation, and its effects are in no way inferior to tranquil heart pill. More importantly, the way of tea is much easier than pill forging, smithing, painting, and other occupations. Even though it is difficult to become a true master, as a skill, it is easy to pick up. Most of the sons of prestigious families and nobles in the higher-tier kingdoms involve themselves in the art. All right, I'll follow you there. After getting a clear idea of the situation, Zhang Xian didn't hesitate further. Since the birthday banquet was going to start soon, he followed behind Huang Yu and Bai Sun and stepped into the carriage. The place where Elder Tian resided was in the suburbs of the kingdom, and it was a significant distance away from Hongtian Academy. It took the carriage nearly 2 hours to reach its destination. Before a vast and luxurious garden, the carriage came to a stop. Upon stepping out of the carriage, the trio was overwhelmed by the crowd before them. Elder Tian was a teacher at Beiwu Academy and had guided master teachers. Just this fact alone attracted countless powerful individuals to offer him their blessings in person. Master Zhang, follow me. Upon alighting from the carriage, Huang Yu led the way to the entrance, displayed a name scroll, and easily entered the residence. As expected of the residence of a person whom the 3 master teachers are paying a visit to, it is massive and filled with countless corridors. It isn't difficult for those here for the first time to lose their way. Lu Shi and the others probably haven't arrived. We should wait for them in the side hall. Huang Yu seems to have been here before, and she navigated around the residence with familiarity. In a short while, they arrived at a vast hall. Even before walking in, they observed that a huge crowd had already gathered in the hall. Xiaoyu, you are finally here. Upon stepping into the hall, a delighted voice called out immediately, following which, a young man came running up to her in delight. This young man appears to be around 23 to 24, and he is dressed in white. He has a dashing face which Zhang Xian can't hope to match up to. Bai Sun's face darkened upon noticing the person, and he quickly stood in front of Huang Yu. Bai Sun, what do you want? A frown formed on young man's forehead. Are you qualified to call her Xiaoyu? I advise you to stay away from her, otherwise, don't blame me for acting impolitely. Bai Sun stared at the other party furiously. Acting impolitely? You speak as though we've never fought before. Have you ever won against me? The young man waved aside Bai Sun's threat and continued, besides, this is my home. As the host, I should give my all to welcome my guest. You wish to interfere in this as well? Aren't you being nosy by Xiao Wangya? You. Bai Sun raised his eyebrows as he prepared to enter a fight. Enough. Seeming to have expected that the two would quarrel, Huang Yu's eyebrows knitted tightly together. Glancing at the two, she said, We're here to offer our blessings to Elder Tian. If you two really must fight, do it after. Rest easy, Xiao Yu. I can't be bothered with a boor like him whose head is only filled with slaughter. After which, the young man chuckled lightly, Xiao Yu, I've just learned a new tea brewing method. Let's go. I will make a pot for you. It'll definitely calm your mind, and after drinking it a few times, you'll surely reach heart of tranquil water quickly. I'll pass. I have to wait for Lu Shi here. Huang Yu remained completely unmoved to the other party's passionate welcome and rejected him flatly. It's all right if you don't want it. I also happen to want to greet Lu Shi, so I'll wait for him here with you then. The young man didn't pay his rejection any heed and simply chuckled nonchalantly. Since the other party was insistent on staying here, Huang Yu wasn't in a good position as a guest to drive her host away as well. Shameless. Bai Sun was outraged, but he no longer spoke of fighting with the other party. From the looks of it, it seems that he isn't a match for the other party. Otherwise, given his fiery temper, he isn't the type to hold himself back due to the occasion. Despite knowing the temper of the young noble, the young man paid him attention. At this moment, the young man suddenly noticed Zhang Xian and looked at him with doubtful eyes. Xiao Yu, this is... Oh, Allow me to introduce you too. Huang Yu glanced over and spoke. Master Zhang, this is Tianlong, the sole grandson of Elder Tian. Tianlong, this is Zhang Xian Laosher from Hongtian Academy. Zhang Xian? This name sounds familiar. I seem to have heard of it somewhere. The young man Tianlong frowned as he mused over the name. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he exclaimed, Hongtian Academy. You're the one who is going to compete with Lu Sun Laosher in the teacher evaluation, Zhang Xian? The news of the teacher evaluation had spread like wildfire, and it was difficult for anyone to remain unaware. Lu Sun is the most incredible celebrity teacher in Hongtian Academy, and to dare to compete with him in a teacher evaluation, you sure are courageous. I'm impressed. Even though he said so, there wasn't the slightest bit of awe in his expression. Rather, it was filled with contempt. Being the son of Master Lu Chun and a famous star teacher in Tianjin City, Lu Sun possesses tremendous fame. Matched against a nobody like Zhang Xian, everyone believes that it would be a completely one-sided match. Seeing the other party behaving in such a manner, Zhang Xian shook his head. Yet another arrogant nobody. Tianlong, what do you mean by that? Bai Sun couldn't withstand it any further. I don't mean anything, just that humans are valued for knowing their place. To overestimate oneself will only make one's life difficult. Tianlong shook his head. I dare you to say, who is the one who doesn't know his place? Master Zhang just wants to keep a low profile and refuses to flaunt his abilities. Bai Sun bellowed angrily. Even though he had heard of Lu Sun, he wasn't familiar with him. On the contrary, he was completely awed by Zhang Xian's prowess. Upon hearing the words of the other party, Bai Sun was enraged. Master? What do you mean by master? Do you think anyone can be addressed by the title of a master so simply? Tianlong sneered. Flinging his hands, he stared down at Bai Sun haughtily. That's the title of someone who has reached an astounding level of mastery in their occupation. Only a person like my grandfather, who has reached the peak in the way of tea, can be qualified to be addressed as a tea master. For a mere 20-year-old teacher at Hongtian Academy to be called a Laosher is already flattering. Yet he dares to call himself a master? How naive. Sneering coldly, just as Tianlong was about to continue speaking, he suddenly noticed an elder walking over and shut his mouth hurriedly. Then, he respectfully clasped his hands and welcomed him. Tianlong pays his respect to Master Yunyu. He is the #1 physician in Tianjin Kingdom, Yuanyu. Toward the greeting of the other party, Master Yuanyu nodded his head impassively. Just as he was about to proceed further in, he suddenly caught sight of Zhang Xian. His eyes lit up, and he rushed forward to him passionately. Master Zhang, you're here as well. It has been a while since we last met. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.